Chapter 1, Cross to become Xiaowu's brother. Mom, Mom, save him. A white little rabbit stood beside a 4 or 5-year-old human boy. She looked at her mother earnestly and shouted. He could survive such a serious injury. Ragutu said, looking at the little boy in surprise. The little boy was pale, his lips were purplish, and there was a big blood hole in his stomach. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago, but the little boy had kept his breath miraculously. Who would he be? Daming and Erming stood beside Xiaowu and Xiaowu's mother, looking at the little boy in surprise. A human child, why bother so much, or let me eat him? Erming Titan Great Ape said loudly. At this time, Xiaowu jumped out, stood in front of the little boy, and said loudly, don't eat him. If you eat him, I won't be friends with you. Erming scratched his head stupidly and said, I just don't eat it. Tomorrow, the green cow python looked at the little boy seriously and said, such a serious injury, I am afraid that it will not be saved. Xiaowu looked at her mother with pleading eyes. She picked up the little boy from the Stardow forest. She didn't want him to die like this. Xiaowu's mother looked at the little boy, and then said, I can only help him stop the bleeding temporarily. As for whether he can live or not, it depends on his good fortune. As he said, Xiaowu's mother transformed into a human form and turned into an extremely beautiful humanoid woman. He held the little boy, and the spirit power in his hand was continuously transmitted towards the little boy. The light pink soul power is transmitted to the little boy, like a beautiful lotus flower blooming, constantly healing the little boy's body. Xiaowu's mother is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, so she can't heal it. She can only rely on her powerful soul power to forcibly seal the little boy's wound. What made her head ache was that there was an extremely powerful black gas in the little boy. The black gas lingered in the boy's body, seemed to restrain Xiaowu's mother's spirit power. The 5 or 6-year-old boy had such a powerful power in his body. Think about it, you know that he will not be any simple person. Moreover, the wound on the boy's stomach was not wounded by an ordinary sharp blade. There was an extremely powerful restraining power. If Xiaowu's mother had a strong spirit, it would be impossible to stop the boy from bleeding. Xiaowu stared at the little boy intently. She hoped that the little boy could come alive and play with her, because in this Stardug forest, there is no 100,000-year-old soul beast of her age. She hopes to have a partner. Xiaowu's mother consumed a lot of soul power and finally stopped the blood for the boy. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. I have stopped the bleeding for him, but he was injured too badly and he almost wanted to survive. Impossible, unless a miracle happens. Where am I? Xiaoyu had a pain in his head and body, especially his stomach. He was in a chaos and couldn't see everything around him. He remembered, his name is Xiaoju, a street writer. He would never dream that he would meet a thug when he went out to buy a drink. After the thug stabbed him severely, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. The next thing is not clear. Am I dead? Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Spirit Ring devouring system. Analyzing. Binding. The system is successfully bound and is passing through. Crossing coordinates, Douluos continent. Xiaoyu suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the people around him. A cute little bunny girl was sitting next to him. Behind the bunny girl there were 2 huge soul beasts, looking at him fiercely. You! You're awake! Mom, he woke up! Xiaowu shouted in surprise. At this time, Xiaowu's mother also leaned over. At this time, Xiaoyu sat up from the ground, and saw the mighty titan ape and the sky blue bull python. Xiaoyu really jumped. How is this going? Did I really cross it? Xiaoyu thought that he was a street writer in his previous life, so he certainly had studied excellent works like Douluos. Did I really cross the Douluos continent? Then this little bunny girl is Xiaowu, and the 2 giant beasts behind her are the azure bull python and the titan giant ape? So who is this beautiful lady behind Xiao Wu? Is she the mother of Xiao Wu, which means that he traveled to the time when Xiao Wu's mother was still alive? This simply subverted Xiao Yu's worldview, but after a few seconds, he finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. As the saying goes, if he comes, he will be at ease. Why should he make such a fuss? This is Douluo continent? Xiao Yu asked. Are you stupid? This is not Douluo mainland, could it be somewhere else? Xiao Wu smiled. She saw the little boy she saved miraculously come alive, she was obviously very happy. At this time, Xiao Ju started to look at himself. He turned out to be a 5 or 6-year-old kid. It is estimated that he has crossed his body. He looked at the wound on his stomach. It seems that the little boy was also alive. Stabbed to death. Then who is this little boy? At this time, the little boy's memories suddenly began to flood into Xiao Yu's mind, and scenes after Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. In the picture, he saw a beautiful black-robed woman holding him and fleeing, surrounded by 5 people. 5 people besieged the black-robed woman. In the end, the black-robed woman exhausted her last strength and sent the little boy into the forest below her feet. The black-robed woman died in the eyes of the little boy. When these memories came, Xiao Yu actually had an urge to cry. He knew that the black-robed woman was his mother in this world, and she died to protect herself. Xiao Yu clenched his fists, and a feeling of grief and anger appeared in his heart lingering. Even though he had crossed over, the pain of mother and child continued to throb in his heart. At that moment, the deceased woman in black was his biological mother, sacrificing her greatness in order to protect herself. Perhaps only mother can do it. Mother, no matter who they are, I will find out and take revenge for you. Xiao Yu vowed silently. Since the little boy was only 4 years old, the memories integrated in Xiao Yu were not clear, they were all intermittent fragments, so Xiao Yu didn't know who he was or who was going to kill their family. But even so, he can clearly remember the appearance of his enemy. Xiao Yu squeezed her hand. Suddenly a big hand grabbed Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu looked up, and a gentle and beautiful woman sat down slowly. She is Xiao Wu's mother, a gentle and beautiful woman. She is also a mother who has been a mother. How can Xiao Ju's expression be concealed from her? She knows that Xiao Ju must have suffered a lot. She will treat Xiao Ju gently. He put his arms in his arms and said, everything is over. From today, you will be Xiao Wu's brother. Chapter 2, It turns out I am born with supernatural power. Mom, no. Xiao Yu woke up from the nightmare. At this time, dawn opened the curtain of night, the sun has slowly risen, and wisps of sunlight pass through the gap in the forest. A cute little face is on top of Xiao Yu's head. Brother Xiao Yu, let's go out and play. He heard Xiao Wu's voice as soon as he woke up, and this little girl was anxious enough. Xiao Wu, your brother Xiao Yu's injury is still not healed, how can you be such a fool? Xiao Wu's mother said from the side. At this time, Xiao Yu got up and moved his body, and suddenly found that all his injuries were healed. That, my injury seems to be all healed. Xiao Yu whispered. What did you say? Xiao Wu's mother stared at Xiao Yu with eyes widened in disbelief, and hurriedly came over to help him check his injuries, and found that his injuries were really healed. How is this possible? Xiao Wu's mother was surprised. At this time, she remembered the mysterious black aura in Xiao Yu's body, and the injuries healed so quickly, it seemed that Xiao Yu's life experience was not simple. You have to know that a big hole broke in his stomach yesterday, and his body is healed today. This kind of recovery ability is impossible for ordinary people. It's great, Xiao Yu can accompany me out to play when he is ready. Xiao Wu said happily. Xiao Wu is only 4 years old now. In this Stardug forest, she can't find a playmate who is about the same age as her, so the 5-year-old Xiao Yu is her best partner. Xiao Yu touched Xiao Wu's head and smiled, okay, I'll take you out to play later. Good, good. Xiao Wu jumped up happily. Although Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast, she has only been transformed for 4 years, and her intelligence is only the intelligence of a child. Although Xiao Zhu is only 5 years old, he has the mind that has traveled through the previous 20 years, so Xiao Zhu it doesn't look like a child at all. Xiao Wu's mother cooked some food for Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu. After they were full, they came to the forest. Brother Xiao Yu, let's go find Erming. Xiao Wu happily pulled Xiao Yu and ran towards the side of the forest. Boom! Xiao Yu felt the ground shake. He looked up and saw that a big mountain in front of him was moving. Even though Xiao Yu knew that Douluos continent was a magical world, it was the first time he saw this technique of moving mountains and filling the sea, so he was shocked, but Xiao Wu seemed to be used to it. Erming, are you exercising again? Xiao Wu dragged Xiao Zhu to the front of the mountain, and saw the Titan Great Ape using the mountain as a barbell to lift weights. Xiao Yu is dumb. Xiao Wu, so early today. The Titan Great Ape threw the mountain on the ground, and the ground trembled suddenly. Of course, I will bring brother Xiao Yu to play with you. Xiao Wu said loudly. The Titan Great Ape looked at Xiao Zhu, because humans often came to hunt soul beasts in the Douluos forest and would often disturb him, so Erming had a bit of hatred for humans. He looked at Xiao Zhu disdainfully and asked, "Oh, this is not yesterday. Is that kid? Your injury is healed." Xiao Yu knows that the Titan Giant Ape is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and its strength is extremely terrifying. In this star-fighting forest, I am afraid that no one is the opponent of the Titan Giant Ape except Xiao Wu's mother and the Sky Blue Bull Python. Xiao Yu nodded and said, "It's fine to wake up as soon as possible. You humans are good, and your body recovers quickly, but you humans also rely on spirit rings and martial souls. Unlike our spirit beasts, all of their strength is tempered through exercise." The Titan Great Ape leaned on the mountain. Said proudly, "Boy, do you know how heavy this mountain is?" The Titan Great Ape proudly boasted. A loud noise. At this moment, a huge figure appeared behind the Titan Great Ape, and he stretched out his hand to hit the Titan Great Ape's forehead and flicked a brain collapse. Sky Blue Bull Python. Deming! Xiao Wu shouted excitedly. "Xiao Wu, you are here." Daming smiled and said, "Erming knows bragging, I tell you, he was still nursing when he was 5 years old." At this point, everyone laughed. Erming was said by Daming, feeling immediately lost face, and immediately retorted, "What's wrong with breastfeeding? My mother said that the longer breastfeeding time, the greater the strength in the future. Besides, I am better than this kid even if I eat milk." Erming added. "Bah! Bah! Brother Xiao Yu doesn't bother to compare with you." Xiao Wu said immediately. When I said so, Erming got a lot of energy. He pointed to a stone in front of him and said, "Boy, when I was 5 years old, I could lift this 10,000 catty boulder. Can you lift it?" "Of course Xiao Yu can, he won't lose to you." Xiao Wu immediately retorted. "Okay, then let's make a bet. If Xiao Zhu lifts this huge boulder, I will recognize him as the boss in the future. If he can't lift it up, he will be my personal brother and serve me tea and water." Erming cannot said I. He has seen a lot of children, those children who came to the Douluos forest to hunt soul beasts, were scared by a 10-year soul beast. How could a human kid lift up a huge boulder? Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Yu with expectant eyes. The infinite grass and mud horses in Xiao Yu's heart were beating, this sister, brother Kang. But now he can only bite the bullet. Does he remember that he has some golden fingers bound? Just try how strong you are. Xiao Yu slowly came to the boulder, he hugged one end of the boulder with both hands, then stepped out with his right foot, exerting force. Suddenly he lifted the boulder easily above his head. Was unexpectedly relaxed, so much so that he couldn't believe it. Am I so strong? At this time, he looked at Erming again, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com saw that Ming had petrified in place, and his jaw fell to the ground in surprise. Is this Nima still a human? Ming couldn't believe it. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly let go of one hand, holding the huge stone on top of his head with one hand. Whether it is Ming dumb, directly petrified in place. This is too bad. Brother Xiao Yu is great. Xiao Wu quickly praised. Xiao Yu put down the huge rock in his hand, smiled and said, I seem to use only 1/10 of my strength. 1/10 of the power? In other words, if Xiao Yu used all his strength, he could have 100,000 caddies. Is this still a human? What a monster! You must know that Ming is in the form of a 100,000-year soul beast, so he had such great power when he was young, but Xiao Ju was 10 times stronger than his back then, and he had no place to contain himself. Ha ha ha! Daming suddenly laughed at this time. Let me just say, you are still nursing at this time and want to compare with Xiao Yu. Which side are you on? Know that he is a human. Ming roared. Ha ha ha! Ming, are you out of breath? Daming laughed. All right, Daming Ming, and brother Xiao Yu, you are all strong, you are the strongest people in my heart. Xiao Wu said quickly. Brother Xiao Yu, I will take you to other places. Xiao Wu took Xiao Yu forward. At this time, the sky blue cattle python and the titan giant ape looked at Xiao Yu's back, and the titan giant ape sighed and asked, Big brother, what do you think? Tianqing Niu python slowly sighed, he is born with supernatural power, he must be no ordinary person. Chapter 3, Soul Ring swallows the system. Xiao Wu led Xiao Yu around. The area of the Star Do Great Forest was very large, and the place where Xiao Wu and the others lived was just an area of the forest. After all, this was just the tip of the iceberg in the Star Do Great Forest. There are also many soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. Their horn is close to the human region. They are located at the border of the Heaven Do Empire, where they have everything from 10-year soul beasts to 100,000-year soul beasts. Soul beasts are also divided into plant and animal systems. It is possible that a plant that can be seen everywhere is probably a soul beast, and in the Star Do Forest, soul beasts can be seen everywhere. Here, the relationship between all soul beasts is very similar to that of animals, that is, the predator relationship. The strong food of the weak is the only theme here. For example, insects eat grass, birds eat insects, other soul beasts eat birds. 10 years of soul beasts do not prey on 100 years of soul beasts, 100 years of soul beasts are preyed by 1,000 years of soul beast, and so on. There is nothing cruel, because this is the law of the jungle, and here, it is the place where the law of the jungle is best reflected. Xiao Wu brought Xiao Yu to a large carrot field. The carrot is Xiao Wu's favorite, but in the Star Do Great Forest, this carrot is a plant-based soul beast, so it is much larger than the carrot Xiao Yu saw on the earth. Brother Xiao Yu, do you want to eat carrots? Xiao Wu pulled out a big carrot from the ground. To Xiao Yu's surprise, the carrots in this world are as big as theirs. Brother Xiao Yu, I tell you carrots are delicious, do you eat one? Xiao Wu handed the big carrots to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu smiled helplessly, and took the carrot. At this time, a white spirit ring jumped out of the carrot. At this time, Xiao Yu was a little confused, because he had just arrived in this world and was not sure that this was a spirit ring. Wow! Brother Xiao Yu, you are lucky, there is a spirit ring on this carrot. Xiao Wu cried out in surprise. Spirit ring? Xiao Yu was also a little surprised. Is this the spirit ring? He lightly touched the spirit ring with his hand. At this moment, the white spirit ring suddenly dissipated and turned into a little white light, entering Xiao Yu's body. At this time, a voice suddenly rang in Xiao Yu's mind. Ding! Swallow the carrot spirit ring, gain +1 attribute points, and gain spirit power 10. The mechanical voice rang in Xiao Yu's mind, is this his golden finger? Devour the spirit ring? Xiao Yu knew that in the Douluo continent, there were only two most critical factors determining strength, one was the spirit ring, and the other was the level. And soul power is the most critical factor in upgrading the level. For ordinary people, if they want to increase their soul power, they must practice through meditation, or encounter some opportunities. And after Xiao Yu has this golden finger, it means that he only needs to absorb the spirit ring of the spirit beast to increase his spirit power. You must know that in Douluo continent, almost all animals and plants in this world can be called spirit beasts, so he doesn't worry about not having spirit rings swallowed. And he swallowed the spirit ring is not the same as absorbing the spirit ring. The absorbed spirit ring will appear outside of his body, and the swallowed spirit ring will directly transform into the ability and enter his body. Xiao Yu is only 5 years old now, so he hasn't awakened his martial spirit, so the spirit power he has absorbed has not been revealed. Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Yu in surprise and asked, "Brother Xiao Yu, have you awakened the martial spirit?" Xiao Yu replied lightly, "No, what's the matter? I heard my mother say that only the awakened spirit can absorb the spirit ring, why can you absorb the spirit ring?" Xiao Wu asked in surprise. Xiao Yu scratched his head and said, "Maybe it's because of my special physique. Brother Xiao Yu is really amazing." Xiao Wu quickly praised. "Haha, silly girl, eat your carrot." Xiao Yu smiled. At this time, Xiao Wu turned into a white little rabbit, holding a carrot before chewing. The soft bone rabbit is Xiao Wu's main body, so Xiao Ju was not surprised. He smiled at Xiao Wu who was eating carrots on the ground. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a hint of danger. An eagle soul beast suddenly rushed down from the sky, and the eagle's sharp claws grabbed towards Xiao Wu. This eagle soul beast must have regarded Xiao Wu as a 10-year soul beast, so it wanted to prey on Xiao Wu. Xiao Yu sensed the danger, how could it be so easy to succeed? He bent his legs and bounced from the ground. With this jump, he jumped 10 meters high. He grabbed the eagle's foot directly, and then swiped it vigorously. The eagle suddenly felt danger and desperately wanted to fly into the sky, but how could Xiao Ju's power be something he could resist? The huge force pulled the eagle all the way down, and Xiao Yu used his right arm, and with a strong wave, the eagle's body hit the ground like a cannonball. Boom! A huge impact sounded, and a deep hole was smashed into the ground. The eagle was of course dead under such a violent impact. At this time, Xiao Wu had transformed into a human form and looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. "Brother Xiao Yu, you are so amazing, this is a century-old soul beast. Was it killed by you just like that?" Xiao Wu praised in surprise. Xiao Yu smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a little bit of effort. Smelly eagle, if it weren't in the incarnation stage, see if I won't beat you up." Xiao Wu said, looking at the eagle in the pit. Xiao Wu is now in the transformation phase. After the soul beast transforms into a human form, because the human form cannot stand the powerful power of the beast form before, she can only practice again. After reaching a certain level, it is restored as before, and after transforming into a human form, unlike ordinary soul masters, there will be a bottleneck period, and it will be able to restore the strength of a 100,000-year soul beast in time. At this time, a yellow spirit ring suddenly appeared on the eagle. The yellow spirit ring slowly drifted towards Xiao Yu, and then he touched it with his fingertips, and suddenly, the yellow spirit ring turned into a little bit of starlight and entered Xiao Yu's body. Ding! Swallow the falcon beast spirit ring, gain 50 attribute points and gain 500 spirit power. Xiao Yu gains attribute points and spirit power again. He knows that spirit power is used to improve his level, but what is the use of this attribute point? At this time, a property panel suddenly popped out of Xiao Yu's mind. Host, Xiao Yu. Wuhan, unawakened. Soul power level, unawakened spirit. Power, 1000. Speed, 800. Agility, 600. Mysterious function, not unlocked. Xiao Yu had played games a lot before, and of course he understood this attribute panel. It seemed that this attribute point was used to add points to the attribute panel, Xiao Yu thought, and suddenly 51 attribute points were added to the agility. He found that his body suddenly became lighter. Chapter 4, Swallow it becomes stronger. Ding! Swallow the heavenly star grass spirit ring, gain +1 attribute points, and gain spirit power 10. Ding! Swallow the wild boar spirit ring, gain +4 attribute points, and gain 30 spirit power. Ding! Swallow the bird and beast spirit ring, gain attribute points +5, and gain spirit power 50. In the great Star Do forest, the sound of soul beasts neighed continuously, and a 4 or 5-year-old boy was slaughtering soul beasts in the forest. Xiao Yu is more than 1 meter tall, which is completely out of proportion to the body of the soul beast a few meters high, but he is fighting a giant bull beast. The giant bull beast is a 100-year-old soul beast, but he was smashed by his tail. The giant cow beast was directly killed by him. The Titan Great Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python were dumbfounded. Damn, is this kid still a human? It's too bad. The Titan Great Ape exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the strength of this kid is extraordinary. He can have such a great strength at just over 5 years old. This is among the best among human beings. Sky Green Bull Python also exclaimed. I wondered if he was a human being, said the Titan Great Ape. I doubt it too. By the way, Erming, I remember you were still breastfeeding when you were 5 years old. Sky Green Bull Python joked. Go! The Titan Great Ape roared. Xiao Yu killed the giant bull beast. At this time, the yellow spirit ring of the giant bull beast slowly floated out of his body. Xiao Yu gently touched the spirit ring with his hand, and the spirit ring suddenly dispersed, turning into some golden energy, which was absorbed by Xiao Yu. Ding! Swallow the giant bull beast spirit ring, gain attribute points +50, and gain 300 spirit power. It turned out to be a 300-year-old soul beast. Xiao Yu sighed lightly. It has been almost a month since Xiao Ju came to the Star Do Great Forest. During this time, Xiao Ju has been fighting some soul beasts continuously. He did this because of his golden fingers. As long as he swallows the soul beast's spirit ring, he can obtain the soul power and attribute points. He has not yet reached the age of 6 and has not awakened his martial soul, so he doesn't want others to increase his strength by absorbing the spirit ring. He relies on the spirit ring to swallow the spirit ring. Normal spirit masters can only achieve title Douluos. 9 spirit rings, unlike Xiaoju, the spirit rings he swallowed can be directly transformed into spirit power and strength, directly strengthening his body. Now Xiaoju's body is very powerful. After absorbing the spirit ring for a month, his physical strength is no less than the strength of a 1,000-year spirit beast. In addition, he has absorbed so much spirit power, so even though he is only 5 years old, but even if he encounters a 1,000-year spirit beast, he is confident to win. And through this year's training, he has gained the most combat skills. This is trained from his fights, which means that his ability will be stronger in actual combat. Just after Xiao Yu had absorbed the spirit ring of the soul beast, he heard Xiao Wu's voice. Brother Xiao Yu. Xiao Wu jumped to Xiao Yu's face. Xiao Wu, you are here. Xiao Yu smiled and touched Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu chuckled, and then shook Xiao Yu's hand and said, Brother Xiao Yu, Mom wants you to eat. I want to exercise for a while. Xiao Yu said with a smile. No way, people are iron rice or steel, so you panic if you don't eat a meal. Xiao Wu dragged Xiao Yu forward. Xiao Yu couldn't hold back Xiao Wu, so she had to follow him. Xiao Wu dragged Xiao Yu forward, and then waved to the 2 giant beasts behind him. Deming Erming, what are you doing in a daze? Let's go. The Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python slowly followed Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu. Along the way, other spirit beasts in the forest saw the existence of the overlord level in these 4 forests and fled one after another. These 4 are simply the little overlords in the Stardo forest. Xiao Wu is okay. She likes carrots, so she doesn't hunt soul beasts, but De Ming Erming are carnivorous soul beasts, and Xiaoju needs spirit rings. These 3 are simply it is the devil in the forest, whoever sees it has to hide. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu returned to where they lived. By this time, Xiao Wu's mother had already prepared a table of food. She had lived in the human world with Xiao Wu's father when she was transformed, so Xiao Wu's mother it also retains human habits. So Xiao Wu's mother's cooking is very good, and huge beasts like Daming Erming also like Xiao Wu's mother's food. The 2 Ming dynasty of the Ming dynasty transformed into human beings. The Ming dynasty transformed into an elegant and easygoing young man, and Ming transformed into a rough man. If they did not transform into form, this small place might not be able to accommodate them. It's delicious. Xiao Yu quickly grabbed the food in the bowl. From the morning to the present, he was so hungry that he had eaten several bowls of food at once. Xiao Yu, eat slowly, there is a lot more. Xiao Wu's mother smiled gently. And Daming Erming Xiao Wu and the 3 of them looked at Xiao Yu dumbfounded. Brother Xiao Yu is so amazing, he can eat so much. Xiao Wu said in surprise. I remember some people were still breastfeeding when they were this old. Daming joked. Erming flushed with embarrassment, and said furiously, get out. Xiao Yu also smiled shyly. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and then slowed down. By the way, Xiao Yu, you're almost 6 years old, right? Xiao Wu's mother suddenly asked. Xiao Yu put down the bowl and chopsticks and looked at Xiao Wu's mother puzzledly. Xiao Wu's mother smiled and said, silly boy, you humans can awaken your martial soul at the age of 6. Xiaoju was suddenly startled. How could he forget this one? Since one of them, he has only swallowed the spirit ring to increase his strength, but here is the Douluos continent, and the spirit is the main strength, but what will his spirit be? What? Except for Xiao Yu, the others are spirit beasts, and spirit beasts will not awaken the spirit of the spirit beast. It can be said that the spirit of the spirit beast is their own. On the other hand, Xiaoju is a human being. In Douluos continent, human beings will generally awaken their martial soul at the age of 6. If the martial soul is awakened, it will be of great help to oneself. If the martial soul is strong, it may even become a powerful one. Soul Master. Xiaoju was a little looking forward to his martial spirit. Although he had traveled to this world, his mother died tragically in the hands of others when he came. This hatred has been buried in his heart by Xiaoju, but he never not forgotten. He practiced so hard every day to become a powerful soul master and avenge his mother. Mom, what kind of spirit do you think Xiao Yu's brother would be? Xiao Wu asked from the side. Xiao Wu's mother was taken aback. At this moment, she remembered that when he had rescued Xiaoju, an endless black energy gushed out of Xiaoju's body. That black energy seemed to contain extremely powerful power. From that moment on, she knew that Xiaoju's identity must not be simple. He is probably from a certain sect, so his spirit must be extraordinary. Before Wuhan awakens, I am not easy to guess, I will know at that time. Xiao Wu's mother said. Chapter 5, Soul Fiyan. Xiao Yu didn't think about what martial soul he could awaken. He had this golden finger, unless it was an abandoned martial soul, no matter what martial soul he could cultivate to the extreme, he could become a strong man. But he also knew that there was no such thing as abolishing Wuhan in this world. The key was to see how he used it. Isn't Tang San's blue-silver grass also a useless Wuhan? Tang San didn't rely on it to fight the invincible hands all over the world on Douluos continent. His current main goal is to improve his physical fitness and increase his physical attributes. Therefore, he fights with the spirit beasts in the Stardo forest every day, which not only increases his attribute points and spirit power, but also indirectly exercises his physical fitness during the battle, and also fights the spirit beasts. In the fight, he also learned a lot of skills. This is not a fancy move, but a real combat technique. In the Stardew Forest, a huge soul beast was put by Xiao Yu. For the current Xiao Yu, although he is only a human child, his strength is almost no worse than that of the soul beast, and the average 1000-year soul beast is not his opponent. Even if it is a 10,000-year soul beast, he has the confidence to deal with it. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly heard human voices coming from the forest. In the Stardew Forest, only 100,000-year-old soul beast can transform into a human form. Why is there a human voice? Is it someone who came to hunt the soul beast? Xiao Yu climbed up a tree silently. At this time, a white-haired old man led an adult and a little girl under the tree where Xiao Yu was. Linger has awakened Wuhan this time, we must choose a better spirit ring for her, said the middle-aged man. Yes, Linger is a rare genius in our family for 100 years, and the first spirit ring is better than 100 years, said the white-haired old man stroking his beard. But father, the first spirit ring is more than 100 years old, I'm afraid Linger can't bear it, the middle-aged man said. With our Fang family's secret method, Linger will definitely be able to bear it. Xiao Yu looked at them quietly, it was obvious that they had come to choose the spirit ring among the Stardew Forest. Xiao Yu looked at the little girl. The little girl's face was very delicate and very beautiful. Her face was a match for Xiao Wu, and she must be a beauty when she grows up. However, Xiao Ju was not in the mood to think about this, but Xiao Ju was more interested in attaching spirit rings. After all, his martial spirit was about to awaken, and all he knew in the Stardew Great Forest were spirit beasts. They did not need to attach a spirit ring, they certainly don't understand this knowledge. So everything depends on Xiao Yu herself. The third grandson walked towards the depths of the Stardew Great Forest, and Xiao Yu also quietly followed. Xiao Ju has been fighting with soul beasts every day for the past month, and he needs to lurch in many cases, so he is very confident in lurking. Linger awakens the flying beast spirit, I think it would be great if I could find a bird spirit beast, said the middle-aged man. Bird spirits are indeed very good, but birds and spirit beasts are difficult to catch for more than 100 years, because they fly fast, said the old white-haired man. At this moment, they suddenly found a spirit flying swallow. That's the Soul Fiian. The middle-aged man immediately exclaimed. Soul Ling Fiian is both a spirit-type soul beast and a bird soul beast. It is a rare soul beast. It looks like it should be a soul beast for more than 100 years. We must seize the opportunity and don't disturb it. The old white-haired man said. At this time, the white-haired old man walked forward silently, trying to catch the Soul Fiian. Soul and spirit flying swallow is not very big, it is no different from a normal swallow, except that its eyes are red and it has a dazzling feather. It is good at mental attacks and often makes people fall into illusions. Many people will be confused by it. Xiao Yu stood quietly on the tree, and stared straight at the soul beast Fiian, because his instinct told him that this soul beast was different from the soul beast he had hunted before. At this time, the old man has quietly arrived behind the soul Fiian. The old man took a pose and suddenly shouted, Falcon, possess. Suddenly, the old man's body suddenly grew wings, his feet turned into claws, and 4 spirit rings appeared under his feet, white, yellow, yellow and purple. This old man turned out to be a 40th level soul sect? Xiao Yu was a little surprised. At this moment, the old man suddenly rushed towards the soul Fiian. Said that the time is too late and that time is fast. At this moment, the soul Fiian suddenly noticed the danger, and a white light suddenly appeared in front of the old man. Not good, it's psychedelic. Oops, this is a 1000-year soul beast. The old man wanted to back up quickly, but it was too late. Soul Ling Fiian suddenly revealed sharp claws and pierced the old man. The old man hurriedly covered his face with his hands, but the soul Fiyin grabbed the old man's hand directly, and a piece of flesh was directly caught by Fiyin. At this time, the middle-aged man also quickly released his Wuhan to support the old man. The middle-aged man has 3 spirit rings. It is a soul lord and a martial soul of the bird type. He flew toward the spirit flying bird. His sharp claws caught the soul Fiyin directly, and the soul Fiyin yelled, suddenly released camouflage smoke and flew in one direction. "It's not good, it wants to escape," the old man said hastily. But they were trapped by the spirit Fiyin's illusion, and could not prevent the spirit Fiyin from escaping. Yu reading www.yukansha.com. At this time, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth, who was hiding behind the tree, raised frantically. He didn't expect that the soul spirit Fiyin would be so gloomy. With his own strength, he escaped directly from the hands of a soul sovereign and a soul sect. If you haven't seen them yin, next time you encounter it, it is estimated that you will be yin. But now, Xiao Yu sees the spirit of Fiyin clearly, and it is still injured. "Hey!" The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth rose frantically, and then quickly chased the soul Fiyin. Soul Ling Fiyin was injured. He was originally a frightened bird. It won't be long to fly. After so many days of adding attributes, Xiao Yu's speed is already very fast. There is no problem catching up with Soul Ling Fiyin. Soul Ling Feiyan finally couldn't fly, and fell from the sky. At this time, Xiao Yu caught the soul Feiyan. He was delighted in his heart. The soul spirit Fiyin is a spirit-type soul beast. There are very few such soul beasts. He did not expect him to be so lucky. But at this moment, the old man and middle-aged man had already broken free from the shackles of illusion arts and caught up with Xiao Yu. "Little brother, we hunted the spirit flying swallow first, and we asked the little brother to let us, and our Fang family must thank you again," the middle-aged man said to Xiao Yu. "This 1,000-year-old soul Fiyin can use it for themselves even if his daughter can't absorb it. How could they give it to Xiao Ju for nothing?" Xiao Yu turned his head and said, "I found this swallow. Why should I give it to you? Just because we hunted this soul beast first." A tender voice came from behind. At this time, the little girl also followed, her immature face filled with pride. She looked at Xiao Ju forever and said, "Boy, I advise you to hand over the soul Fiyin, otherwise our Fang family I will definitely want you to look good." Chapter 6, Does Your Hurt? Xiao Yu didn't expect such a beautiful little girl to be so arrogant, and although his father's tone was relatively soft, Xiao Yu could also hear a trace of disdain in his voice. Indeed, Xiao Yu didn't wear luxurious clothes, and he didn't have the aristocratic aura. Everyone could tell that Xiao Yu didn't have any power behind him. It was just luck that he picked up the soul beast they hunted. It's just that the man looked at Xiao Yu a little pitiful, and was a little polite, but the little girl didn't hide the arrogance in her heart at all, taunting Xiao Ju from the top. Xiao Yu is not angry, because he knows exactly where it is. It's been a month since he came to Stardo Forest. Daming and Erming have a very good relationship with Xiao Yu. Xiao Wu's mother treats him as her own son, so this is his home court. "Is your Fang family great?" Xiao Yu asked with a sneer. The little girl arrogantly stepped forward and said, "Of course, you don't want to inquire, in Nodding City, who doesn't know our house? I tell you, my grandfather is the Soul Sect, my father is the Soul Venerable, and I am the most outstanding genius of the Fang family. If you dare to steal my soul beast, our Fang family will definitely not let you go." The girl continued. The little girl looked at Xiao Ju arrogantly. Her father and grandfather didn't say anything when they saw all this. Maybe they thought the little girl was right. They were the famous Fang family in Nodding City, and the other party was just a stinky kid. That's it. If it were not out of sympathy, I am afraid that they would not bother to reason with Xiao Yu, so let's just grab it. "Oh, genius!" Xiao Yu sneered disdainfully. Xiao Ju knew very well what a genius on the Douluo continent was like. It would be possible to be called a genius like Tang San or Qian Rongxiu, but this little girl actually called herself a genius. Xiao Yu wanted to see. What is she capable of? Hearing Xiao Yu's doubtful tone, the little girl was obviously a little angry. You untouchable, don't hurry up and hand over the spirit Fian, otherwise this lady will not spare you lightly. Xiao Yu sneered, hee, if I don't pay, can you still grab it? You. The little girl was angrily. At this time, the middle-aged man turned around and whispered to the old man, Father, this kid refuses to hand over the spirit Fian. I don't think there is anyone here. There is no backing behind this kid, or we. At this time, the old man waved his hand and said, Don't be reckless, after all, he is still a child. Yes, father, the middle-aged man said quickly. At this time, the white-haired old man stepped forward and said with a smile, Little brother, this soul-flying swallow is very important to us. If the little brother is willing to give it to us, we will definitely exchange it with something equivalent, and we can let you be sent to Notting College through our house. In the eyes of the old man, the conditions he offered were attractive enough, because wanting to go to Notting College is not that simple. This alone is enough to make many people's hearts moved, so he has enough confidence to make Xiao Ju agree. This condition. I saw Xiao Yu smile slightly and said, It's not impossible to give you the spirit Fian, but I have one condition. What are the conditions? The old man asked quickly. Xiao Ju responded indifferently, Didn't your granddaughter claim to be a genius? Presumably, the spirit ring of the spirit Fian is also for her. I want to see how this genius is. I want to compete with her. She can beat me, I offer this soul Fian with both hands. If she can't beat me, you can't entangle it anymore. This. The white-haired old man was still hesitating. I promise you. At this time, the little girl stood up. She is recognized by the Fang family as a rare genius in a century. She awakened the martial spirit Ice Bird. She didn't believe that she would lose to a stinky brat who hadn't awakened her spirit. At this time, the middle-aged man also walked up and whispered, Father, Linger is a genius once in 100 years in our family, and that kid hasn't even awakened a martial arts soul. I think we can let Linger go up and compete with him. Here, that kid can't hurt Linger either, the important thing is to get the soul Fian. The middle-aged man has a confident expression on his face. Since his daughter awakens the martial soul, he has become proud, because his daughter's martial soul is a mutant martial soul, and he doesn't believe that his daughter will lose to anyone. Okay, let Linger compete with him, said the white-haired old man. Fang Linger came to Xiao Yu. She looked at Xiao Yu arrogantly, showing an unbelievable posture. Xiao Yu didn't know why she developed such a savage character at a young age, but he can help her change it now. Smelly boy, do you dare to challenge this lady? Fang Linger said arrogantly, let this lady teach you how to be a pariah. Hearing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smiled, oh, then, see if your fist is so venomous in your mouth. Ice Bird, come out. Fang Linger shouted loudly. At this time, a huge ice blue giant bird appeared behind the little girl. Although the little girl does not have a spirit ring, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but the soul power on his body is ridiculously high. Xiao Yu finally knows his proud capital. Such spirit power, such a martial soul, is indeed very strong. But so she calls herself a genius, she is not worthy. Ice Bird, attack him. The little girl pointed to Xiao Yu and said, suddenly, the ice bird soared into the sky and flew above Xiao Yu. Then, the ice bird waved its huge wings. Suddenly, ice cones shot down from the sky. The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth raised slightly. The little girl did have some strength, but compared to the soul beasts he had hunted, it was far behind. Seeing Xiao Ju's body moved lightly, he immediately stood up from the ground. His figure was ethereal, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he disappeared from Fang Linger's eyes, and the ice cone shot by the ice bird was completely empty. Fang Linger looked at the place where Xiao Yu disappeared in surprise, and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is it possible? How could the speed be so fast? How could it be impossible?" A voice suddenly appeared from behind Fang Linger. Xiao Yu didn't know when she came around Fang Linger, but she didn't even notice it. She was shocked and sweated all over her body. Snapped. There is a loud and clear noise. I saw Xiao Yu slap her fiercely. Fang Linger's body leaned forward, and fell to the ground. It's not just Fang Linger, everyone can't believe their eyes, even Fang Linger's grandfather. He is a soul sect, but he just didn't see Xiao Yu's figure clearly. How could this not surprise him? At this time, Fang Linger had no arrogance at all, his face flushed with shame, shocked and angry. Xiao Yu confidently hugged Fang Linger with both hands and looked at the inverted green onion, and said lightly, "How about it, little genius sister, does my hurt?" Chapter 7, You Really Have a Face. Fang Linger got up from the ground in shame and anger. She stared at Xiao Yu with wide-eyed eyes, full of anger. She has been the proud girl of heaven who lives in a greenhouse since she was a child. She has always bullied others, and where she has been bullied by others, she has developed this kind of eldest temperament. Now she was spanked by Xiao Ju. "Will you marry the queen?" "You." Fang Linger pointed at Xiao Yu angrily, the flushing on his face had not subsided. "You dare to dare!" Xiao Yu stood with her hand on the side, looking at Fang Linger with a smile but a smile, and said, "You lost." "You mean?" Fang Linger shouted angrily. "Even if it is a competition, you should know that soldiers are not tired of deceit, and you have already awakened the spirit of martial arts, you are more innately dominant, how can I say that mean?" Xiao Yu responded indifferently. "You." Fang Linger was speechless with anger. She hasn't been bullied since she was a child, and now she was so wronged. The more she thought about it, the more angry, and then she sat on the ground and started crying. At this time, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a hint of danger coming. He turned his head suddenly, and saw the middle-aged man with his wings on his back and his hands like sharp claws, and he grabbed him severely. "Dare to make my daughter cry, you are looking for death," the middle-aged man exclaimed, his claws approaching Xiao Yu like sharp blades. At this time, Xiao Ju really felt the danger, and sure enough, the soul sovereign was indeed extraordinary, and it was a big disadvantage that he did not awaken the spirit. But Xiao Ju has been fighting with soul beasts these days, and his perception of danger has long been very sensitive. His figure pulled out an unbelievable arc, abruptly evading the middle-aged man's ultimate move. The middle-aged man was obviously a little surprised, because what he released was a must-kill move, and he still attacked. More importantly, this kid hadn't even awakened his spirit, so no matter what, he should not be able to avoid his move. But he escaped, which surprised him involuntarily. Xiao Yu quickly distanced himself from the middle-aged man, and stepped back 3 meters. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Ju with a gloomy expression. "Originally, we could have killed you and got the soul flying swallow, but the old man couldn't help it. But I didn't expect you to be so ignorant to promote. Let me start. Don't blame me after you die. If you want to blame you for offending our family." Although Xiao Ju is only 5 years old, he is an adult. He laughed coldly and said, "I found this soul Fian, and that little girl also agreed to compete with me. Why, if you win, you just want to fall back on your bills. Can you not afford to lose? You." In the face of Xiao Yu's tit-for-tat, the middle-aged man was speechless. He had to say fiercely, "Whatever you say, you have to know that this is the Stardow Forest, and there is no one else here, so no one will know if you die in this wilderness. Even if you take control, it will not someone will help you. The Tang Tang Fang family even said such a thing, and they want to kill a 5-year-old child. You really have a face." Xiao Yu sneered. "Humph, as long as you die, no one will know what happened here today," the middle-aged man said loudly. Said, his hands condensed into sharp claws again, 3 spirit rings on his body exploded, and he grabbed Xiao Yu with one claw. Xiao Yu's speed is extremely fast, even if it is a 1,000-year-old soul beast, Xiao Yu can calmly deal with it. Although it is a bit difficult to deal with a soul venerable, as long as the old man does not take action, Xiao Yu will not be afraid of him. I saw Xiao Yu constantly dodge in front of the middle-aged man. He was not unable to fight back, but he had to find a suitable opportunity to defeat the middle-aged man with one blow. Although the middle-aged man is a soul sovereign, but the speed is fundamentally Xiao Yu, and he is turned around by Xiao Yu. At this time, the middle-aged people already knew that Xiao Ju was definitely not that simple anymore. A child who hadn't awakened his martial spirit could actually be on par with his own soul. This child must not be simple. But at this moment, he has offended Xiao Yu, so he can only kill him. The middle-aged man had murderous intentions again, even though the opponent was just a 5-year-old child, his body was exuding golden light, the 3 spirit rings became extraordinarily dazzling, and the billowing spirit power flowed through him. He flew up, directly locked Xiao Yu in the sky, and said indifferently, "Soul skill, flying eagle assassination." Suddenly, the wings on his back stirred, and the thorns condensed in the sky, directly locked on Xiao Yu, and headed towards Xiao Yu's assassination. I saw Xiao Yu bending her legs, and suddenly she lifted from the ground, the corner of her mouth was outlined with an arc, and she said lightly, "It's time to wait." Suddenly Xiao Yu went straight up to face the middle-aged man, flew up to the middle-aged man, clenched his fist with his right hand, and smashed the middle-aged man with a hard punch. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the middle-aged man was hit by Xiao Yu directly to the ground, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. And the soul abilities of the middle-aged man were abruptly strangled in the cradle by Xiao Yu, and were not released. Actually, Xiao Yu knew that he was going to release his spirit abilities, and he also knew that his spirit abilities had a time to accumulate power. At this time, it was also the time when his defense was weak, so at this time, he could defeat him with all his strength. Xiao Yu has been waiting for this opportunity. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He was able to lift a huge boulder a month ago, and now with a month of training, his strength is even better, so even if the opponent is a soul sovereign, he has to get down on the ground after taking his full punch. The middle-aged man fell into the pit and vomited a mouthful of blood, apparently suffering a serious injury. After Xiao Yu exhausted his full strength, she also felt exhausted. No matter how great he is now only a 5-year-old child, an ordinary person who has not awakened his spirit. At this moment, a terrifying breath suddenly struck from behind Xiao Yu, and the rolling coercion directly enveloped Xiao Yu's head. "I didn't want to kill you, but you, a child whose spirit has not awakened, can defeat a soul sovereign, indicating that the strength behind you is indeed not simple, and we have offended you. If I don't kill you, we can't bear it. Because of that anger, so now I can only kill you." The white-haired old man directly enveloped Xiao Ju with coercion, and his surging soul power locked on Xiao Ju. He wanted to kill Xiao Ju. As the old man said, "Xiao Yu can have such strength at this age, how can ordinary people do it?" Then the existence behind Xiao Yu, the old man can hardly imagine. That kind of existence, since it has been offended, there is no room for redemption. He can only escape by killing people. Xiao Yu stood up slowly and sneered, "Very well, the small ones can't do the big ones, and the big ones can't do the old ones, you guys are really cheeky. Boy, you can still laugh when you die." The old man snapped. Xiao Yu laughed, "Ha ha ha, death is imminent, old fellow, you first figure out whose side is here." At this time, the earth shook suddenly, rumbling. A powerful breath came from the forest. Chapter 8, King of the Forest. Rumbling. The earth began to tremble, and the surrounding trees were constantly shaking. Suddenly, the sky seemed to be darkened, and a powerful pressure enveloped everything in this area. What kind of existence can give off such a terrifying breath? The old man of the Fang family was directly deterred by the pressure from the depths of the forest, and couldn't move at all. You know, he is now a 40th level soul sect. Even an ordinary 50th level soul king may not be able to deter him with coercion, but this existence in the forest can even deter him from such a distance. Unless it is the existence above the soul emperor. Do not. This terrifying coercion is even stronger than the soul emperor, it is likely to be the soul sage, or even the contra. Suddenly, the ground shook, and suddenly the entire Stardow forest seemed to be trembling. A huge shadow appeared on the head of Fang Huan, the old man of the Fang family. Fang Huan turned his head hard, and suddenly he seemed to be suffocated. What did he see? A giant beast. A black gorilla bigger than a mountain titan great ape. The gorilla slapped his chest, opened his blood bowl and mouth, and was extremely terrified. Sitting on the gorilla was a little pink rabbit girl. Of course the little girl is Xiao Wu. The gorilla's body is very huge. Standing above Fang Huan, he seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun, and instantly enveloped Fang Huan's place. The pressure was rolling from top to bottom, pressing on Fang Huan's body. With a loud noise, Fang Huan could no longer withstand the pressure of the Titan Great Ape, and knelt directly on the ground. Fang Linger and her father were also shocked by everything in front of them. Seeing such a terrifying existence, they immediately passed out. Brother Xiao Yu. Xiao Wu sat on the Titan giant ape and called Xiao Yu from afar. Xiao Yu smiled heartily when seeing Ming and Xiao Wu coming. To be honest, although he is considered a genius among geniuses, he is a person who hasn't even awakened a martial soul. It is basically impossible to deal with the soul sect based on his own strength. Xiao Yu knew that he had a long way to go. He remembered the people who dealt with his mother at that time. With that terrifying strength, even 10,000 soul sects were not their opponents. So Xiao Yu wants revenge, he still has a long way to go. Brother Xiao Yu, we are here. Xiao Wu slid down Ming's arm, and ran over to hold Xiao Yu's right hand, tired of being beside Xiao Yu. Boy, even a small soul sect can't be solved, it's really useless. Ming took the opportunity to laugh. At this time, Xiao Wu looked back at Ming with a smirk and said, Ming, you are so embarrassed to say that brother Xiao Yu, I have heard from Daming that some people are still nursing when they are 5 years old. Xiao Wu said. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu couldn't help laughing. Don't laugh. Ming said angrily. He obviously cares about this dark history. At this time, Fang Huan, who was kneeling on the ground, had a pale face. Seeing that Xiao Zhu and the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, could joking intimately, he finally knew what kind of existence he provoke. He has already provoked the king of this forest. If the opponent is a human, perhaps he can still reason with him, but the opponent turned out to be the legend in this forest, the most terrifying existence in this forest. Those who come to the Stardow Great Forest to hunt down soul beasts, everyone knows that there is a terrifying king in this forest, that is, the Titan Great Ape. Because for those who are not excessive, the Titan Great Ape will not take action, but when they encounter those who are insatiable, then the Titan Great Ape will come out to teach them. As for how to teach, that was a scene. Because every time the person who came out was a Titan, humans knew that there was a terrifying Titan Great Ape in the Stardow Great Forest, and everyone I heard was dead. As for the existence of the Sky Blue Cow Python and Xiao Wu's mother, humans outside the world hardly know it. Fang Huan's face was blue, and water was about to drip out. He was suppressed by the coercion of the Titan Great Ape. He raised his head hard and said, Fang Huan has eyes but no knowledge of Mount Tai, and please seniors to let us live. Although Fang Huan knew that Xiao Zhu's life experience was unusual, he never thought that Xiao Zhu would have something to do with the Titan Giant Ape. If he knew this, how dare he provoke him? But now, they are going to lose their lives for a 1,000-year-old soul beast. They really regret it. Although this kid owes a beating, he is not what you can beat. There is only one dead end if you dare to hurt our family. Suddenly, the Titan Great Ape released an extremely powerful pressure. He is usually a stupid rough man. But at this time, he is the absolute king in the forest, majestic and inviolable. And his words are also very clear. After more than a month of getting along, he has regarded Xiao Yu as his family. Usually he can bully Xiao Yu, although every time he wants to bully Xiao Yu, he is teased by Daming and Xiao Wu. But if outsiders want to bully Xiao Yu, absolutely not. The rolling coercion was released. Fang Huan quickly knelt under the feet of the Titan Great Ape, his face pressed to the ground. He only hoped that the king of the forest would let them go. But the Titan Great Ape is not a good stubble. Everyone who has seen him before was killed by him. Human beings are just a bug to him. He will not pity a bug on the roadside. The Titan Great Ape raised his big foot and was about to kick Fang Huan. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Boom! With a loud noise, Fang Huan's body hit a mountain. At this time, Ming looked at Fang Huan's son and said lightly, "Did you just keep saying that you want to kill Xiaoju?" Ming grabbed Fang Huan's son and squeezed it hard. Fang Huan's son burst into a cloud of blood. "Son!" Fang Huan shouted loudly. But, he didn't dare to resist, because he was facing the king of the forest. He hurriedly lay on the ground and said, "Senior, the child is dead, can you let my granddaughter go, she is still young." At this time, Xiao Wu also said, "Ming, forget, let them go." Ming nodded honestly, and then he looked at Fang Huan and said, "Capital sins are inevitable, living sins are inevitable, I will let you go if you break your arms." Fang Huan is also a ruthless person, he broke his arms without saying a word. Ming saw that Fang Huan's arms were broken, and looked at Fang Huan coldly and said, "You are lucky today, get out of here, next time you dare to step into the Stardo Great Forest, kill without mercy." At this time, Fang Huan hurriedly came over and knelt in front of Xiao Wu and said, "Thank you for not killing. Thank you for not killing. If benevolence comes to the human world in the future, he must come to Nodding City to find me, and our family will definitely repay benevolence for his great kindness." Fang Huan knocked a few heads on the ground. Xiao Wu looked at Fang Huan lightly and said, "You go. Otherwise, I can't save you by changing my mind after a while." "Yes." Fang Huan quickly grabbed the fainted granddaughter on the ground with eagle feet and flew away. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Wu faintly. After all, Xiao Wu had only been transformed for 5 years, so she was still too soft-hearted. But with him, let Xiao Wu feel softer, what's wrong with being pure? Chapter 9, Congenital Soul Technique. Xiao Yu got the Soul Fiyin. He felt that the Soul Fiyin was different from the soul beast he had hunted before. As for the difference, he couldn't tell. Fang Huan had already left. Xiaoju found a quiet place. He was ready to absorb the spirit ring of the spirit Fiyin. His system swallowed the spirit ring of the 100-year soul beast. It was very simple, but it was still a bit difficult to swallow the spirit ring of the 1000-year soul beast. After all, he hadn't even awakened his spirit. Therefore, you must be prepared to absorb the spirit ring of the 1000-year spirit beast. Xiao Yu came to a quiet place. At this time, the spirit Fiyin was dead, and a purple spirit ring flew out of the spirit Fiyin. Xiao Yu looked at this purple spirit ring, exuding lavender light, and it actually had a kind of inspiring power. This soul Fiyin is worthy of being a spirit-type soul beast. Xiao Yu actually felt the power of the soul Fiyin from a distance. After he made all the preparations, he gently touched the spirit ring of the spirit Fiyin with his hand. At this time, the purple spirit ring suddenly turned into a purple light, and the rolling power began to be continuously injected into Xiao Yu's body, and a wave of power continued to fill Xiao Yu's body. He felt a little groggy and his body was hot, but overall he was fine. Because the soul spirit Fiyin is a 1,000-year-old soul beast, it is not so easy to swallow. A purple mist is constantly injected into Xiao Yu's body, and Xiao Yu feels that the power in his body is gradually increasing. After a long time, finally, the spirit ring of Fiyin was absorbed by Xiao Ju. Ding! Absorb the spirit ring of Fiyin, get 200 attribute points and 3000 spirit power. Ding! The soul Fiyin is a rare spirit ring. Congratulations to the host for extracting the soul skills of the soul Fiyin desire. The sound of the system began to flood into Xiao Yu's mind. Soul skills? Xiao Yu was surprised. He had studied Douluo continent in his previous life, and of course he knew what spirit abilities were. Whether a spirit master is powerful, in addition to the rank martial spirit, there is another factor that affects the strength, that is, the spirit ability. Whether a person's spirit ability is strong determines his strength within the same level. Not only that, some powerful spirit abilities can even help you leapfrog the challenge. Spirit abilities are the most powerful auxiliary skills of a spirit master. Just like Tang San, his martial spirit blue silver grass is not powerful, but he relies on his spirit abilities and his Tang sect hidden weapons, and almost no one at the same level can defeat him. So having soul skills is very scary. Generally speaking, it is possible to obtain spirit abilities only after reaching the level of absorbing spirit ring. But Xiao Yu didn't expect that he would be able to obtain spirit abilities even if he swallowed the spirit ring. His luck was too good. At this time, the soul-absorbing information kept pouring into Xiao Yu's mind. He didn't expect that his martial soul would be able to obtain an innate soul ability without awakening. If this were spread out, I'm afraid the whole continent would be a sensation. Desire is a spirit-based soul skill. The release of desire can confuse the enemy, just like the illusion released by the spirit Fiyin, which makes people enter an illusion. This doesn't sound like any lethality, but think about it carefully, the masters are fighting against each other. This is all a matter of a moment. If you have a spirit system spirit ability and directly attack his spirit, you can tell the winner in a moment. Thinking like this, the soul containing becomes very scary. Contemplation is still a spirit ability that can be upgraded. It can continuously evolve with the strength of the master. Now Xiao Ju has not yet awakened the martial spirit, and the spirit power level has not yet been manifested, so the effect of contemplation can only affect others, but when Xiao Ju's strength gradually became stronger, the soul destroyer could become stronger. If you cultivate to the extreme, you can directly kill people with your spirit. Kill the opponent silently, how terrifying this skill will be. Xiao Yu obtained this innate soul ability, and his strength increased by another level, but these were far from enough, because Xiao Yu knew that in Douluo continent, only the spirit and level could determine how far a person could go. So Xiao Yu was a little looking forward to her martial soul. At this moment, Xiao Wu found Xiao Yu. "Brother Xiao Yu, you are here!" Xiao Wu quickly shouted. Xiao Yu woke up from entering concentration, smiled and looked at Xiao Wu and asked, "Xiao Wu, what's the matter?" "Brother Xiao Yu, Mom called you over, she has something to tell you." Xiao Wu said seriously. "Good." Xiao Yu hurriedly followed Xiao Wu over. These days, Xiao Wu's mother has been taking care of herself. She treats Xiao Yu as her own son, and Xiao Wu does the same. She treats Xiao Yu as her brother. They came to the cave where they lived. At this time, Xiao Wu's mother smiled when she saw Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, come with me." Xiao Wu's mother called out quickly. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu walked over, and Xiao Wu's mother led the way. "Mom, where are we going?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. "You will know when you arrive." Xiao Wu's mother smiled mysteriously. Seeing Auntie's mysterious smile also aroused Xiao Yu's curiosity. He really wanted to know where Xiao Wu's mother was going to take them. They went through the forest and came to the top of a mountain in the Star Do forest. They walked to the top of the mountain together, where the field of vision is wide and the whole forest can be seen. "Mom, what are you doing with us here?" Xiao Wu asked. At this time, Xiao Wu's mother pulled Xiao Ju and Xiao Wu over. You read www.yunsha.com and pointed to a town in the distance and said, "Xiao Ju, Xiao Wu, have you seen it? There is Norden City. Nodding City." Xiao Wu asked suspiciously. Xiao Wu's mother pulled Xiao Wu into her arms and smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, you also know that your brother is human." Xiao Wu nodded quickly. "My brother is a human, so he should live with humans. He can't live in the Stardo forest forever," said Xiao Wu's mother. "Mom, are you going to drive Xiao Yu's brother away?" "No, Xiao Yu is my brother, and I will always be with him," Xiao Wu said hastily. Her eyes were a little red, as if she was about to cry. "Silly girl." Xiao Wu's mother touched Xiao Wu's head and said, "Why would your mother drive you and Xiao Yu's brother away? Mom meant to say that after a while, your brother Xiao Yu awakens the spirit of martial arts, and I will take you and Xiao Yu to live in the human world together." Xiao Wu's mother smiled. Although Xiao Wu's mother is a soul beast, she has lived in human society for a long time, and that period is also her most memorable period. So she hoped that Xiao Wu had more human temperament instead of being a spirit beast all the time. This is also the reason for their transformation. "Go to live in the human world," Xiao Wu whispered softly. "Mom, is the human world dangerous?" Xiao Wu asked, raising her head, her eyes wide open. At this time, Xiao Yu slowly stretched his hand to Xiao Wu's head, touched Xiao Wu's head and said, "Silly girl, don't worry, no matter how dangerous it is, my brother will stand in front of you to protect you." "Brother Xiao Yu is the best," Xiao Wu quickly said. The sunset gradually drowned in laughter and laughter. Chapter 10, Wuhan Awakens. In fact, Xiao Yu also wanted to go to the human world. In the Stardo forest, although he can devour a lot of spirit rings every day to increase his strength, he knows that he wants to find out who killed his mother and wants revenge. In the Stardo forest, he just sits and watches the sky. If you want to become stronger, you must be admitted to the Soul Master Academy and become a true Soul Master. So Xiao Yu wanted to go to the human world very much, but he didn't expect Xiao Wu's mother to be so gentle. Maybe she made this decision after seeing her own thoughts. In the real world, Xiao Yu is a single-parent family. His parents have been divorced since he was a child. He has hardly experienced maternal love. After arriving in the world of Douluos continent, on the first day I crossed over, my mother was killed by someone, and there was no chance to feel maternal love. But at this moment, Xiao Wu's mother's love for him, Xiao Yu knew very well that this was maternal love. She already considers herself her own son. Xiao Yu is the same. Although it is a little difficult to call her mother, in his heart, Xiao Wu's mother has been put in his mother's place. In the days that followed, Xiao Ju had been exercising in the Stardo forest, devouring spirit beasts every day, and his spirit power continued to grow, but because his martial spirit had not yet awakened, he had no idea what his spirit power was. "What level have you reached?" "But I swallowed so many spirit rings, the spirit power is definitely not innately full of soul power, it should be innately full of soul power. But the specifics are not until his martial soul awakens." Xiao Yu hunted down a few spirit beasts in the forest again, and after absorbing the spirit ring, his attributes also improved. Now he is another qualitative leap compared to before. Now he can easily lift a boulder that is bigger than before, and the speed is much faster than before. Before, he had almost no power to fight back in front of the Soul Sect, but now, even in the face of the Soul Sect, he is confident that he can fight it. In this way, Xiao Ju experiences every day in the Stardo forest. In addition to the experience, of course he is dragged by Xiao Wu to run here and there every day. But he is not disgusted. On the contrary, with a sister like Xiao Wu, he feels that life is more fun. The relationship between Daming Erming and him has always been very good. Normally, Daming would often guide Xiao Yu to practice. Many of Xiao Ju's fighting skills were given to him by Daming. Ming still hurt him often, but Xiao Yu also knew that it was just a joke. The point is that every time Ming hurts him, Daming and Xiao Wu will help Xiao Yu. They live in the forest, like a family. No, it's not like, it's a family. Daming and Ming knew that Xiao Ju and they had decided to live in human society for a period of time. They were surprised at first, but they also agreed that they would go to the human world. Although the human world is dangerous, after all, Xiao Ju is a human being. And for Xiao Wu, they didn't want her to be confined to the Stardo forest all her life. But they didn't go with Xiao Yu and others, because they had never been to the human world, and they were not used to living there. Just like that, I lived a life of repeated practice every day, and 1 month passed. Xiao Yu has also reached 6 years old. Although Xiao Yu doesn't know her birthday, Xiao Wu's mother has a secret technique that can roughly tell Xiao Yu's birthday. Was 6 years old, which meant that Xiao Yu was about to awaken his martial soul. On this day, Xiao Yu got up very early. He is still looking forward to what martial spirit he can awaken. Xiao Wu's mother pulled Xiao Yu over. She has lived in the human world for many years, so she knows the Wuhan awakening ceremony. Although she is only a soul beast, her strength is definitely equivalent to the level of a human titled Douluos, so the awakening of the spirit is nothing but a trifle to her. Xiao Wu's mother faintly injected soul power into Xiao Yu's body, and the pink soul power flowed with Xiao Yu's body, pulling Xiao Yu's soul power to flow continuously. By eliciting Xiao Yu's spirit power, the spirit can be awakened. This is the spirit awakening ceremony. Everything went smoothly, but at this moment, a powerful force burst out of Xiao Yu's body. The rolling power burst out instantly, filling the air. This is... Xiao Wu's mother asked in surprise. This is soul power. How is this possible? Xiao Wu's mother couldn't believe her eyes at all, because she had never seen a child with such a strong soul power. The strength of this soul power might be the soul sect. Can't compare with it. Those spirit powers were all eaten by Xiao Ju, who hunted and killed spirit beasts, and gradually gained strength over time. Xiao Yu knew that he had swallowed a lot of soul power, but he did not expect that he would have swallowed so much. I've only heard of innate full soul power, but your soul power is already dozens of times the innate full soul power, right? Xiao Wu's mother sighed involuntarily. I really want to know what martial soul you are now. Xiao Wu's mother continued. It seemed that she was looking forward to Xiao Yu's martial arts spirit. But at this moment, anomalies suddenly occurred. The black energy that suddenly billowed suddenly emerged from Xiao Yu's body. Black gas gushes out. Yu reads www.yukanshu.com straight into the sky. Suddenly, the sky and the earth became gloomy in an instant, the clouds were densely covered, and the billowing black air carried a violent aura, extremely terrifying. What kind of power is this? Xiao Wu's mother exclaimed. She discovered this power when she rescued Xiao Yu before. This power has always been in Xiao Yu's body, terrifying and brutal. At this time, Xiao Yu's body was suddenly lifted up by the black energy. Xiao Yu was floating in the air. Suddenly, her black hair was flying in the wind, and the brutal energy raged in the wind. Brother Xiao Yu! Xiao Wu was shocked by this scene and wanted to rush forward. At this time, Xiao Wu's mother quickly grabbed her. At this time, Xiao Yu opened her eyes in the billowing black air, her golden eyes seemed to be intriguing, making people unsure. Xiao Yu at this moment is like a demon god, very terrifying. The periphery of the Stardo Great Forest. 3 winged sky-drawn horses gradually drove a Xiang Chao toward the Stardo Forest. In front of the Xiang Chao was an army of powerful soul masters. There is also an army behind the car, they want to enter the Stardo Forest. In the incense car, a little girl poked her head out, and he looked at the place where the black gas gushed out of the forest. Teacher, what is that? The little girl pointed to the direction where the black energy spread from the Stardo forest. At this time, a woman with long blonde hair in the Xiongch also poked her head out, and she was surprised to see the endless black air in the forest. I have never seen such a terrifying soul power. The blonde woman said lightly. It seems that this Stardo Great Forest is indeed not easy, this time we have not come in vain. The blonde woman said with a faint smile. Chapter 11, Pope Bibi Dong. The long line is constantly driving towards the Stardo Great Forest. At this time, the team has already reached the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest. A spy ran to the chariot and knelt down religiously. Your Majesty, the Stardo Forest is in front of you. The spy lowered his head and reported, not daring to look up at the beautiful Pope. At this time, the Pope stepped off the incense chariot. There was nowhere to hide his noble temperament. He had long golden hair and golden armor, all with a noble gold crown, with a dazzling diamond on the crown and a waist a long sword, step by step, can hardly conceal her noble temperament. She is the most noble Pope in the Wuhan Hall Bibi Dong. Stardo Great Forest, it's been a long time. Pope Bibi Dong said lightly. At this time, behind the Pope, a little girl in white walked out slowly. The little girl in white dress had a small pink face and a pair of clean eyes, which looked like a beauty. The little girl slowly walked to the Pope's side and faintly shouted, "Teacher!" The Pope didn't even look at the little girl, as if he hated her, and said lightly, "Ren Shuet, do you understand your mission?" "Yes, teacher, I understand." Qian Rongxiu replied. "Okay, then you go, remember, don't let me down." Pope Bibi Dong said lightly. Qian Rongxiu quickly said, "Teacher, rest assured, Ren Shui will complete the task." Qian Rongxiu finished speaking, the young body left the team and walked towards the Stardo Great Forest alone. Bibi Dong didn't seem to care what would happen to Qian Rongxiu, and didn't even look at her. She faintly looked at the direction in the Stardo Forest, and said faintly, "Although you saved me 6 years ago, now I need a spirit ring. There is no way, only you are worthy of me." She slowly raised her head and said, "Go ahead and enter the Stardo Forest." Said, the whole team began to take action, and rows of people stepped into the Stardo Forest. The billowing black air held up Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Yu was like a demon god, floating in the air. Xiao Wu's mother hugged Xiao Wu and stared at her closely. She didn't know why such a shock happened when Xiao Yu awakened her spirit. She had never seen such a situation before. She had always thought that Xiao Ju belonged to a certain sect on the mainland, but in Douluo continent, which sect could possess such a powerful spirit power and this mysterious power, she had never seen it on Douluo road. This also means that Xiao Yu's life experience may be more mysterious than she thought. Suddenly, the black mist pierced into the sky, and the rolling soul power kept pouring towards Xiao Yu's body. The black energy released from Xiao Yu's body seemed to swallow everything, and the flowers and trees around Xiao Yu withered in an instant. What kind of power is this? Xiao Yu couldn't control this force at all. Xiao Wu's mother saw that something was wrong, and quickly pulled Xiao Wu aside, and then flew up. She wanted to use her soul power to help Xiao Yu control the black energy. Xiao Wu's mother continuously injected soul power into Xiao Yu's body. Although this black energy was very strong, after all, Xiao Wu's body was still too weak and could not bear the power of a black energy, so Xiao Wu's mother only can help him suppress. The billowing soul power was injected into Xiao Ju's body. At this time, Xiao Yu's body suddenly changed, and her soul power suddenly became cruel. Xiao Wu's mother had nothing to do. Now she can't take her hands anymore. Can rely on his own soul power to forcefully suppress. After all, Xiao Wu's mother is a 100,000-year soul beast, and her soul power is equivalent to a titled Douluo of a human being. Such strength is considered very powerful, but when she suppresses the black energy in Xiao Ju's body, she feels to be extremely difficult. But there is no way. For her, Xiao Yu is her child. No matter how much the price is paid, she has to save Xiao Yu. The powerful soul power continuously helped Xiao Yu suppress the black energy. At this time, Xiao Yu was in black aura, a pair of golden eyes appeared, his brain had stopped thinking, and everything was acting by instinct. Finally, after Xiao Wu's mother consumed a large amount of soul power, she finally helped Xiao Yu suppress the black energy in her body. Xiao Yu also fainted and fell from the sky. At this time, Xiao Wu's mother quickly caught Xiao Yu. "Mom, what happened to brother Xiao Yu?" Xiao Wu asked worriedly from the side. "It's okay, he should rest for a while," Xiao Wu's mother replied. "Brother Xiao Yu." Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Yu worriedly, took out a handkerchief from her arms, and carefully wiped the sweat from her forehead for Xiao Yu. At this moment, the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python rushed over. "Well, a human army has entered the Stardo Great Forest. They seem to be coming for us," the Titan Great Ape said loudly. Yu reading www.yuucananshu.com. Human army? Xiao Wu's mother asked in surprise. "Yes, there are several powerful auras in it. They look like tidal Douluos. They should be from the Spirit Hall," said the Titan Great Ape. Wahundian. Everyone was surprised. The Hall of Souls is the highest organization of soul masters on the Douluos continent. There are countless titles of Douluos from the Hall of Souls. Many of them are the strongest in the continent. Of course, there is only one soul master. Purpose hunt spirit beasts and obtain spirit rings. An army has come, and so many powerful people have come, no matter who wants to understand, the soul beasts they want to hunt are definitely not ordinary soul beasts. The Martial Soul Palace is dispatched heavily, the target is definitely us, let's go. Xiao Wu's mother said quickly. She knows very well that the Wuhan Palace can only have such a great skill after hunting soul beasts for more than 100,000 years, but there are so many powerful people, Gui Xiaohu's mother, Titan Giant Ape, and Sky Blue Bull Python. The Wanyan Soul Beast could not be the opponent of the Wuhan Palace. So they can only run away now. Why did the Wuhan Temple find us? Sky Blue Bull Python asked suspiciously. At this moment, they suddenly heard a crisp walking sound from the outside world. Yes, he was in the forest. He could not hear the sounds of insects and birds, but the sound of walking. They quickly raised their heads and saw that a noble and beautiful blonde woman walked towards them step by step. After seeing the woman, everyone was surprised. "It's you." Xiao Wu's mother looked at Bibi Dong in surprise. Bibi Dong walked slowly in front of them, and faintly replied, "Yes, it is me, benefactor, remember I once said that one day we will see you again." Chapter 12, The War Begins. With long golden hair and golden armor, Bibi Dong looks solemn and inviolable at this moment. Xiao Wu's mother did not expect that the woman she saved in the Stardo Great Forest 6 years ago is now the Pope of the Wuhan Temple. Now Bibi Dong brought a large army here, of course he was not here to repay his favor. "Bibi Dong, we were really blind at first, and we saved you such a wolf-hearted thing." The Titan Great Ape directly cursed. "Wolf-hearted? Haha." Bibi Dong laughed and said, "I didn't expect your soul beasts to still have feelings. Since ancient times, it is only natural for humans to hunt soul beasts. I am looking for a soul ring. What is wrong? Have you forgotten all the kindness you had back then?" Sky Blue Bull Python snapped. "Gratefulness? I was not asking you to save me at the time, but I would like to thank you. If you didn't save me, I wouldn't know that there are so many 100,000-year soul beasts hidden in the Stardo Great Forest." Bibi Dong Leng said coldly. "You bastard!" Titan Great Ape scolded. At this time, Xiao Wu's mother stood up and said, "Daming Erming, you take Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu first, here I will deal with it." "No, how can we leave you alone?" the Titan Great Ape said immediately. "If you don't go, none of us can go," Xiao Wu's mother said immediately. At this time, the sky-green cow python also stood up and said, Ming, you take them two first, I will stay. Happiness. Bibi Dong suddenly clapped his hands. A smile was drawn at the corner of her mouth, and she looked at them lightly and said, It's really deep and righteous, but none of you can leave today. My army has surrounded this place, and not only that, there are still 6 titled Douluos with me today. It is impossible for you to leave here. Bibi then smiled and said, But for the sake of saving me back then, as long as one of you is willing to sacrifice today and become my spirit ring, I can release others. This is a good deal. As the Pope of the Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong certainly knows the difference between the sacrificed Wuhan and the one obtained by hunting. The sacrificed martial soul will be more suitable for him, thus making his combat power stronger. But if none of you come out to sacrifice, I don't mind killing all the soul beasts here. Bibi Dong said coldly. At this time, Xiao Wu took her mother's hand and asked, Mom, who is she, so fierce? Xiao Wu's mother stared at Bibi Dong closely, and did not answer Xiao Wu's question. Xiao Yu also slowly woke up from the coma. At this time, Xiao Wu found that Xiao Yu was awake, and hurriedly came over to support Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stood up slowly, he didn't figure out what the situation was now, why the atmosphere became so tense. At this time, he saw Bibi Dong, with a blonde crown, and such a noble image in front of him, and a person immediately appeared in Xiao Ju's mind, Pope Bibi Dong. He has traveled here and has seen Douluo continent, so he knows everyone's fate. He remembered that in the original book, Bibi Dong killed Xiao Wu's mother, and Xiao Wu escaped into the human world and escaped by hiding in the human world. Now that Bibi Dong is here, is history going to repeat itself? Xiao Yu stared at Bibi Dong. He knew what he had to do. In the past 2 months, he had regarded Xiao Wu's mother as his own. He would never see her die in Bibi Dong's hands. But what can he do? He is just a 6-year-old ordinary man who has not awakened his spirit, and the opponent is a titled Douluo, and so many masters have come here, what can he change? No, it can be changed. Xiao Yu told himself that perhaps he traveled into this world to change something. If nothing can be changed, then what is the meaning of his journey into this world? At this time, Xiao Wu's mother saw that Xiao Yu was awake, and she smiled slightly. Because she knew that Xiao Yu had too many secrets, she also knew that Xiao Yu was strong enough. Xiao Yu, do you remember what you promised Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu's mother suddenly asked. Xiao Yu nodded and said firmly, Auntie, don't worry, I will protect Xiao Wu, no matter how much danger I encounter in the future, I will protect her. Not only that, I want to protect all of you. Guard everyone? Ha ha ha. Bibi Dong suddenly laughed and said, Boy, you are too arrogant, a boy who has not awakened a martial arts soul, actually said to protect everyone here, you why? Are you relying on your mouth? Faced with Bibi Dong's ridicule, Xiao Ju did not answer. At this time, Xiao Wu's mother showed a relieved expression, Xiao Ju, it's enough to have you. I believe you can be a good brother. Xiao Wu's mother said. She suddenly turned to Bibi Dong and said loudly, Bibi Dong. No, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com should be the Pope, don't you want my spirit ring? Come and get it. Bibi Dong didn't expect Xiao Wu's mother to be so tough. She sneered and said, toast and not eat fine wine. If that's the case, then I have to kill all of you. Bibi Dong said. A figure emerged from the forest, and Bibi Dong's army appeared and surrounded them. There were 6 titled Douluos standing around the army. They were all invited by Bibi Dong to help her hunt down the soul beasts. Although they have 400,000-year soul beasts here, Xiao Wu has just transformed into form after all, and is still in a young age, unable to show his strength, so they are equivalent to the strength of 3 titled Douluo, but the opponent has 6. Titled Douluo, no matter how you fight, there will only be a loss. Not only that, this entire army is composed of spirit masters, among them the Contra Spirit Sage and others are countless. Although they have not reached title Douluos, their combat effectiveness is still not to be underestimated due to their number advantage. Everyone gathered around, tightly surrounding Xiaowu and the others. At this time, Xiaowu's mother immediately said, "De Ming Erming, protect Xiaoyu and Xiaowu from breaking through, I will hold them." Everyone knows that the situation is urgent and that they are no longer mother-in-law. The most important thing at the moment is to break the siege. Xiaowu's mother rushed out. At this time, the soul power of the rolling pink body rushed out, and the endless power began to sweep through. "Grandchildren, see how Grandpa cleans up you." The Titan giant ape became very huge, and rushed out violently with his chest. The sky blue cow python transforms into a blue giant snake, releasing extremely powerful power. Xiao Yu also quickly found the right time, pulling Xiao Wu out. Chapter 13, Encircled. The battle is about to start, and the rolling spirit power rages in the Star Do Great Forest. Xiao Wu's mother is the oldest spirit beast here, and her strength is the most powerful. She usually looks very gentle, but when fighting, she doesn't the slightest gentle performance. Huge soul power burst out from her body, and instantly, the row of Soul Master soldiers rushing up was directly washed away by Xiao Wu's mother. "Soul Skill Charm Dance!" Xiao Wu's mother shouted. The whole person's body radiated light immediately, and endless power burst out. The space seemed to freeze, Xiao Wu's mother's figure suddenly scattered into several, and the body of each figure showed a peculiar movement, as if dancing. But this kind of dance feels dangerous and makes people afraid to approach it. Finally, all the figures merged into one. Suddenly, Soul Masters fell down instantly. No one can see exactly what happened. Everyone looked at Xiao Wu's mother in shock. Is this a 100,000-year-old soul beast? This already has the strength of title Douluos. At this time, Bibi Dong slowly pulled out the long sword around her waist, with a smile on her mouth, without any sense of surprise. She walked towards Xiao Wu's mother step by step. "What a weird body technique, I like your spirit ability very much. In that case, I will choose you to be my spirit ring." The smile at the corner of her mouth became stronger and stronger, as if she didn't put Xiao Wu's mother in her eyes. "If you have the ability, come and get it," Xiao Wu's mother said coldly. While spoke, Bibi Dong's figure suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and instantly moved behind Xiao Wu's mother, and the golden long sword in his hand plunged towards Xiao Wu's mother. Rolling spirit power burst out, Xiao Wu's mother felt the endless danger, her body made a very strange movement and avoided the attack. But Bibi Dong's spirit power continued to run wild, and a deep hole was smashed into the ground. Everyone looked at their young pope intently. "Is this the power of His Majesty? Oh, I actually avoided it. It seems that I still underestimate the enemy." Bibi Dong sneered. Said, her figure teleported again, and once again fought with Xiao Wu's mother. This time, Xiao Wu's mother didn't run away, but instead used her spirit power and Bibi Dong to be tough. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the endless spirit power exploded between the two. I saw Xiao Wu's mother flying towards the back, and Bibi Dong just stepped back. "Well worthy of being the Pope of Wuhan Hall, I haven't seen you in 6 years, you have grown so much." Xiao Wu's mother stood up and said. She used a lot of spirit power to help Xiao Yu suppress the runaway, but now that her spirit power hasn't recovered, Bibi Dong is here, plus Bibi Dong's spirit power is unfathomable, Xiao Wu's mother is not her opponent. I was dead back then, and now I am Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, the supreme existence of this spirit world, so it is your honor to let you be my spirit ring." Bibi Dong said coldly. Gold the armor gleamed brightly under the holy light. At the same time, Xiao Yu took Xiao Wu to rush out. He knows that the current situation is chaotic, but with his current strength, nothing can be changed at all. Even if he went to deal with Bibi Dong, he would be nothing more than cannon fodder, and now he can only protect Xiao Wu. The Titan giant ape's body soared and turned into a gorilla of several tens of meters. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu dragged Xiao Wu to follow behind the Titan, and the sky blue bull python broke behind. In the current situation, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python could not support Xiao Wu's mother at all, because they now want to protect Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu, and the other 6 title Douluo are staring at them. They did not take action. Just watching from the sidelines, as if watching a play. If 6 title Douluo take the shot, even if it is the Titan Great Ape or the Azure Bull Python, I'm afraid they will fall here. Bibi Dong invited 6 titled Douluo to come, in the final analysis, only to watch the battle. When necessary, shot once. You must know that if you want to ask a titled Douluo to play once, the cost is very expensive. Even if Bibi Dong is the Pope, it is impossible for her to have such a big handwriting. But even if the 6 title Douluo didn't make a move, Xiao Yu and the others were still in the dark. At this time, Bibi Dong stabs him. Endless spirit power ran wildly in the forest. With this sword, Xiao Wu's mother didn't escape, and was blasted out a long way. Xiao Wu's mother was seriously injured and fell to the ground. "Mom!" Xiao Wu yelled in surprise, and she suddenly walked out. Because of Xiao Wu's eagerness to save her mother, she burst out of power she didn't normally have. No matter what, she was a 100,000-year soul beast, but she hadn't fully developed it. At that moment, in order to save her mother, Xiao Wu instinctively inspired her own potential. Seeing Xiao Wu suddenly rushed into the enemy army, Xiao Yu quickly tried to hold her, but it was too late. "Xiao Wu!" Xiao Yu shouted. But Xiao Wu has already rushed into the crowd. Xiao Yu has no choice. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. He can only bite the bullet and rush into the crowd. Because he promised, he will protect Xiao Wu for a lifetime. Soul skill, soul capture. Xiao Yu yelled loudly. Suddenly, some of the soldiers in front were in a psychedelic state, and Xiao Yu took the opportunity to rush into the crowd. At this time, Xiao Wu was already deep in the crowd, and in the chaotic battle, 2 spirit masters actually wanted to attack Xiao Wu from behind. Xiao Yu saw this. How could he ignore it? He flew up, and instantly came to Xiao Wu's side. He flew up and kicked the person who was about to jump up to kill Xiao Wu with all his strength. For them, Xiao Yu did not leave any hands. Endless power gushing from his feet, Xiao Yu kicked the man's stomach fiercely, and the man flew out like a blockbuster, and directly fell down. A row of people. Even though the man was a soul master, he couldn't stand Xiao Yu's full blow, and he was directly kicked into flesh by Xiao Yu. This is Xiao Ju's first murder, but he can't control that much anymore. Now he just wants to find a way to solve this crisis. If it can solve this crisis, let alone murder, even if it's here, he is willing to kill all the people. Xiao Yu quickly grabbed Xiao Wu. Xiao Yu knew that now Xiao Wu rushed to death, so he couldn't let her pass. But now, both of them have penetrated into the enemy group, and Soul Master's soldiers surrounded them closely. Xiao Yu squeezed Xiao Wu's hand tightly, took Xiao Wu, stared at the people around him and said, "Xiao Wu, would you like to believe your brother?" Xiao Wu nodded quickly. "You follow me, brother will protect you," Xiao Yu said lightly. He squeezed his right hand, and a wave of spirit power poured out of his body. Chapter 14, Those Who Block Me Die. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu were surrounded by the crowd. Xiao Wu's mother was also injured, and resisted fiercely under Bibi Dong's offensive. De Ming and Er Ming were also dragged by countless soul masters, unable to get out. Xiao Yu knows that now he is alone and helpless, and if he wants to leave, he can only rely on himself. The spirit power in his hand kept pouring out of his body. He hadn't awakened his martial soul before, so he could not use his spirit power, but after passing through that ritual, he felt that he could actually use the spirit power in his body. Could it be that he was awakened? Wuhan? Xiao Ju didn't know whether he had awakened a martial soul, or what his martial soul was, because the ritual was not completed at that time, but now that he can use his soul power, it's a great thing for him. Good thing. At least for now, he doesn't need to rely solely on physical strength to fight. He uses his whole body spirit power. Although his martial spirit hasn't been revealed in detail, he has already faintly sensed its existence. He held Xiao Wu with his left hand, and the spirit power in his right hand continued to explode, and the billowing spirit power began to wreak havoc in the air. Boy, the little girl behind you is also a 100,000-year soul beast. A soul sect licked his tongue and looked at Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu who were surrounded by them. He is a small captain of the Qianneng Soul Master Soldier, and with the strength of his soul sect, he has climbed to where he is today in the Spirit Hall. He looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu with a little excitement, because he knew that as long as he killed them, he could make great contributions to the Hall of Martial Spirit, and he would surely be able to climb higher by that time. Xiao Yu hugged Xiao Wu behind, staring at everyone around him with cold eyes, and a murderous breath erupted from him. Although Xiao Yu is only a 6-year-old child, the aura on his body is like a demon from hell, and it makes people chill. Brothers, as long as we take them down, we will have the chance to become an official and enter the Ju. Charge, the Soul Sect shouted just now. Suddenly, Soul Master soldiers rushed towards Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu has only been transformed into a form for a few years, and she has seen such a battle before, hiding behind Xiao Yu in fright. Xiao Yu coldly looked at the person who rushed up, and faintly vomited a word, death. The soul power condensed in the right hand is suddenly released. Endless spirit power poured out, and the spirit masters rushing in the front row were all shaken off. The soul sect looked at Xiao Yu in surprise, he couldn't believe his eyes, how could this be possible? This kid is not a soul beast, just an ordinary human, and he doesn't even have a martial soul. How could such a powerful force burst out? This kind of soul power level can't even be reached by the soul sect, right? The soul sect looked at Xiao Ju in surprise. He was a soul sect. He knew very well the strength of his 40th level soul power, but the soul power released by Xiao Ju was even stronger than his 40th level soul section. If these characters are in the martial arts world, they must be the #1 genius in the mainland. What innate soul power is in front of him, it is simply scum. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so enchanting, but that's the end. The soul sect looked at Xiao Yu viciously. Now their goal is Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year soul beast. How can he care that Xiao Yu is not a genius? All he has to do is hunt Xiao Wu. Brothers, kill me! Said, rows of people rushed up again. Close your eyes. Xiao Yu turned back and said to Xiao Wu softly. Xiao Wu nodded quickly and closed her eyes. At this time, Xiao Yu picked up a long knife from the ground, and the soul power in his hand was actually injected into the knife by him. Those who block me die. Xiao Yu said coldly, and took Xiao Wu to walk outside step by step. A person rushed up, and Xiao Yu had no mercy now. After all, he is already the fish on the chopping board. If he doesn't resist, how can he be slaughtered? The long knife in Xiao Yu's hand was waving mercilessly, and the soul master who rushed up was nothing but cannon fodder, and was slapped by Xiao Yu. The current Xiao Yu, covered in blood, is like a Shura from hell, and the spirit power in his body is constantly released. Such a child can have such a strong strength, it surprised me. But you also end here. The leading soul sect shouted loudly, and then he released his martial soul. His martial soul was a long sword, and his 4 spirit rings appeared in front of Xiao Yu. No matter how strong the soul power is, it is nothing more than a soul warrior. Today, let you see the power of the soul sect. The soul sect said, holding a long sword and slashing towards Xiao Yu, the rolling soul power exploded, and the long sword pierced Xiao Yu's eyebrows. Xiao Yu stared at the soul sect with cold eyes. Under the circumstances of life and death, Xiao Yu did not hide, only saw the long knife in his hand slowly raised. There was a loud noise, electric light flint. Xiao Yu actually used an ordinary weapon to block the spirit of that soul sect. Boy, you are really strong, but this trick is soul skill sword suppression. Suddenly, the soul power of the soul sect was constantly suppressed by his martial soul, and Xiao Ju felt a little strenuous. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. However, through his tempering these days, his spirit power has exceeded the level of the soul sect, and he has actually managed to withstand the sword pressure of the soul sect. How is this possible? That soul sect was a little bit unbelievable, because the young man in front of him gave him too much surprise. From the beginning to the present, the young man has constantly refreshed his worldview. I said, those who block me will die. Xiao Yu said it word by word, and suddenly, the spirit power on his body suddenly exploded. His long sword broke away from the suppression of the long sword, and the soul sect was bounced away by him. He is only a 6-year-old boy, but he abruptly suppressed a soul sect with his spirit power. If this were to be spread out, I am afraid the whole spirit world would be boiling. The soul sect was bombed and he hadn't stood still, but at this time, a young figure suddenly came to him. He knew that it was Xiao Yu. He wanted to resist, but it was too late, because Xiao Yu's long knife didn't know when he had already scratched his neck, and his head also fell along Xiao Yu's knife. Soul sect also died by Xiao Yu's sword. Xiao Yu didn't stop, he quickly took Xiao Wu to leave, but he didn't know that at this time, countless people were already watching him. A few extremely fast figures suddenly came to Xiao Yu's side, and surrounded him and the small dance group. Boy, it's not bad to kill soul sect alone among the 10,000 army, isn't it? A enchanting woman looked at him lightly. This is probably the most invincible genius in the history of the mainland. Boy, would you like to join our Wuhan Hall? A man asked lightly from behind. Xiao Yu stared at the 4 people around him coldly. Their level was even stronger than that of the soul sect just now. They were for the Soul King. Chapter 15, Fight for Great Soul Kings. The 4 Soul Kings surrounded Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu, and the Soul Masters around them also stared at Xiao Wu and Xiao Wu. A enchanting woman looked at Xiao Yu with a smile. She was Bibi Dong's Snake Ji Soul King, powerful and cruel and vicious. I don't know how many Soul Masters died in her hands. Little brother, if you join our Wuhan Hall, we will definitely use the highest quality resources to train you. It is better than following these spirit beasts. Snake Jixi looked at Xiao Yu with a smile. Xiao Yu's eyes were cold, and the long knife in his hand was clenched for a few minutes, and said coldly, "Are you going to stop me too? Why are you so hostile at a young age? Let my sister come and play with you." Snake Ji twisted her waist and smiled, like a water snake, staring at Xiao Ju venomously. At this time, the other 3 Soul Kings also surrounded Xiao Yu. Although we 4 Soul Kings to deal with a child makes me very disgusting, but this is a war after all. I have to kill you, a rough man said loudly. He is the Bear Overlord Soul King under Bibi Dong. His martial spirit is a giant bear, and his power is infinite. Another one is called Lei Su. His martial soul is a speed-type martial soul, and is also a very powerful Soul King. Another Soul King Woheng, he is a weapon martial soul, but he is the most comprehensive in that respect. The 4 Soul Kings stared at Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu. At this time, Xiao Wu's mother was still at war with Bibi Dong. Although she had been struggling to support her, she was after all a 100,000-year soul beast, and her strength was comparable to title fight. Luo, it is not so easy to fall. At this moment, 2 title Douluos have already taken action against the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Because the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python were completely unstoppable among the Spirit Masters, those Spirit Master armies were nothing more than cannon fodder in front of them. In order to reduce losses, they had to let title Douluo deal with them personally. The Sky Blue Python is okay, he can handle a title Douluo, but for the Erming Titan Great Ape, he almost died in the hands of the titled Douluos, who confronted him almost several times. If it wasn't for his amazing natural defense, I'm afraid he would have explained it here long ago. The situation became a one-sided situation. Xiao Yu is now isolated and helpless. He held Xiao Wu's hand tightly. Xiao Wu was also very panicked in this environment and didn't know what to do. A 6-year-old child faces the 4 Soul Kings alone. If this is in the spirit world, no one can imagine. Boy, I think you should give up early. How could your 6-year-old kid beat the 4 of us Soul Kings? I think your qualifications are so good, it's a pity to die here. Is it worth dying for a soul beast? Wu Heng said lightly. Xiao Yu said coldly, Xiao Wu is my sister. If you want to hurt her, then step over my body. The voice of a 6-year-old child is as cold as snow. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Xiong Ba said loudly. Giant bear possession. Xiong Ba said, his martial spirit is attached to him, and his whole person looks much taller and becomes very strong. He flew over towards Xiao Yu, and his huge body smashed down towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu quickly took Xiao Wu to dodge, and the ground was directly hit by a shocking pit. Although Xiong Ba is powerful, but the speed is too slow, he is not a big threat to Xiao Ju, but at this time, Xiao Ju suddenly felt a murderous aura. He looked at him, and a long knife fell from his head. Wahang! His weapon spirit is a sword. Xiao Yu didn't have time to react, and lifted up the long sword with instinct. The 2 swords collided together, and huge spirit power poured out frantically. At a young age, can soul power compete with me? Wu Heng said in surprise. At this moment, Lei Su and Snake Ji shot one after another and directly attacked Xiao Yu. Dignified Soul King, is it so mean? Xiao Yu said coldly, releasing his huge soul power instantly, shaking Wu Heng flying, and quickly pulling Xiao Wu to avoid it. But at this moment, Xiong Ba's body slammed down towards Xiao Yu again. This time, Xiao Yu had no time to escape, and he threw Xiao Wu out with all his strength. But Xiong Ba's body hit him severely. Boom! There was a loud noise, and smoke rose on the ground. I was knocked down by the bear tyrant, I'm afraid I will die. Snake Ji said lightly. This kid is too bad, and it takes us 4 Soul Kings to control him. Lei Su sighed. Well, he is dead, let's take this baby soul beast away. Wu Heng said coldly. But at this moment, Xiong Ba's huge body started to move, and his body continued to rise inch by inch. At this time, they all lost their teeth. What did they see? Saw a little boy abruptly lifting up the bear bully. How can this be? No one dares to believe his eyes, but the little boy was covered with blood and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, as if he had suffered internal injuries. But under this circumstance, he could still lift the Xiong Ba, which is too bad. Xiao Yu's eyes were gloomy and coldly looked at the 4 Soul Kings and said, if you dare to move my sister, I will kill you. Xiao Yu yelled hysterically, Yu reading www.yuuganju.com threw Xiong Ba out with both hands. Boom! Xiong Ba's body directly hit a mountain, and the mountain shook a bit. At this time, no one dared to treat him as a child anymore, because they had never seen such a scary child. Stop it! At this moment, a woman's voice came out, and Xiao Yu looked up and saw that Snake Ji was already standing beside Xiao Wu, with a snake-shaped dagger resting on Xiao Wu's neck. If you dare to take a step, this little guy will be dead. Snake Ji coldly threatened. Xiao Yu stood there. Xiao Wu had fallen into Snake Ji's hands. The other 2 Soul Kings stared at Xiao Yu closely, lest he attack again. Ha 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 ha! At this time, Xiao Yu actually laughed. Dignified Wuhan Hall, 4 Soul Kings dealt with a child, and now they threatened me with hostages. If this spreads out, I'm afraid you will be laughed out of your teeth in the spirit world. Xiao Yu said coldly. As long as you die, no one will say it. Lei Su coldly said. Snake Ji's dagger rested on Xiao Wu's neck and said coldly, "Now that we are hostage, this kid must not dare to act rashly. You kill him soon. If he doesn't die, if he grows up, we will die." Snake Ji awakened him with a word. Indeed, Xiao Yu is only 6 years old and is capable of fighting the 4 great soul kings. If he grows for a few years, I am afraid that no one will be his opponent. At this time, Wu Heng and Lei Suo both released their spirits, and they were ready to kill Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu's body suddenly became unstable, and the surrounding atmosphere began to be suppressed. From Xiao Yu's body, a black air was released. Chapter 16, Shadow and Devour. A black air came out of Xiao Yu's body. At this time, Xiao Yu, just like when he was performing the martial arts awakening ceremony, his eyes turned golden, and the billowing black air lingered around him. What is that? Who is this kid? Several great soul kings sighed. The surrounding atmosphere was gradually suppressed, and the sky gradually became gloomy. Suddenly, there was a violent wind in the Star Do forest, and endless power rushed to the point centered on Xiao Yu. At this time, Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu's mother were fighting. Xiao Wu's mother was tired of coping and suffered several injuries. Bibi Dong frowned suddenly and looked in Xiao Yu's direction. That kid, so he released that breath. Bibi Dong remembered the black aura they saw when they came. There is no record of such a terrifying aura in the spirit hall. Where did this child come from? Bibi Dong was extremely surprised when he looked at Xiao Yu, who was lingering in the dark. She is the Pope of the Douluos Continent Spirit Hall, the highest being of spirit masters. But she actually couldn't see the source of Xiao Yu's body power. Thinking about it this way, how terrifying is Xiao Yu's life experience? Is he from that place? When Bibi Dong said these words, a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. She seemed to think of something terrible. She shook her head quickly and said, "Impossible, it is absolutely impossible." At this time, she began to distract and order, "Help me take down that child and bring it back to the Wuhan Hall, I want to live." "Yes." Everyone said in unison. Bibidong's distraction allowed Xiao Wu's mother to take a breath. In a flash, Xiao Wu's mother distanced herself from Bibi Dong and fled forward. Bibi Dong smiled and continued to chase forward. At this time, the 4 great soul kings were already enveloped in black energy, and the billowing black energy released from Xiao Yu's body was like black veil, lingering around Xiao Yu. Although Bibi Dong had already given orders not to kill Xiao Yu, the 4 great soul kings knew clearly that if they didn't kill him, they would definitely die in the future, so even if they disobey the order, they would still have Xiao Yu die. "Do it!" Wu Heng shouted. S5 spirit rings glowed, and Faishi rushed towards Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, if you dare to resist, your sister will be dead." Snake Ji was obviously afraid of Xiao Yu's resistance, and the dagger in her hand was close to Xiao Wu's neck. The speed of thunder also turned into an electric light, and the speed quickly moved towards Xiao Ju. Wu Heng has this hideous look on his face. Although killing a child is cruel, it would be cruel to himself if he didn't kill him. Now Xiao Yu is threatened by Snake Ji. Even if he releases black energy from his body, he is still a lamb to be slaughtered, so Wu Heng is confident to kill Xiao Yu. To be on the safe side, he directly used his ultimate move. The 5 spirit rings glowed, and the big sword in his hand was slashed straight at Xiao Ju. "Brother!" Xiao Wu shouted frantically. Tears kept pouring out of her eyes. She didn't want Xiao Yu to die, and she didn't want Xiao Yu to die for her. Xiao Wu was shocked and closed her eyes. At this moment, the black air on Xiao Yu suddenly turned into a black shadow and rushed out, and the endless black air turned into endless tentacles, interspersed in an instant. The moment Xiao Wu opened her eyes, she couldn't believe it. "Because I saw black tentacles instantly interspersed with everyone here except Xiao Wu." All the soul masters did not understand how they died at the moment they died. Xiao Yu opened his golden eyes, endless anger erupted, and black shadows stretched out from his body, and black shadows pierced through an individual's body. In an instant, hundreds of people were directly penetrated by Xiao Yu. Whether it is the Soul King or the Soul Master, they are surprised, but the vitality has gradually disappeared, and they are affected by the child in front of them. No, I was killed by the demon in front of me. Time seemed to be silent, and there was this depressive atmosphere in the forest, and everyone's eyes were frozen by this moment. A 6-year-old kid killed hundreds of people in an instant. There are countless Soul Kings among them. I am afraid no one will believe it, even if it is seen with his own eyes, no one wants to believe it. This is not a child at all, but Shura from Purgatory, the demon god from hell. Xiao Yu's eyes were cold, and a hoarse voice came from her neck and said, I said, those who dare to move my sister, die. Is like the cry of death, directly ingesting people's hearts and souls. The one that everyone speaks in Xiao Yu is like being pinched by the death, as if the child in front of them would declare them to death at any time. The other 4 titled Douluo also noticed Xiao Yu at this time, and even they felt extremely surprised. This kid is not an ordinary person. A titled Douluo exclaimed. He is a devil boy from hell. If this child becomes a weapon, I am afraid that there will be another storm on the mainland. Another titled Douluo exclaimed. Xiao Ju's black spirit is powerful, but for those above the Soul King, it has little effect. After all, Xiao Yu is just a child now, even he has just turned on his spirit power. Kill hundreds of people in just one thought. Yu reading www. Such feats of yuyuganshu.com, even the ordinary Soul Emperor or even the Soul Sage cannot do. How can such a scary child not be scared? At this time, the black shadow on Xiao Ju's body suddenly changed. The black shadow was constantly absorbing the soul ring of the person it pierced. The soul ring turned into a wave of soul power and attribute points, which were continuously injected into Xiao Ju's body. Xiao Yu is now in a semi-conscious state. The powerful burst of power makes his body and spirit unable to bear it at all. If he is awake, he will definitely find that his system actually works with his black power. Not only can he absorb the spirit ring of the spirit beast, he can also absorb the spirit ring of the opponent he killed. What is he doing? He is absorbing the spirit ring? How is this possible? Generally speaking, after a person dies, the spirit ring will also dissipate, but after the death of the person who was assassinated by Xiao Yu's shadow, their spirit ring did not dissipate, but was completely absorbed by Xiao Yu. What the is he? A titled Douluo exclaimed. At this time, Bibi Dong caught up with Ke Xiaohu's mother. Xiao Wu's mother was at the end of her fight. Xiao Ju had delayed her for a while before she escaped from Bibi Dong's palm, but now Bibi Dong has caught up. She was. Bibi Dong smiled and looked at her and said, I'm tired from playing, and it's time to end. As he said, Bibi Dong's golden longsword was slowly raised, and the dazzling golden light shone out. Behind Bibi Dong appeared a giant magic spider, and the endless breath of death was released. At this moment, she is like a combination of a and a demon, noble and inviolable. The long sword she held high exudes endless death, carrying endless power, and slashed towards Xiao Wu's mother. Chapter 17, Wuhan the Ultimate Book. Bibi Dong's long sword slashed towards Xiao Wu's mother. At this time, Xiao Wu's mother had been seriously injured, and there was no way to escape. The endless power fell, and the rolling power seemed to tear this space apart. This is the supreme existence of Soul Masters, this is the Pope Bibi Dong of Soul Hall, and the brutal power is pouring towards Xiao Wu's mother. With the current state of Xiao Wu's mother, she couldn't handle this move anyway. At this time, Xiao Yu woke up, and he happened to see this scene. Can't I do anything? What's the point when I cross over? Xiao Yu couldn't help asking herself in her heart, through so many days of getting along, Xiao Wu's mother is like his own mother to him, he has already lost one mother, and he doesn't want to lose another one. No! Xiao Yu yelled frantically. Suddenly, his whole body rushed out, and endless black energy followed him to Bibi Dong. In an instant, endless black energy gushed out, colliding with Bibi Dong's sword energy that condensed death power. Everyone was shocked at that moment. That's Xiao Yu? What is he going to do? The Titan Great Ape turned his head and said in shock. Bibi Dong is a titled Douluos, how can he resist it? Sky Blue Bull Python was also shocked. The other 6 titled Douluos also opened their mouths in shock. That kid doesn't want to challenge the Pope, is he going to die? Even if he is against the sky, the level difference between him and the Pope can't be compensated by talent. It seems that he will definitely die. Several titled Douluos sighed. Xiao Yu's endless black energy rushed into the sky in an instant, and Bibi Dong's death breath raged down in an instant. The two powerful forces collided together. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble constantly, and the sky seemed to be split, with dark clouds and lightning and thunder. The entire Stardug forest seems to be shrouded in the end of the world, and the billowing storm is directly connected to the ground from the sky. Who could have imagined that their power has caused a vision of heaven and earth? Who can think of the supreme existence of the Soul Master, the Pope of the Soul Hall, is actually blocked by a little devil? Boom! The two forces collided with each other and exploded between heaven and earth. The powerful remnants of energy gush out in an instant, turning into hot flames in the sky, and instantly covering the entire area. The aftermath of energy rippled out, boom! The surrounding mountains, rocks, and vegetation were swept by Yu Wei and turned into a flat land. At this moment, all the fighting stopped, and everyone's eyes were attracted by Xiao Yu and Bibi Dong. This is impossible. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu dumbfounded. You must know that what he was facing was Pope Bibi Dong, the supreme existence of Wuhan Hall, or the supreme existence of Douluos continent. He actually blocked her blow. The 6 titled Douluos had already stood dumbfounded. At this moment, Xiao Yu is surrounded by black energy, like a terrifying demon god, like a demon who can swallow everything. The golden eyes raised their heads to look towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong stared at Xiao Yu with complicated eyes. She was too surprised. Although she did not put Xiao Yu among her opponents, his actions surprised her again and again. You are very strong. Would you like to come to Wuhan Hall to be a saint? Bibi Dong floated in the sky and looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu coldly looked at Bibi Dong in the sky, an endless killing intent spread out. If you come to the Hall of Souls, I will use all my strength to train you, and you will be the Pope of Hall of Souls in the future. With your talents, you still have the opportunity to gain the godhead and become a god. Bibi Dong tempted. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Yu said coldly. He has been covered by the killing intent, how can I hear Bibi Dong's condition? Even if he could hear it, he would not agree. Because he cares more about things than benefits. Little guy, I admit that you are very strong, but you can't beat me with the current you. If you are willing to come to our spirit hall, I can spare 4 of you, as long as you leave 1 for me as a spirit ring. Bibi Dong continued temptation. At this moment, Xiao Yu was surrounded by black energy, and his anger rushed into the sky, killing intent boiled. He shouted, I want to kill you. Said, Xiao Yu ejected towards Bibi Dong like a cannonball. Endless black energy spread from Xiao Yu's body, like a sharp awl twisted by countless shots, and shot towards Bibi Dong's chest. I said, you can't kill me with the current you. Bibi Dong said coldly. Said, she waved her long sword, and her endless spirit power was released. She just moved slightly, and she abruptly blocked Xiao Yu's attack. Then she gently raised her hand again, and her endless spirit power rushed towards Xiao Yu and hit him. He flew out like a broken kite and hit the ground fiercely. Even if Xiao Yu exhausted his strength, the gap between him and title Douluos could not be made up. Bibi Dong faintly looked at Xiao Yu on the ground, and said faintly, since you don't want to join our Wuhan Hall, then I have to kill you. Although there will be 1 less genius in the mainland, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but I don't care. Bibi Dong said coldly, and the long sword in his hand was charged again. The endless breath of death exudes, she wants to kill Xiao Yu. Because she has made up her mind a long time ago, no matter who she is in this world, she will get rid of those who hinder her advancement. Yes, whoever it is. She can even use her daughter, and even her benefactor can kill her. Is there anything in this world that Bibi Dong can't do? Who else can stop her? Bibi Dong? So, even if she admired Xiao Yu very much, and even wanted him to inherit her position, but now Xiao Yu hindered her, she had to kill him. Bibi Dong's power swept towards Xiao Yu again. At this moment, Xiao Yu's body suddenly changed. In the endless black energy, something suddenly appeared. That is a black book with ancient runes printed on it. It is surrounded by endless black air and contains extremely powerful power. What is that? Bibi Dong was surprised again. But no matter what miracle happened to Xiao Yu now, she would no longer be so surprised. That's his martial spirit. Bibi Dong looked at Xiao Yu on the ground and said. Xiao Yu slowly stood up from the ground, his martial arts was a book, and that one flew above Xiao Yu's head, an extremely powerful and strange power poured out from the book. The power released by Bibi Dong was absorbed by that strange book. Bibi Dong was surprised. What kind of martial arts is this? Even the Hall of Martial Arts has no record. Xiao Yu's eyes were extremely cold. At this time, a wave of information poured into Xiao Yu's mind. This information was uploaded from a book. This book told Xiao Yu its name, the Ultimate Book. Chapter 18, Great and Beautiful Figure. The Ultimate Book, the ultimate power is hidden. Xiao Yu suddenly felt his body warm, a force seemed to rush out of his body. Bibi Dong's endless spirit power fell, Xiao Yu's ultimate book floated on top of Xiao Yu's head, and Bibi Dong's spirit power was continuously absorbed by the ultimate book. What kind of spirit is this? It can even swallow my spirit power. Bibi Dong frowned. He stared at Xiao Yu, and miracles happened again and again that made her know Xiao Yu again. This kid is so mysterious, maybe he really came from that place. Bibi Dong thought in her heart that she didn't want to waste her soul power anymore, so she took away her soul power. At this time, the fighting also stopped, and everyone's eyes were on Xiao Yu's body. The endless power of Xiao Yu burst out, and the ultimate book burst out with a terrifying aura. Xiao Yu's eyes all turned golden, his consciousness was constantly disappearing, and the whole person was instantly plunged into madness. If this continues, he will definitely lose himself and become a fighting machine. At this moment, one hand grabbed Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked back and saw that it was Xiao Wu's mother. She watched Xiao Yu softly, and then whispered, "My child, you have suffered." As Xiao Wu's mother shouted, Xiao Yu's devilish barrier was constantly being cleared, her consciousness was constantly restored, and she slowly woke up again. "Child, you shouldn't have to bear so much, you have done enough, leave the rest to me." Xiao Wu's mother continued to say softly. "What are you going to do?" Xiao Yu asked, tears welling up in his eyes. I saw Xiao Wu's mother stand up from the ground, looked at Bibi Dong and said, "Bibi Dong, you just want my spirit ring, I can sacrifice it to you." A smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face, and he said lightly, "If you had this realization, you wouldn't have to suffer so much." Xiao Wu's mother resolutely said, "But I have the conditions." "What conditions?" Bibi Dong asked rhetorically. "You have to promise me not to hurt my family in the future." Xiao Wu's mother said, "No matter when it is in the future, you can't hurt them. If you agree, I will hand over the spirit ring to you, if you don't agree, I will determine myself again, you will never get my spirit ring." Xiao Wu's mother continued. Bibi Dong smiled at Xiao Wu's mother and said, "Okay, I promise you." Xiao Wu's mother walked towards the front step by step. She knew that they would not be able to win this battle anyway, and if she wanted to protect Xiao Wu and them, she had no choice but to sacrifice. She understands Bibi Dong's strength. Although Xiaoju has created miracles several times, Xiaoju is only a child who has just awakened from a martial soul, and Bibi Dong is the highest existence among spirit masters. Such a gap, Xiaoju can even fight you can't make up for your life. So from any aspect, they have no chance of winning at all. So she had to sacrifice herself to protect Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu. Don't! Xiao Yu grabbed her hand abruptly. No! Xiao Yu's tears gushed wildly. For him, Xiao Wu's mother is his mother. Although he has never called her before, she is already his mother in his heart. My child, everything has me, you shouldn't have to bear it. Xiao Wu's mother turned her head and touched Xiao Yu's face and said. After I leave, you must help me take good care of Xiao Wu. She is lucky to have a good brother like you. Xiao Wu's mother continued. Don't go, don't go. Xiao Yu shouted. He has crossed into this world. It was Xiao Wu's mother who saved him. She has been taking care of herself these days, and she has given her the feeling of home and her mother. How can he bear to watch her make sacrifices? Xiao Wu's mother broke free from Xiao Yu's hand and walked in front of Bibi Dong. Get ready to start. Xiao Wu's mother said coldly. Very well, I was ready a long time ago, just waiting for you. Bibi Dong smiled. Xiao Yu watched his mother walk up to Bibi Dong, and his heart was filled with endless resentment. Why is this? I don't want this. Why in the end I still can't do anything, nothing can be changed. I want to change this ending. Xiao Wu's mother was already radiating light, and she was about to make sacrifices. No! Xiao Yu suddenly yelled, and the whole person rushed towards Bibi Dong. The ultimate book appeared beside him, endless spirit power poured out, and endless black air lingered beside him. He rushed towards Bibi Dong alone, with endless black energy behind him. He must not let Xiao Wu's mother sacrifice. I want to change everything. Xiao Yu said loudly. The endless aura on his body burst out, the ultimate book suddenly opened, and the endless black aura rushed towards Bibi Dong with Xiao Yu's power. Bibi Dong is now preparing to receive the spirit ring, and she didn't expect Xiao Yu to rush out at this time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Bibi Dong frowned, and said angrily, no one can stop me, whoever stops me will die. Said, a huge magic spider appeared behind her, and the rolling spirit power surged out, rushing towards Xiao Yu. With this move, Bibi Dong had a murderous heart. She tried her best. She really wanted to kill Xiao Yu. Two huge forces collided together. Boom! Was another strong impact, and the power swept out into an endless storm. Bibi Dong was forced to retreat 10 meters in a row by Xiao Yu's attack, and Xiao Yu flew out like a kite with a broken line, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Facing title Douluos, even if he puts all his strength into it, is it still not enough? Xiao Yu was severely planted on the ground, and his whole person was extremely badly injured. Bibi Dong also felt his chest stuffy, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She didn't expect that one of her dignified title Douluos would be injured by a kid who hadn't awakened her spirit. You actually hurt me. Bibi Dong looked at Xiao Yu on the ground in surprise. There will surely be more disasters after you leave you. It seems that only you will be killed. Bibi Dong said, and with a wave of the long sword, the endless power slashed towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu has fallen to the ground now, he is now a lamb to be slaughtered, and has no strength to resist. Seeing that Jianqi was about to be cut on Xiao Yu's body, Xiao Yu looked at Jianqi with a bewildered look, and smiled weakly, is everything over? At this moment, he saw a figure in his gradually confused eyes, a very great and beautiful figure. She stood in front of him, opened her hands, like an angel in a dream. Endless power slashed on that figure. Chapter 19, Sacrifice. Xiao Yu tried his best to keep himself awake, and he opened his eyes. I saw Xiao Wu's mother standing in front of her, spread her hands, and blocked Bibi Dong's mortal blow. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, only to see blood from the corners of Xiao Wu's mother's mouth, and endless power blasted her body. No! Xiao Yu shouted loudly. Mom! Xiao Wu also rushed out of her restraints and ran towards here. The dazzling light burst out in front of Xiao Yu, and the endless power blasted on Xiao Wu's mother. Boom! A huge explosion exploded in front of Xiao Yu, and Xiao Wu's mother flew out like a kite with a broken wire. No, no! Xiao Yu rushed over and caught Xiao Wu's mother. Xiao Wu also ran here. She saw her mother's body bathing in blood and blood spurting from the corner of her mouth. She couldn't believe her eyes. They ate together happily yesterday, but now, their mother has fallen in a pool of blood. Xiao Yu hugged Xiao Wu's mother, tears constantly streaming down her eyes. Xiao Wu also knelt in front of her mother and started crying. At this time, Xiao Wu's mother slowly stretched out her hand and touched the faces of Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu. Wiped away tears for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, don't cry. Xiao Wu's mother smiled and touched Xiao Yu's face. Why are you so stupid? Why do you want to block this blow for me? Xiao Yu cried. Because you are my child like Xiao Wu, as a mother, how can I let the child take risks? Xiao Wu's mother said weakly, but her eyes were full of gentleness. At this point, Xiao Yu could no longer cry. In the real world, he has never felt maternal love at all. When he came here, his biological mother died the first day. Now he finally felt the maternal love, but is he going to leave me? Mom, don't die! Don't die! Xiao Wu cried out from the side. Xiao Wu's mother touched Xiao Wu's face with her hand and said, Xiao Wu is a good boy, and I must listen to my brother in the future. I will, mother, don't die! Xiao Wu shouted again. Xiao Yu, you must take care of Xiao Wu for me in the future, and protect her for me. Xiao Wu's mother said weakly. I will. Xiao Yu nodded quickly. Xiao Wu's mother smiled softly, and suddenly her body radiated a dazzling light. The endless light instantly illuminated the entire forest, and the white light enveloped Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu. Mom, I don't want you to die! Xiao Yu suddenly shouted. Xiao Yu has never called her mother, but at this moment, he called out. The expression in Xiao Wu's mother's eyes became more gentle, and a smile appeared on her face, as if she was satisfied. Good boy, Mom will watch you all my life. Xiao Wu's mother said, suddenly her body burst into light. At this time, a red spirit ring flew out of Xiao Wu's mother, and the spirit ring slowly flew towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu has awakened the ultimate book of martial spirits. Xiao Wu's mother did not sacrifice her spirit ring to Bibi Dong. At the last moment, she sacrificed her spirit ring to Xiao Yu. Is different from Xiao Yu's devouring spirit ring, only Xiao Wu's mother's red spirit ring slowly attached to Xiao Yu's body, and Xiao Yu's body suddenly glowed with red light. The white light slowly dissipated. At this time, Bibi Dong saw clearly what was going on inside. An anger ignited in her eyes. The spirit ring was originally meant to be sacrificed to her, but now it was sacrificed to Xiao Yu. How could this make her not angry? You finally betrayed me. Bibi Dong coldly looked at the body of Xiaohu's mother on the ground. Since you have not fulfilled your agreement, then I don't have to keep my promise. If you give your spirit ring to someone else, I will let your family bury it for you. Bibi Dong said coldly. Speaking of which, your daughter is also a 100,000-year soul beast. Since you can't use yours, use hers. Bibi Dong said, the whole body of the whole person instantly looted towards Xiao Wu. Now Bibi Dong had 8 legs growing behind her, and she was extremely fast, and she instantly came to Xiao Wu's side, and the huge spider shadow instantly enveloped Xiao Wu. She no longer wanted to wait for others to sacrifice, she wanted to kill directly. Xiao Wu then swallowed Xiao Wu's spirit ring. At this moment, the red and black light was suddenly released in front of Xiao Wu, and Xiao Ju stood in front of Xiao Wu. His eyes were ignited with anger, and the billowing magic power continued to wreak havoc on him. "You killed my mother, I want you to die!" Xiao Yu roared, saying that his body flew out like a cannonball and collided with Bibi Dong. Boom! Xiao Yu's red spirit ring released a dazzling light, and endless spirit power poured out. Xiao Yu used all his strength to block Bibi Dong's attack, but now Xiao Yu can actually block Bibi Dong's attack. "You are stronger again," Bibi Dong said in surprise. "You always surprise me again and again, it seems that I can't let you grow up," Bibi Dong said. Endless spirit power flooded Xiao Yu again. The two constantly collided in the air, endless soul power ran away in the air, and a sea of fire broke out in the space. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu and Bibi Dong. How could they have imagined that Bibi Dong, who was a titled Douluos, was now fighting a child who had just awakened his spirit? Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. At this time, Xiao Yu's spirit power continued to explode, his eyes turned golden, and black air surrounded him. "The wind is violent, lightning and thunder. What power is this?" Bibi Dong couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, she actually felt the threat of death from the child. Bibi Dong felt that he might not be able to take this trick, and quickly looked at the other four titled Douluos, and said coldly, "Are you still going to watch the show? Take it." Following Bibi Dong's order, the other titled Douluos were no longer able to paddle anymore, and they started to take action. But at this time suddenly fell silent, as if time and space had frozen. The world became quiet, everyone was set in place, unable to move. A frightening breath suddenly struck from the depths of the forest, and endless power instantly enveloped the entire forest. Even titled Douluos cannot move in this space. Bibi Dong was very surprised, cold sweat continued to emerge from her back. She was already a titled Douluos, could have been said to be the highest existence in the Douluos continent, but at this moment, the breath made her chill. The extremely powerful pressure made even the proud Pope Bibi Dong feel terrified. This terrifying aura stunned everyone in the forest. Some low-level spirit masters lay directly on the ground, and some slightly higher-level spirit masters all knelt on the ground in conviction. "Humans, you are too far." A strong voice suddenly came from the depths of the forest, and the voice passed through everyone's heart. The voice sounded, everyone's mind was shaking. No one would have thought that there was such a terrifying existence in the Stardo Great Forest. Chapter 20, Newborn. There was a terrifying breath in the forest, and everyone was suppressed. Now they are like being held in their hearts by the of death. With such an existence, I am afraid that to kill them, it only needs a thought. Even a titled Douluos like Bibi Dong feels terrible. What kind of existence is this? Hearing this voice, Daimyo and Erming showed surprise on their faces. "Is that?" the Titan Great Ape asked in surprise. "Is it a legendary existence, the real master of this forest?" Sky Green Bull Python responded. The Sky Blue Cow Python remembered a legend about this continent. In this forest, their 100,000-year soul beasts are only weak. In the depths of the forest, it is said that these million-year soul beasts exist. And a creature appeared in this mainland legend dragon. Such a terrifying aura, except for a million-year-old soul beast or a dragon, he could not think of any existence that could release such a terrifying aura. But the million-year soul beast and the dragon fighter and their proud creatures, how can they help them? This makes no sense at all. In the Stardo Great Forest, all creatures obey the law of the jungle, and the soul beasts do not exist to unite, so the million-year soul beast does not exist to help them. "Humans, do you really want to kill them all?" The terrifying voice came again, and some low-level spirit masters had been eroded by this terrifying aura and fainted directly on the spot. Bibi Dong suppressed the fear in his heart forcibly, swallowed his saliva, and boldly asked, "I don't know who the senior is? Why do you want to stop us?" "Who I am? You don't deserve to know. There are only two things you need to know, either leave or die." The horrible voice constantly shocked Bibi Dong and the others. Even Bibi Dong is now shocked and horrified. Bibi Dong had an embarrassed look on her face. This time she came to Stardo Great Forest and she had spent a lot of money and manpower. If she went back like this, it would be a dumb loss. Everyone knows that she never suffers from Bibi Dong. But this time, I am afraid that even she can only suffer from this dark loss. Because of the strength of the opponent, she could not imagine that even if he was a titled Douluos, in front of that existence, he would only be killed by a spike. Unless she becomes a god, she cannot fight against such a powerful existence. Senior, why do you want to help them? Bibi Dong asked unwillingly. Why do I need to tell you why I want to help them? Do you want me to see you personally if you don't leave? The voice came again, this time with angry feelings. Bibi Dong knows that if they don't leave again, it's possible that the horrible existence will really take action. At that time, I'm afraid that none of them can leave. Even 6 titled Douluos would not be the opponent of that horrible existence. Bibi Dong weighed repeatedly and had to retreat. Let's go. Bibi Dong could only watch so many 100,000-year soul beasts leave before her eyes, and she couldn't get her spirit ring. This time, it was a trip for nothing. But Bibi Dong couldn't figure out why such a powerful existence would help some 100,000-year soul beasts. It stands to reason that this is simply impossible. But in any case, they can only retreat. Bibi Dong gradually withdrew from the Stardo forest with the people from the Wuhan Hall. Xiao Yu also exhausted his strength, fell from the sky and fainted. What happened after, Xiao Yu didn't know everything. Xiao Yu was in a coma, and heard some sounds in a daze. He suddenly saw the book of levitation in his inner world, and that book was his martial soul, the ultimate book. Although Xiao Yu was very sad after losing his mother, Xiao Yu could only face it, because he knew that he still had to protect his sister, and he promised his mother to protect Xiao Wu. So he couldn't fall, he walked slowly to the final writing, and slowly put his hand on the book. Suddenly, a warm breath poured into his heart. He knew that the ultimate book contained extremely powerful power. Since it is a book, it can definitely be opened. He slowly opened the first page of the ultimate book, only to see a few large characters written on the ultimate book, Chapter 1, Freshman. What is this? Xiao Yu looked at the ultimate book in doubt. At this time, the endless aura of the ultimate book poured into Xiao Yu's mind. I finally understand what this means. This ultimate book seems to be similar to the exercises in the novels he read before. Although this book is his weapon spirit, it is also an exercise. The exercises for him to practice. The meaning of being born again means that the exercises in this chapter are being born again. Xiao Yu wanted to see what this exercise actually said. He put his hand on the first chapter. Suddenly, the various contents of the ultimate book suddenly flooded into Xiao Yu's mind. He slowly digested the content of the book, but the content was very jerky and difficult to understand. It seemed that he only understood a little when he saw it. Brother! Brother! At this time, Xiao Yu suddenly heard the shouts from the outside world. Suddenly, everything around him disappeared. Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes and saw Xiao Wu Daming and Er Ming surrounded by him. Xiao Wu, where's mother? How is she? Xiao Yu asked immediately. I saw tears flowing from the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes. Xiao Yu slowly got up from the bed, and saw Xiao Wu's mother lying quietly on another bed. For spirit beasts, the spirit ring is their core, and if you lose the spirit ring, you lose your life. Xiao Wu's mother lying on the bed is nothing more than a corpse. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Xiao Yu slowly came to Xiao Wu's mother's bed. He looked at her mother on the bed, tears in his eyes streaming down. Although Xiao Wu's mother was not his biological mother, to him, she was his mother. At this time, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered the ending of Douluos continent. At first, Xiao Wu didn't sacrifice to Tang San. In the end, Tang San's group of Xiao Wu was reborn. Maybe she could also rebirth Xiao Wu's mother. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu became firm. Although he can't stop Bibi Dong now, he still has hope and hopes to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, then looked at the crying Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, don't worry, I will definitely revive my mother, sure." Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Yu seriously, and nodded seriously, "I believe in brother." Look! Ming suddenly yelled. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu hurriedly looked at Xiao Wu's mother. At this time, Xiao Wu's mother suddenly radiated vitality, an array of light gushed out of her body. Become a rabbit, a living rabbit. Xiao Yu knew that it was her body. Mom! Xiao Wu was very excited and quickly shouted. But the rabbit seemed to be unable to understand Xiao Wu's words, jumped off the bed, and then began to nibble on a carrot. Although she came alive, she didn't have the previous consciousness. But at this moment, the spirit ring in Xiao Yu's body suddenly shook, and his martial spirit also shook. He suddenly remembered the first chapter of his ultimate book of martial arts New Life. Is it? Is this a new life? Xiao Wu, mother will not die, she will not die. Xiao Yu said excitedly, his eyes rekindled hope. Chapter 21, Mysterious Girl in the Forest. Xiao Ju knew what was going on. He released his martial soul, and the book of ultimate appeared in his hands. He opened the first page of the book again. The content on this page was new life. He was looking at the ultimate book. Could it be that this book reborn Xiao Wu's mother? Xiao Ju knew that the book of ultimate was a book similar to exercises. Xiao Wu's mother sacrificed and became his spirit ring. According to reason, Xiao Wu's mother did not die, but lived as a spirit ring on him. But what is peculiar is his martial arts. The first chapter of his martial arts is new birth. He realized the new birth, so Xiao Wu's mother was also reborn. It must be like this. Xiao Yu looked at his ultimate book excitedly. If he did the same as he imagined, as long as he fully understands the newborn, then Xiao Wu's mother can be completely reborn. Brother, you said that your mother is not dead, what is going on? Xiao Wu asked quickly with her big eyes filled with hope. Xiao Wu, my mother is not dead now, but is living in my body as a spirit ring. Xiao Yu said quickly. What's the matter? Sky Blue Bull Python also asked immediately. Xiao Ju showed his martial soul to the three of them, and then said, my martial soul is called the Ultimate Book. I can only open the content of the first chapter, but the content of the first chapter records the new life, and it's the content of rebirth for mother. Ming scratched his head vaguely. Although Xiao Yu explained this, he still didn't understand what it meant. Xiao Yu saw that everyone didn't understand, and then explained, in other words, as long as I practice the content in the ultimate book, the deeper I practice, the more complete my mother's rebirth. Now I'm just getting started, so although my mother is reborn, she is just a soul beast and has no spiritual wisdom. As my practice and understanding gradually deepen, then my mother will be reborn, completely reborn. Xiao Yu explained. With such a straightforward explanation, they finally understood. As long as Xiao Yu can successfully cultivate the new student, then he can rebirth Xiao Wu's mother. But Xiao Yu feels that being born again is more than just that, and that his ultimate book is not just that. If you practice to the extreme, it is not impossible even to resurrect the dead. Great, brother, mother is not dead. Xiao Wu said excitedly. At this time, Xiao Yu suddenly heard the horrible existence in the forest, and quickly asked, by the way, do you know who saved us? Xiao Yu knows that there are many powerful existences in the Star Do Great Forest, and there are even a million-year-old soul beast. The horrible aura just now is definitely the level of a million-year-old soul beast. At this time, the Sky Green Cow Python slowly said, actually, there is a legendary existence in the middle of this forest. Legend has it that it has lived for countless ancient years and is the real master of this forest, but it has never someone has seen him. We have lived here for 100,000 years, and we have only heard of it in the legend. Is it a million-year-old soul beast? Xiao Yu asked in surprise. I don't know, even if it isn't, it's very close. Sky Green Bull Python responded. You mean it saved us? It seems that Xiao Ju's guess is right. The person who can release a breath to frighten titled Douluos, apart from the existence, I am afraid that no one can do it, even if it is not a million-year soul beast. I am afraid it is very close. Why does he want to save us? Xiao Yu asked suddenly. The sky blue cattle python shook his head. They had never seen the soul beast, let alone have any connection with them. Xiao Yu also couldn't think of why such a powerful existence would make a move for them, but he made a move and saved himself, so he owed him a favor. He must have saved us for a reason. If you encounter him in the future, you must ask clearly. Xiao Yu said silently in his heart. No matter what, he cherished this favor in his heart. After running Bibi Dong under that existence, he disappeared without a trace, leaving no information. But this is not his most important thing now. For him now, the most important thing is to quickly comprehend the new birth ability and bring Xiao Wu's mother back to life. If you cultivate to the extreme, by then, you may not even be able to resurrect your biological mother. Therefore, cultivation is the most important thing for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu took a rest for a day or two and healed the injuries on his body. His physique was very peculiar. He originally suffered a very serious injury, but after he slept, his injuries healed. After he recovered from the injury, he came to the forest and started practicing. This time, he consumed a lot of spirit power, so he urgently needed to swallow the spirit ring to replenish his spirit power, and through this battle, Xiao Ju also knew that he wanted to survive on this continent with his strength is far from enough. In front of title Douluos, his strength is not enough at all. Maybe he is not an opponent to Soul Douluos or even Soul Sage. So he has to become stronger. www.readaloud.com to become stronger. Although he has just awakened the spirit of martial arts, his spirit power is definitely the strength of the Soul Sect. He now understands what spirit power training is all about. For the cultivation of spirit power, he can not only strengthen himself through meditation. He could also make up for his spirit power by devouring the spirit ring of the spirit beast. He came to the forest and hunted down several thousand-year-old spirit beasts, absorbed all their spirit rings, supplemented his spirit power, and improved his attribute points. He constantly adds points to his physical attributes to improve his physical strength. He knew that even if his spirit power increased, it would be useless if his body couldn't bear it. But he not only increases the strength of his body by devouring the spirit ring, he also formulates a lot of exercise for himself every day, and keeps exercising every day. So now, he practices the exercises on the ultimate book every day, then hunts down the spirit ring and devours the spirit ring, and exercises his body every day. On this day, Xiao Yu came to the forest to hunt down the soul beast. At this time, he suddenly saw a human girl in the forest. She was fighting a century-old soul beast. She is wearing a golden palace dress. The long dress is one piece. It seems to be woven with silk, without excessive pattern decoration. The style is simple and elegant. The golden stand-up collar protects her white and slender. On the neck, long golden hair was casually draped behind him, without careful combing. It was in sharp contrast with her neat palace costume. The golden eyes are as calm as water, there is no energy fluctuation, and they look like an ordinary person, but in her golden eyes, there is a characteristic that he can't describe. And just between this person's eyebrows, there is a brand. Although the mark was small, Xiao Ju could clearly see it. Chapter 22, Go to Nodding City. The little girl had a beautiful skin and she was 5 or 6 years old. Xiao Yu knew that when she grew up, she must be a first-class beauty on the mainland. There was a resolute look in her eyes, she was not afraid of a century-old wolf-eater. Her small body shot up, and slammed towards the wolf-eater, with the dagger in her hand stabbing downward. Saw her cut off the wolf beast's head with a single knife. Such a powerful force burst out of his small body, Xiao Yu couldn't help being a little surprised. Although to myself, the White Year Soul Beast Millennium Soul Beast is not worth mentioning, but to other ordinary people, it is impossible for a 5 or 6-year-old child to fight the 100-year Soul Beast. It might be a bit reluctant to face a 10-year Soul Beast, let alone cut off the head of a 100-year-old Soul Beast easily. There was an indifferent look on the little girl's face. Even if she killed the 100-year Soul Beast, there was no fluctuation on her face, which seemed to her to be accustomed to. At this time, the little girl seemed to have discovered the existence of Xiao Yu. The dagger in his hand suddenly flew towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu tilted his head quickly and escaped the assassination of the dagger. You are so fierce at a young age, but you can't get married. Xiao Yu walked out of the forest slowly, smiling at the little girl. Who are you? What do you want to do? The little girl asked indifferently. I just wanted to ask you, what is your purpose in coming to our Stardo Great Forest? Xiao Yu asked lightly. The little girl gave Xiao Yu a cold white look, then turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Xiao Yu's figure moved and suddenly came to her. You stabbed me with a dagger, do you want to leave without apologizing? Xiao Yu stopped the little girl and asked. I never apologize to anyone, the little girl said coldly. Xiao Yu did not expect this blonde girl to be an iceberg beauty. There are a pair of clear eyes on her pure face, but they are completely inconsistent with her cold attitude. Xiao Yu couldn't imagine that someone would run into the Stardo forest at this time, and it was a little girl who ran to such a deep place. The little girl finished speaking and left directly past Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu did not continue to stop the indifferent little girl, but he was rather strange, why such a beautiful human child appeared in the Stardo Great Forest. However, the most important thing for Xiao Yu now is cultivation. He found a place to start meditation cultivation. He opened the ultimate book and began to practice the content of the new life, but there was a lot of knowledge that was very raw and difficult to understand, which often made him no longer able to understand. Continue. Xiao Yu told the sky blue cow python about these problems. Although the sky blue cow python is much smarter than the titan giant ape, he is actually also illiterate and cannot help Xiao Yu solve the problem. Xiao Yu practiced for a few more days. In the past few days, he saw the strange girl several times in the Stardo Great Forest. After the last time he squatted, Xiao Yu did not have any trouble looking for trouble. He did not go up to say hello. But Xiao Yu discovered a funny thing. The girl seemed to have lost her way and kept walking in the forest. Is she really lost? Xiao Yu thought about it inadvertently, but her attitude was so indifferent, she didn't care if she was lost or not. Another day passed, Xiao Yu still had no progress in his cultivation, because it touched too much knowledge about martial arts, so no one here understands. It seems we should go to the human world. Xiao Yu said silently in her heart. Originally, he planned to go to the human world to learn the knowledge of Wuhan, but then so many things happened, which caused this incident to continue to be delayed. He originally planned to wait for Xiao Wu's mother to be resurrected before going to the human world, but now I am afraid he can't wait any longer. Because he urgently needs to find a teacher who knows Wuhan knowledge best, maybe only such a teacher can make him understand the content that is difficult to understand more quickly, so that he can cultivate into the new life chapter of the ultimate book. He told this matter to Ming Erming and Xiao Wu, and finally they agreed that Xiao Ju would go to the human world. First, Xiao Ju was a human and should have lived in the human world. Second, Xiao Wu's mother also I hope Xiao Wu can learn human culture. Third, only in the human world can Xiao Ju break through and completely resurrect Xiao Wu's mother. So they agreed that Xiao Yu took Xiao Wu to the human world. And Xiao Wu's mother is taken care of by Da Ming and Er Ming, she is very safe, so there is no need to worry. Xiao Wu was a little worried, because she had never been to the human world, and since the Wuhan Hall attacked, she felt that there was no good human being, so she couldn't help but be a little worried. But she knew that her mother wanted her to live well in the human world, so she still had to go with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu seemed to understand Xiao Wu's thoughts, touched her head and smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, don't worry, brother will never let anyone bully you again." Xiao Wu nodded. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com is here, and what she believes most is Xiao Ju's brother. The two cleaned up, and then they were about to set off for the human world. Last time Xiao Wu's mother pointed Xiao Yu the direction, and Xiao Yu knew the direction to Nodding City. Xiao Ju took Xiao Wu towards Nodding City. In fact, there is another reason why Xiao Ju went to Nodding City, because there is a person who can help him best in Nodding City, and he knows Wuhan best on this continent. People. He is Tang San's master, the master. If he can get the help of the master, all the problems will surely be solved, and he can also successfully cultivate the newcomer chapter earlier and resurrect Xiao Wu's mother earlier. At this time, Xiao Yu once again met the beautiful little girl he had seen in the forest. The little girl blocked Xiao Yu angrily this time, and stood in front of Xiao Yu and asked coldly, "Hey, I ask you, how can I get out here?" Xiao Yu was a little surprised. This cold little girl would take the initiative to speak to him. I met Xiao Yu several times before and ignored her, but now she took the initiative to speak to Xiao Yu, and it seemed that she was indeed lost. Xiao Yu smiled and questioned, "Oh, do you need my help? If you take me out, I will never treat you badly," the little girl said coldly. Xiao Yu looked at the little girl's icy attitude, and smiled lightly, "I don't know, and even if I know, I won't take you out. Who made you so harsh to me before?" "You." The little girl was a little angry. "If you don't bring it, who is rare?" The little girl said coldly, turned her head and left. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu continued to walk forward. At this time, he found that the little girl was quietly following them. Chapter 23, Maka. Although Xiao Ju spotted the little girl from the beginning, he never said anything. The sky slowly darkened, but Xiao Ju picked some wild fruits from the forest for Xiao Wu, and he also caught one or two. The pheasant comes to roast. They didn't continue on their way. After all, he took Xiao Wu with him, and he had to take care of his sister. Xiao Yu lit a fire, and then sat on the ground and began to roast the meat. When Xiao Ju was in the real world, because his father was busy at work and did not have time to take care of him, he cooked and ate by himself. Although he had never grilled, he still roasted pheasants in a modest way. Kind of. After a while, the pheasant exudes a strong fragrance. "Brother, what are you roasting again? It's so delicious." Xiao Wu put down the wild fruit in her hand and looked at Xiao Yu with shining eyes. Xiao Yu touched Xiao Wu's head and said, "This is roast chicken. Do you want to eat it too?" Xiao Wu watched the roast chicken swallowed her saliva. She was originally a herbivorous soul beast, but she couldn't bear such a strong fragrance. She cautiously asked, "Can I eat it too?" "Of course." Xiao Yu smiled. Xiao Yu knew that Xiao Wu was a herbivorous soul beast, so he picked wild fruits for her. It seems that this little guy can also eat meat. But it's okay. In the future, in the human world, there will be a lot of meat in human food. If Xiao Wu is not used to eating it, it will be bad. But now it seems that there is no need to worry. The strong aroma of roast chicken exuded, and at this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly heard the sound of grunting. Xiao Wu quickly said, "It's not me." Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled, "Come on, you have been with us for a long time, do you think we don't know?" At this time, the iceberg girl slowly walked out from behind the tree. She still looked at Xiao Yu a little coldly and said, "Who is following you, but I have to go this way." Xiao Yu was a little bit dumbfounded, he didn't expect this iceberg beauty to look so cute. Xiao Yu tore off a piece of chicken leg from the roast chicken and handed it to the iceberg girl and asked, "Do you want to eat it?" "Who wants to eat what you gave?" The girl replied coldly. "Oh, are you still afraid that I will not be poisoned?" Xiao Yu couldn't smile. Even if I starve to death, I won't eat what you gave. The little girl resolutely said, and then turned her head away. Okay, Xiao Wu, if she doesn't eat, then we eat, we can share a little more. Xiao Yu smiled, and then tore a big drumstick to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu took the chicken drumstick, and then began to nibble, mouth full of oil. Xiao Yu also ate some. The roast chicken is indeed good, and it seems that his level has not fallen. At this time, the cooing sound from the girl in the distance continued. She secretly watched Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu eating chicken legs from the side of her light, and swallowed her saliva involuntarily. Xiao Yu saw that the iceberg girl was even more dumbfounded, and he walked over with the ordinary roast chicken. Xiao Yu handed the roast chicken to the iceberg girl, and the iceberg girl suddenly asked about the fragrance, and then raised her head to look at Xiao Yu. Although she wanted to eat, she suppressed the saliva in her mouth and turned her head aside again. Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Is it really not to eat? If you don't eat it for a while, it will be gone." In the end, the girl couldn't help but laughed at the temptation of roasting chicken, grabbing the chicken leg from Xiao Yu's hand, and then chewing. The girl gnawed on the chicken drumsticks. While eating, she said, "It's so fragrant." Xiao Yu looked at her dumbfounded, and the girl looked at Xiao Yu fiercely and then said, "What are you looking at? Isn't this chicken thigh you want me to eat? Why, now you can't bear it anymore." Xiao Yu pointed to the drumstick in surprise and said, "I didn't want to bear it, but this drumstick." "What's wrong with this chicken leg?" the girl asked, chewing the chicken leg in her mouth. "I have eaten this chicken leg," Xiao Ju replied. "What? Ba ba ba." The girl quickly spit out the chicken legs in her mouth, but in fact, most of them have been eaten in her belly. You actually framed me." The girl vomited frantically, trying to spit out what she had eaten. Xiao Yu pointed to the chicken in his hand innocently and said, "You don't see clearly, this is what I want to give you." Girl dizzy. However, this little girl is also estimated to be starved, and Xiao Yu's roasted chicken is delicious enough. She didn't care, grabbed half of the roasted chicken in Xiao Yu's hand and ate it. She ate Xiao Yu's roast chicken, and was not so wary of Xiao Yu anymore. She came over to the fire and sat around with Xiao Wu. After they finished eating, it was not enough, so Xiao Yu had to roast another chicken. "By the way, what's your name?" Xiao Yu asked the girl. After all, the girl ate Xiao Yu's roast chicken, feeling a little guilty in her heart, and she replied a little weakly, "My name is Qian, you call me Xiaoxiu." She almost said that she was Qian Rongxiu. Although Xiao Ju and the others did not look like bad people, she still couldn't tell him her real name. After all, she still had a mission. This time Bibi Dong took her out of the Wuhan Hall and gave her a task. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is to let him sneak into the Heaven Do Empire as an undercover agent and let her disintegrate the Heaven Do Empire, so she can't reveal her identity. "My name is Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu introduced herself. "My name is Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu said with her eyes wide open, "Can I call you Sister Shuet?" Qian Rongxiu looked at Xiao Wu's cute appearance, and the ice in her heart melted a little, but her natural arrogance made her a little embarrassed, and she was a little indifferent. "Call it whatever you want." "Oh." Xiao Wu responded. "I saw you spinning in the forest for a few days, are you lost?" Xiao Yu suddenly raised her head and asked. When Xiao Ju asked, Qian Rongxiu's face blushed. She was originally a genius in the Hall of Souls, a proud girl of heaven who has gathered thousands of favorites. She should be perfect, but if you let others know that the saintess of Hall of Souls is a road idiot, I am afraid to come out in the future. Seeing people's faces are gone. You want to take care of it. I just think this forest is pretty, so I want to go around more. Qian Rongxiu said proudly. Xiao Yu certainly knew that she was lost, but he didn't say anything wrong, just shook his head and smiled. During the conversation, Xiao Yu cooked another chicken. At this time, both Xiaowu and Qianrongxue were drooling, wishing to eat up the whole chicken in one bite. Looking at the two little guys like wolves and tigers, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little worried. What happened to these two guys? Why are you still up there? At this time, the two little guys pushed Xiaoyu directly away, and divided the whole chicken into half. You two, I grilled this chicken. Brother is so strong, don't eat from us. Yes. There were laughter from the depths of the forest. Chapter 24, I heard that the trafficker wanted to abduct me. The next day, Xiao Yu and the others continued on their way. Qianrongxue did not follow them, but walked with them. After last night, Qianrongxue seemed to have put aside his guard against Xiaoju. After all, they were only 6-year-old children, so how could there be so much intrigue? Indifference is nothing more than Qianrongxue's character. In fact, she is also a very simple child in her heart, but under Bibi Dong's teachings, she has matured earlier. But compared to precociousness, who can compare to Xiao Yu who has passed through? The three of them walked together on the way to Nodding City. Qianrongxue told Xiaoju that she was going to the Heaven Do Empire. Nodding City was only a small city in the Heaven Do Empire, but it was also considered the Heaven Do Empire, so Qianrongxue was also considered to be drop-in. But Qianrongxue was crazy all the way, even if she didn't go along, she couldn't find another way, so he could only follow Xiao Yu behind her ass. Today, the three of them finally passed through the forest and came to the edge of Nodding City. Nodding City is on the border of the Heaven Do Empire. The terrain here is remote. Xiao Yu and the others walked out of the forest and saw a large plain. Looking from a distance across the plain, I saw a tall city wall standing on the plain. Although Nodding City is not a big city, Xiao Wu has never seen the human world before, so I was very surprised to see Nodding City. Brother, is this Nodding City? It's so big! Xiao Wu exclaimed. Xiao Yu nodded. He has never seen a human city, but this city has an ancient charm. What is this? It's just a small broken city. Qianrongxue said lightly. Oh, it seems Xiaoxue that you are from a big city. Xiaoju asked rhetorically. Of course, our city is. Qianrongxue immediately realized that she had said something wrong, and quickly said, our city is not a big city, it's just a little bigger than Nodding City. That's it. Xiaoju certainly heard Qianrongxue lying, but he didn't break it. From the beginning, he knew that Xiaoxue had a lot of secrets, otherwise how could a human girl survive in the Star Do forest for so long? By the way, those who need money after entering the city, do you have any money? Qianrongxue asked suddenly. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu both shook their heads. Money? They haven't even been to the human world, how could there be such a thing? Even the two of them have never seen what money in this world looks like. Didn't you come from a big city? Don't you have money? Xiaoju looked at Qianrongxue. Qianrongxue's face was a little red, because Bibi Dong didn't give her anything in order to exercise her abilities at the time, so she directly discarded her at the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest, so she also had no money. Qianrongxue helplessly spread his hands. Xiao Yu is also a little bit troubled. After entering the city, he needs money whether he eats or stays in a store or studies, but where does he go to find money now? At this moment, a few thieves followed them secretly. Look, there are 3 children here, one person said. These 3 children's skin and tender meat will definitely be sold for a good price. Another person echoed. Why are there 3 children here in the wilderness here? Will their adults be around here? One person worried. I just observed here, there is no one here, and it is in the wilderness, it is a good opportunity to start. The person smirked. I also agree, we haven't encountered such a good list for a long time, this is a good opportunity. Another person also said. Finally, the 3 of them reached a consensus. The 3 of them are human traffickers. They have already abducted countless children, and they specifically select such children who are alone. So when they saw Xiao Yu and the three children alone, they were excited and ready to start. The three directly caught up with Xiao Yu and the others. "Children, where are you going?" a person asked with a smile. Xiao Yu had long noticed that they were following him, and adding their weird behavior, everyone knew that they would not be kind. But Xiao Yu did not puncture, but pretended to be very pure and said, "Uncle, we are separated from our mother, we want to find our mother in the city." Qianrongxiu gave Xiao Ju a white when she heard Xiao Yu say this. She had seen Xiao Ju's greatness. Although Xiao Ju was just a child, she was more mature than her. He is like this, maybe he is going to do something bad, but she didn't pierce Xiao Yu either. "Will that uncle take you to find your mother?" The trafficker smiled. "Well, uncle, are you rich? My sister and I haven't eaten for a few days. Can you invite us to dinner?" Xiao Yu asked suddenly. The trafficker was surprised, but he didn't expect that this kid was still a money fan. But for them, such a child is best to lie. "Uncle has money, uncle has a lot of money, look." The trafficker took out a string of copper soul coins from his arms and shook it in front of Xiao Yu's eyes. "You see, uncle has so much money, enough to invite you to dinner." The trafficker smirked. "Uncle, you are so kind." Xiao Yu quickly smiled purely. www.readaloud.com where? This is what the uncle should do. The trafficker laughed. "No, uncle, you have misunderstood, I mean it's great that you can give charcoal in the snow." Xiao Yu said with a pure smile. Then the smile on his face gradually turned into a smirk. When the trafficker heard Xiao Yu say this, the smile on his face gradually solidified and he immediately reacted. "Boy, are you kidding us?" the trafficker asked immediately. "No, uncle, we just need money for food." Xiao Yu said. The spirit power on her body was released immediately, and the spirit power was released instantly, and the three human traffickers instantly fainted to the ground. Xiao Yu was a little surprised. The previous Dementor could only make people hallucinate, but the current Dementor can faint directly. It seems that this is all due to Xiao's mother's spirit ring. Xiao Yu quickly touched the bodies of the three fainted, then searched all the money from them, and then took them in front of Qianrongxiu and said, "No, don't you have money? You are so bad." Qianrongxiu said with a glance at him. "They are not good things in the first place, they are traffickers, Xiaoxiu, you wouldn't be so kind. Go and sympathize with traffickers." Xiao Yu said. "Who would sympathize with them, I mean you are not good things." Qianrongxiu said coldly. Xiao Yu found the rope from them, then the three of them and threw them on the side of the road, clapped their hands and said, "Xiao Wu, go. Brother is rich, brother takes you into the city to eat delicious food." "Good, good." Xiao Wu said happily. "Some people even say that I am not a good thing. It seems that I don't need to call her when I eat." Xiao Yu smiled. "Xiao Yu, you bastard!" Qianrongxiu followed them angrily. Chapter 25, You are responsible to me. Xiao Yu and they entered Nodding City. Xiao Yu came to Nodding City mainly to find a master, because he knew that no one on this continent could surpass the master's understanding of martial arts. So he was going to Nodding College. He knew that the master at the moment was at Nodding College. But Nodding College is not so easy to enter, because you must go through layers of screening to enter Nodding College. At this time, he suddenly thought of a family, Fang family. The last time he let Fang's family leave, he also expected this situation, so he stayed a bit. Now, Fang's family happens to be when he can use it. As a famous family in Nodding City, the Fang family should be able to handle this. So Xiao Yu decided to go to Fang's house. And Qianrongxiu is going to the capital of the Tiandu Empire, but this matter is a long-term thing, she doesn't need to be so anxious. When she arrives in Nodding City, there is no need to worry that she will get lost, because there are sub-temples of Spirit Hall in various places in the Heaven Do Empire, and of course Nodding City also has them. As her saint, she can call the wind and rain in Notting City, but now, she is gradually becoming interested in Xiao Yu. She kind of wants to stay by Xiao Yu's side and observe this sophisticated child. Xiao Yu first took Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui to stay in Notting City for one night. After the three of them had a little meal, they went to find a hotel to stay. But when those hotels saw Xiao Yu and the three of them were children, they didn't let them live. In the end, the boss agreed after Xiao Yu added money. But after a day of exhaustion, all three of them are very sleepy. So the three of them fell asleep on the bed. After all, the three of them were all children, regardless of gender, the three of them slept on the same bed. So Xiao Yu hugged left and right, enjoying the night of Yanfu. But Xiaoxiu and Xiao Wu are still children, and they seem to have nothing to enjoy. The three woke up early the next morning. Xiao Wu was okay. He had been sleeping with Xiao Yu before, and he didn't feel anything wrong. But Jianrongxiu's face flushed red. When she was a child, she had heard that sleeping with a boy would give birth to children, so she was worried about whether she would have children. Was too sleepy last night, so she went to bed at the end, but she didn't expect that she would actually sleep with Xiao Yu. Sister Xiaoxiu, what's the matter with you? Why is your face so red? Xiao Wu asked. No. Nothing. Xiaoxiu said quickly. Xiao Yu also looked at Xiaoxiu strangely. Is this kid shy? They are all so small, what's the problem with sleeping together? Besides, he didn't do anything last night. Why is he so shy? Xiaoxiu's face turned red and looked at Xiao Yu and said, well, Xiao Yu, you are responsible to me. Responsible? Xiao Yu asked in confusion, what responsibility? You scumbag, you have slept with me, don't you want to be responsible for me? Xiaoxiu said shyly. At this time, Xiao Wu suddenly realized that she also pointed to Xiao Yu and said, brother, you are also responsible to me. Xiao Yu was a little bit dumbfounded. After all, they don't want to be the same as themselves. They have a 20-something heart under their 6-year-old appearance. That's why they have such thoughts. After all, they are still children. Xiao Yu smiled jokingly, okay, how do you want me to be responsible? Marry you. Said this, Jianrongxiu's face became even redder, she hurriedly retracted into the bed and stopped talking. Xiao Wu hurriedly hugged Xiao Yu's arm and said, I slept with my brother too, will my brother marry me too? Looking at Xiao Wu's innocent eyes, Xiao Yu didn't know how to answer her. In the end, it took Xiao Yu a long time and they explained to them. The last two little girls still seemed to understand, Xiao Yu didn't know how to say it, so she got up and left. When he got up, he was going to Fang's house to find the old man, because Xiao Yu knew that the old man was capable of sending them to Notting College. Xiao Wu and Xiaoxiu followed Xiao Yu like two stalkers, and their three children came to the door of Fang's house. Although the Fang family is not a big family in Notting City, it can be regarded as a middle-class family. With a large house standing in Notting City, Xiao Ju still found it easily. Came to the front of Fang's house and saw a guard looking at Xiao Yu arrogantly and saying, what are you doing? Is this a place where your kids can mess around? Xiao Yu was not afraid, and walked forward and said lightly, I want to see Fang Huan, please go in and report a letter, saying that I am the one who rescued them in the Stardo Great Forest. But the doorman laughed loudly after hearing Xiao Ju's words, what did you say? You saved our master in Stardo Great Forest? Ha ha ha, boy, this is not the place where you played home. Also, our Lord's name is not something you can call a little devil, don't hurry up. The young guard yelled. Xiao Yu heard the door guard say this, his face became angry and stepped forward. The door guard flew out like a heavy cannonball and smashed the door open. Xiao Yu is not a good temper, he doesn't have time to spend here with a little doorman www.readaloud.com since he doesn't report the letter, he just went in. You. The young doorman came to the ground and spit out blood from his mouth. Who would dare to break into our Fang's house? At this moment, a strong breath rushed out of the Fang's house. An old man came to the door instantly. Xiao Yu looked at Fang Huan faintly. Although he was short in stature, he did not lose anyone in terms of momentum. "Old man Fang, it's been a long time," Xiao Yu said lightly. Fang Huan saw Xiao Yu, and he was stunned. How did this demon come out of the Stardo forest? He was terrified, and quickly said, "It turned out that it was the grandson who came here. There are mist far away, some mist far away. Hurry up, please inside." At this time, the doorman lying on the ground was stunned. Isn't this just a kid? How could he be the master's benefactor, and how could he as a child have such a powerful force? At this time, Fang Huan slowly walked up to the guard and said, "The dog's eyes are low. From tomorrow, you won't use it." The door guard was stunned. He just stopped a child and lost his job because of this. How can I explain it when I go back? And who is this kid? Even the master has to be polite to him. Xiao Yu took Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui into the Fang's lobby slowly. Father Fang hurriedly prepared a seat for them, and the people who saw their master entertain a few children as VIPs were all embarrassed. Old man Fang personally served Xiao Yu a cup of tea, and then asked, "Is there anything wrong with my grandson coming to my Fang's house this time?" Xiao Yu took a faint sip of tea, and then said, "There is indeed something. I want to enter Notting College, and I need 3 places." Chapter 26, First Encounter with Tang 3. 3 places. Fang Huan exclaimed, then his face began to show embarrassment. Xiao Yu took a sip of the tea in a modest manner, and responded lightly, "Is there any problem? Gong, although our Fang family has a certain amount of weight in Notting City, we are only a middle-class family. You know, you need to go through layers of screening to enter Notting College. You must have a martial soul and a powerful soul. Li is able to enter, and there are only 1 quota per village in many villages. It is a bit for you to want 3 quotas." Fang Huan asked. Xiao Yu didn't care about these, but said indifferently, "Do you see which of the 3 of us does not meet the criteria for entry to Notting College?" Fang Huan has seen Xiao Zhu and Xiao Wu. How could someone who can deal with the kings in the Stardo Great Forest be kind? Another little girl has a peculiar aura, and she looks unusual. Choose people according to Wuhan Hall. According to the standard, all 3 of them can enter Notting College, but Notting College has very little allocation of places. If they are in a certain village, they can enter as long as they are selected, but they are Stardo Forest people. After all, in order to send them to Notting College, you must not only manage the relationship with the college, but also help them forge their identities. The money required is not a small sum. So Fang Huan was hesitating. Seeing Fang Huan hesitating, Xiao Zhu knew that this old man must have a way. All they have to do is take some time and some means. Benevolence, although you are all in line, but I have only 2 places in my hand, and 1 has to be given to our linger. Fang Huan continued to be embarrassed. Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Then I can't control it. I want all 3 of us to enter Notting College. If you can't do it, I don't mind letting Titans entertain you again." Fang Huan felt cold on his back when he thought of the Titan Great Ape. How could he offend such a demon in the first place? "That's right," Xiao Yu said suddenly, "please help us to advance the tuition, fees and living expenses of the 3 of us." Fang Huan's heart was bleeding when he heard Xiao Zhu's request. To get 3 places at Notting College, it takes a lot of money to manage the teachers. It also needs to help them forge their identities, and finally help them pay for tuition and miscellaneous expenses. You have to spend a lot of money. But when he thought of the terrifying existence in the Stardo Great Forest, Fang Huan couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. He couldn't offend them, so he had to do it. After discussing the business, Xiao Yu left Fang's house with Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui. At this time, Fang Huan's son and Fang Linger came out, and his eldest son quickly asked, "Dad, do you really want to help them?" That's a lot of money. Fang Huan shook his head and said, what can I do if I don't help? After all, they are from there. But they killed the younger brother. The eldest son snapped. You don't understand, we can't afford to get people anywhere. If you don't help them, it won't be as simple as your brother's death. Maybe we all have to, hey. Fang Huan could only do so with a sigh. Money can make ghosts push things. Fang Huan didn't take long to get things done. Fang Huan also helped them with various certifications and identity, so Xiao Ju and the others can go directly to Notting College. Xiao Yu took Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui to Notting College. When they arrived at the gate of Notting College, Xiao Yu saw an old man and a child coming to the gate of Notting College in front of them. The child was wearing a light blue dress, his eyes were very bright and refined, and he looked like an unusual child. Xiao Yu recalled the story of Douluos mainland. Is this little boy Tang San? Grandpa Jack, are you leaving so soon? The child asked, looking at the old man. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, the hotel is not for the poor of us. You must stand up and wait until Grandpa sees you next time. I hope you have become a soul master, in that case. Our holy soul village will do it. You are proud. Well, I will. The child said quickly. At this time, they have already reached the door of Notting College. At this time, the young man at the door immediately stopped them and said, what are you doing? Is this a place where you villagers can come? Because the old man and the kid were wearing very ordinary clothes, they were clearly seen by the guard. Old Jack hurriedly said with a smile, this little brother, we are from Holy Soul Village. This child is a work student sent by our village this year. You see, what procedures do we need to go through? The concierge frowned, and said in a strange way, can the grass nest still produce the golden phoenix? There are people in a small village who have spirit power. The college has not had a work-study student for many years. You are not fakes. A trace of anger flashed in old Jack's eyes, but he still swallowed his breath and took out the certificate issued by the Deacon Su Yun Tao of the Spirit Hall last time and handed it to the concierge. The concierge received the proof and looked up and down. Wuhan Lan Yinko? Still full of soul power? Funny, this is really a big surprise. I have been working as a concierge in the college for 4 years, and I have not heard of it. A student with innate soul power, this kid's martial arts is blue-silver grass, can it still be full of soul power? I think you must have forged the proof of this martial arts hall. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. No matter how good Jack's temper is, he can't bear it anymore. You are making things difficult on purpose. Okay, wait, I'll go to the deacon of the Wuhan branch hall. Mistress, let's go. Speaking, Jack turned Tang San and walked towards the city. At this time, Tang San also clenched his fists, staring at the door tightly. At this moment, Xiao Yu walked up quickly and said, wait. The concierge saw that another child had arrived, but Xiao Yu and Tang San were different. Because Xiao Ju scammed the Fang family a lot, he bought very glamorous new clothes. Now he, Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui look like they were all children from aristocratic families, and the concierge knew Xiao Ju's dressing, knew that Xiao Ju could not afford to offend him. Xiao Ju stepped forward slowly and handed over 3 false certificates from the Wuhan Hall. Those proofs were provided by the Fang family with money to help. Xiao Ju stepped up to the ground and said, I see our proof and this one. There is no difference between the little brothers, is the eldest brother at the door dazzling. The door knew that Xiao Yu couldn't afford to offend him, so he quickly compared the 2 proofs, and then said, yes, these 2 proofs are true. Go in. Xiao Yu retracted the proof, and took Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui in. Tang San also followed Xiao Yu into Notting College, and old Jack also said goodbye to him and left. This Xiant Tai, I really thank you just now. I don't know how Xiant Tai is called. Tang San asked politely towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu responded indifferently. My name is Xiao Wu, dance dance. Xiao Wu quickly introduced herself. Tang San continued politely, Brother Xiao, thank you so much just now. My name is Tang San. Tang San, you look so small, can I call you Xiao San? Xiao Wu asked quickly. Chapter 27, Congenital Soul Sect. Tang San turned to Jianrongxiu, and quickly asked, how should this be called? Jianrongxiu ignored Tang San, turned and left, showing her arrogant temperament to the fullest. Xiao Yu smiled upon seeing this, little San, you don't care about her, she is a dead arrogant. Xiao Yu, do you want to die? Who do you say is Tsundere? Xiaoxiu didn't know when she stood behind Xiao Yu, and the terrifying spirit power burst out, chasing Xiao Yu and fighting. Tang San felt the spirit power of Jianrongxiu and Xiao Zhu, and he instantly understood that these children were so unusual. At this moment, a middle-aged man slowly walked in from outside the school. The man is of medium build and slightly thinner. It looks like this man is about 40 or 50 years old. He has short black hair and a very ordinary appearance. With his hands behind his back, there is a special temperament on his body, with a little laziness and decadence between his eyes. Xiao Yu can tell at a glance that this person is a master. Master walked into the academy and suddenly saw a few students playing around, but he faintly felt something was wrong. Because the spirit power of these children is surprisingly high, even if you look at the entire Douluo continent, they can be regarded as monster-level characters. How can such characters gather together and appear in a small city like Notting City? Master became more and more interested in the four children. Don't you know that frolicking is forbidden in the academy? The master hurriedly said and stopped the crowd. At this time, Tang San politely stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, teacher, we were wrong. Seeing the polite Tang San, the master nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Xiao Yu and Jianrongxiu also stopped. Don't mess around on campus in the future. In addition, I am not a teacher at the college. The word teacher is not just screaming. The master looked at Tang San and said, you have to understand that the teacher is not just screaming, I'm just a guest in this academy, and you should call me the master like everyone else in the future, the master replied. Oh! Tang San nodded. Xiao Zhu looked at the master. He knew that this was an opportunity that could not be missed, because his main purpose of coming to the human world was to find a master. The master was the most proficient in martial arts research in this world, and he could be called a martial artist. The textbook of the soul world, only he can help him cultivate the ultimate book. Master, can you accept me as a disciple? Xiao Yu stepped forward and said. Master looked at Xiao Yu a little surprised. He and Xiao Yu had just met, so why did Xiao Yu let himself accept him as a disciple? Why do you want me to be your teacher? The master asked. Xiao Yu replied indifferently, because I think in this world, no one except you is qualified to be my teacher. Hearing these words, the master immediately felt that Xiao Yu, the child, was a little arrogant, and Tang San next to him was much more restrained than Xiao Yu. But the master was a little curious. He looked at Xiao Yu and asked, why? Because you put forward the 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan, in the whole Wuhan world, no one in the world knows Wuhan people better. Xiao Yu said immediately. Unexpectedly, when you were young, you would have seen my 10 major competitiveness of martial arts. The master looked at Xiao Zhu with some relief, because in the martial arts world, there are not many people who agree with him. He treated it as a joke. I just read it briefly, the research is not deep, but I can see from your point of view that your research on Wuhan is very deep. Xiao Yu said. Master suddenly became a little excited. For so many years, no one has praised him so much. He became more and more curious about Xiao Yu. He asked lightly, you show me your martial soul. Xiao Yu lightly released his soul power, and a small black book suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Book. The master was a little surprised. Because in the traditional concept of Wuhan, the book itself has no combat effectiveness. Like Lan Yinko, it belongs to the waste Wuhan. But Xiaoju's book looks a little different. It contains a touch of soul power and looks very mysterious. After Master looked at Xiaoju's martial arts, he felt that Xiaoju was not easy. I have never seen a book as a child of a weapon spirit. You are indeed different, the Master exclaimed. Master, please accept me as a disciple. Only you can help me cultivate my martial soul. Xiaoyu said immediately. Master's eyes were a little hot, because he hadn't met such a potential kid as Xiaoyu for a long time. To be honest, he was a little excited. Tang San looked at the Master and Xiaoyu from behind, with a hot light in his eyes. He looked at his blue-silver grass martial spirit books, and scraps of martial spirit can be cultivated. Maybe the Master in front of him can help him cultivate blue-silver grass. He also stepped forward and said politely, Master, please accept me as a disciple. Master was surprised. What happened today? Why did two children suddenly worship me as a teacher? At this time, Tang San released his martial soul, and then handed the proof to the Master to have a look. The Master looked at Tang San and said, Blue Yinko, it turns out to be innately full of soul power. This is impossible www.readaloud.com unless you are a twin spirit. The Master looked at Tang San and said. Hearing these words, Tang San's heart trembled. Because he promised his father, he should not reveal that he is a twin spirit. The Master calmed down and looked at Tang San, and smiled, Are you curious, why would I know that you are a twin spirit? As he said, he shook the proof in his hand, It's because of this proof. Maybe other people can't see the flaw, but if I can't see it either, then I don't deserve the word master. I once investigated 647 people with blue-silver grass martial arts, of which 16 have soul power. The probability is less than 3%. And even these 16 people with soul power, there is no soul power that can exceed level 1, but you are innately full of soul power at level 10. According to one of the 10 core competencies of Wuhan that I have studied, the size of innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the spirit. Look. Blue-silver grass is obviously not satisfied, so I can be sure that you should have another spirit, and it is a very powerful spirit. Hearing the analysis of the Master, Tang San knew that this Master, he had not made a mistake. He could tell at a glance that he was a person with twin spirits. How could he be an ordinary person? Today, there are two children with extraordinary gifts who want to worship themselves as teachers. The Master is obviously very happy. He looked at Xiaoyu and said, You release your soul power, let me take a look. Xiaoyu walked forward slowly, the soul power in his hand was released, and suddenly, a hot light illuminated the entire playground. This is. At this moment, the Master was stunned, because Xiaoju's soul power could not be described as terrible. He was not only innately full of soul power. He is the innate soul sect. Chapter 28, Who allows you to insult my teacher? When I saw Xiaoyu's spirit power, the Master showed an extremely shocked look on his face. Tang San's innate full spirit power and twin martial spirits had already shocked him, but Xiaoyu's spirit power directly made him petrified. A 6-year-old child can become the innate soul sect. He has never seen it before, and has never heard of it in the history of Douluos continent, even he dare not even think about it. Now he finally knows why Xiaoyu said that the only person in this world can hand him over, and perhaps only himself can hand over him this monster's soul power. After seeing Xiaoyu's spirit power, it took a long time for the Master to wake up from shock. You two really want to worship me as a teacher? The Master asked. Hey! Xiaoyu nodded and responded with Tang San. Now even the Master is a little unconfident. He doubts whether he can teach these two little monsters, especially Xiaoyu, the little monster of the innate soul sect. Well, in that case, then I will take you two as disciples. The Master laughed. It can be seen that he is very happy. After all, he has accepted 2 geniuses as apprentices. Anyone will be very happy if he becomes a student. Xiao Yu and Tang San hurriedly saluted, and the master hurriedly caught them. Very good, let's report to the Academic Affairs Office together. The master said lightly. Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is not as big as it looks. It is mainly divided into several areas, the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building on the east side of the playground. Even though it is only a Junior Soul Master Academy, the requirements for students here are very strict. Even if the home is next to the academy, students must stay in the academy and accept unified management. The Office of Academic Affairs is on the first floor of the main teaching building. It is a teacher who looks more than 60 years old who is responsible for receiving freshmen, and there are 2 young teachers who are less than 30 years old. Director Su said with a full smile, Master, why are you here, rare guest? Sit down for a while. Master put the certificate on the table and said to the older teacher, Director Su, these 4 little guys are freshmen, please help him register. Oh, Master, how can you be the teacher of our college for this registration? Why would you have time to bring someone to register? Director Su smiled lightly, and a trace of disdain could be seen in his eyes. These 2 are my disciples, so I brought them here together. The master said seriously. Then turned his head to look at Xiang Xiaoyu and Tang San and said, Okay, these teachers will tell you what to do, and I will go to you in person when I turn back. Goodbye teacher. Xiaoyu and Tang San said quickly. Master nodded in satisfaction, and then left. Director Su was taken aback, you worship the master as a teacher. His expression was a little weird, it was an expression that wanted to laugh but could not resist. Tang Sandao, what's wrong? Teacher. Xiao Yu stood aside, looking at Director Su faintly. Director Su shook his head repeatedly, and smiled, No, no. I didn't expect that the master will accept apprentices. However, you are still students of this college, and you must also abide by the rules and regulations of the college in the future, do you understand? Tang San nodded. The 2 young teachers next to Director Su are not as good as him. One of them took Tang San's Wuhan Hall certificate and looked at it, and smiled, Tang San is right. As a teacher in the academy, I want to remind you a moment. Master is not recognized casually. Any soul master, regardless of whether he graduated from the academy, can only recognize one master, otherwise, the world will not tolerate it. Do you really think the master is suitable? Oh, you still innately full of spirit power. Unfortunately, the martial spirit is blue-silver grass. Seeing the words of innate soul power in the proof, the faces of the teachers present showed surprise, but Lan Yinko turned their surprise into regret. Tang San looked strangely at the 3 college teachers in front of him, what's wrong? Director Su glared at the young teacher next to him, and said, although the master has a weird personality, from a certain perspective, he is an invincible existence in the spirit of martial arts. Anyway, your spirit is also Lan Yinko. It's okay to worship him as a teacher. Okay, so be it. This is your thing, and the college distributes it for free. You live in room 7 of the dormitory building. The teacher in charge there will arrange your work as a work student. At this time, Director Su picked up Xiao Wu's Wuhan Hall testimony. At this time, his face immediately showed a look of surprise. Innately full of soul power, martial soul rabbit. Another teacher picked up Jian Rongxiu's martial arts, and the look on her face became even more surprised. Innately full of soul power, Wuhan 6-winged butterfly. Of course Jian Rongxiu did not expose her seraph's martial soul, because the martial soul was still in its initial state and had not evolved, like a butterfly. When she was in the identity, she said her martial soul was a hexapod. Muddle through. If I let these college teachers know that her spirit is a seraphim, I don't know how shocked it would be. After reading Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui's Wuhan Hall certification, all the teachers in the academy showed shocked expressions. This is too bad. I knew that in the past 100 years, there were only a few people on the Douluos continent with full spirit power, but today there were actually 3 people who came to my college to report. The 3 teachers were so excited that they were a little speechless. At this time, Director Soab picked up Xiaoju's proof. Suddenly, he petrified in place. Trembling hands holding the proof, the pupils of his eyes dilated, and he couldn't believe it. He swallowed his saliva, and then slowly said in his mouth, Xiaoyu, Wuhunshu, innate soul sect. The other 2 were stunned as soon as they said this. Innate soul sect, this is a person who has never seen anyone before, and they really found a treasure in their academy. They tried to calm their excitement. Yu read www.yunsha.com and then looked at Xiaoyu and asked, do you really want to worship the master as a teacher? From their point of view, there is nothing wrong with Tang San worshipping a master as a teacher, but for a genius like Xiaoju, who is a top-notch genius in mainland China, if he worships a master as a teacher, he would be a violent thing. Is there anything wrong? Xiaoyu asked lightly. Do you know that you can't just apprentice teachers in the mainland? With a genius like you can definitely find a better teacher. Director Su regretted. No, I think the master is the best teacher on the mainland. Xiaoyu replied lightly. Seeing Xiaoyu's firm eyes, the 3 teachers had to shake their heads and sigh. Well, the dormitory of the 3 of you is also in Kishi, let's report. Xiaoyu walked out with the 3 of them. Tang San looked at the 3 from behind, his eyes could not help showing admiration. It turns out that Douluos continent has so many geniuses. It seems that I will work harder to cultivate. Tang San said secretly in his heart. Walking out of the Academic Affairs Office, Xiaoyu and the others heard the sound of regret from the Academic Affairs Office. Hey, it's a pity, it's a pity. It's a pity that a genius like Xiaoyu worships a master as a teacher. Yes, although the master is invincible in theory, in the soul master world, who doesn't treat him as a joke? Enough, the master is a friend of the dean. Don't pretend to judge yourself. Although no one has proved that his theory is correct, no one has proven that his theory is wrong. In the spirit world, the master is a famous figure. That's not right, Director, it should be a famous clown. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the door of the Academic Affairs Office flew in directly. I saw Xiaoyu standing at the door and saying, Who allows you to insult my teacher? Chapter 29, Teach me brother, you are not worthy. Xiaoyu kicked the door of the Academic Affairs Office open, and the 3 teachers of Academic Affairs looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. Because no one in their nodding Junior Soul Master Academy has such courage, students dare to kick the door of the Academic Affairs Office. Xiaoyu is the first in history. Xiaoju is a person who must avenge the Canthus. That's why he always wanted to avenge his mother and also wanted to avenge Xiaowu's mother. So there is no sand in his eyes. If it were Tang San, maybe he would bear it for a while. After all, he was a teacher at the academy, so he would still respect it. But Xiaoyu is not Tang San, he never forbears it. So even if the other party is a teacher at the academy, he has to be tough to the end. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Director Su said sharply. Didn't you just laugh at my teacher? I want to see what qualifications you have to taunt him. Xiaoyu said lightly, looking at the teacher at the Academic Affairs Office. The 3 teachers of the Academic Affairs Office were only the cultivation base of the soul sect. After all, Xiaoyu was a person who had just passed the title Douluos, so he did not pay attention to the soul sect. There is also Xiaoyu who originally came to look for the master. As long as he can worship the master as a teacher, he doesn't care if he is a student of Notting College. Are we wrong? The master is a well-known clown in the spirit world, and he is a fancy talker, a teacher said loudly. Xiaoyu kicked their door open, and their faces were greatly insulted, so they couldn't bear it. Talking about soldiers on paper. Xiaoyu smiled slightly. What you mean is that you are not talking on paper, Do you have real talents? At this time, Tang San and the others also caught up. Tang San also heard the teacher in the Office of Academic Affairs mocking their master. Perhaps Xiao Yu would endure it if he didn't rush out, but Xiao Yu couldn't stand it, and of course he couldn't stand it either. Our teacher is not an ordinary person, even he is very special in this continent. Tang San said afterwards. Xiao Yu glanced at Tang San faintly, then turned to the teachers and said, Xiao San is right, don't you look down on our teacher? Do you dare to compare with his disciples? After Xiao Yu finished speaking, he glanced at Tang San, and Tang San clenched his fists and became firm. Although Tang San was only a spirit master with innate spirit power, that is, a 10th level spirit master, as long as his Tang sect's unique skills were used, even the teacher of the Academic Affairs Office of the Soul Sect might not be an opponent. Boy, you are too crazy. Another teacher looked at Xiao Yu and said. At this time, Director Su hurriedly stood up to make a round. After all, Xiao Zhu is a genius. He doesn't want to offend such a genius who may have a great achievement in the future, so he quickly said, where can the college teachers compete with the students? Xiao Yu, Tang San, this is our fault, you should not talk privately behind your teacher. Well, let's go back first, let's expose this matter. Director Su slowly said. At this time, the two teachers of the college stood up and said loudly, Dr. Su, you just let them go. You must know that we are teachers of the college. They are just students of the college. If you let the students ride on your head, so where do we put our faces? Yes, if I let these little boys ride on their heads, how will I see people in the future? Another teacher also said sharply. At this time, Xiao Yu smiled faintly, just so, I didn't plan to let you go like this. Boy, you are too arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson. The teacher said sharply. Hee, okay. Xiao Yu sneered, let me see your real materials. At this time, Tang San stepped forward and said to Xiao Yu, Brother Xiao, I am also a teacher's disciple. Let me play the first battle. If I can't make a face for the teacher, you must win it for us. Looking at Tang San's firm eyes, Xiao Yu nodded. After all, Tang San is the male protagonist in Douluos continent, and finally became the man of sea god. Xiao Yu has no reason not to believe him. Tang San stepped forward, and the teacher also stood up. Tang San faintly stretched out his hand and said in a courtesy, Teacher, please. Boy, don't think that you are so arrogant because you are born with full spirit power. I want to see what arrogant capital you have as a blue-silver grass martial soul boy. The teacher said, and the martial soul on his body was released instantly. Wuhan Hunting Beast Whip. The hunting whip is his weapon spirit, it is the control system spirit. 4 spirit rings appear on the teacher, white, yellow and purple. The 4 spirit rings represent the identity of his soul sect, but he is even the soul sect. There is only 1,000-year spirit ring. Boy, you are so arrogant, let me teach you a lesson. As the teacher said, he rushed towards Tang San. Tang San showed a firm look in his eyes, and looked at the teacher firmly. I saw him calmly, his eyes suddenly turned purple. Xiao Yu knew that it was the purple magic pupil, which could slow down the movements of the people in the field of vision. Tang San saw all the movements of the teacher clearly. Yu reading www.yunsha.com then turned around and escaped the teacher's attack gorgeously. Immediately afterwards, he took advantage of the teacher's gap and slapped it out. Swanyu hand. Great energy erupted from Tang San's hand, and saw that the teacher flew out and fell to the ground. At this moment, no matter who it is, there is this surprised look on his face. This is impossible, a dignified soul sect was knocked to the ground by a small soul master. With a surprised look on his face, he slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Tang San and said, Boy, I underestimated the enemy before, so I won't keep my hand this time. He said loudly, and immediately rushed towards Tang San. The spirit ring on his body was radiating light, and the rolling spirit power was released. Suddenly his martial spirit became very long, directly binding Tang San, and then hitting Tang San with a punch. Tang San quickly dodged and escaped a blow, but it was difficult to resist. "Smelly boy, see if you dare to be arrogant," the teacher said, punching Tang San on the body. Tang San stepped back 10 meters. After all, that teacher was the Soul Sect, and he was a few levels higher than Tang San. Even if Tang San had a terrific knowledge, the possibility of wanting to defeat him was almost zero. But Tang San gave him too much surprise. He thought that Tang San was a waste martial arts spirit, but now it seems that Tang San is stronger than he thought. "Boy, why don't you be a master apprentice? Come and be my apprentice." The teacher laughed happily after winning Tang San. Tang San touched his chest and looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Brother Xiao, I lost, I will rely on you next." Xiao Yu nodded solemnly, and then slowly stepped forward and said, "You are not worthy to teach me, brother." Chapter 30, I apologize for hitting you. I saw Xiao Yu slowly walking up and looking at the teacher with a smile. "Boy, I have tolerated you for a long time. We have never seen someone as arrogant as you at Notting College since the establishment of the school," the teacher said sharply. "Oh, is it so? Then you are honored to see you today," Xiao Yu said lightly. Xiao Yu's endless soul power was released, then looked at another teacher and said, "Teacher, you two come together." "Boy, Hugh is arrogant." Facing Xiao Yu's provocation, the two teachers couldn't help it. Another teacher also released his martial soul, and his spirit power burst out. Wuhan Grey Crane. Both teachers released their martial souls, one was the Beast Whip and the other was the Grey Crane. Both teachers released their spirits and stood in front of Xiao Yu, and then said, "Xiao Yu, we know that you are a genius, but we have to teach you one thing. You are not a genius and you can do whatever you want." Xiao Yu just smiled faintly, and did not respond to them. During the battle in the Star Do Great Forest, there were countless soul sects killed by Xiao Ju, and soul kings who did not kill him, let alone the innate soul sect now, and a 100,000-year soul ring. The ultimate book of Wuhan. He can contend with the soul sect based on his physical fitness alone. For them, Xiao Yu can't use martial arts and spirit rings. Xiao Ju's spirit ring is 100,000 years old. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Ju's spirit ring is not exposed, and his martial arts spirit is too strange. Although he has no obvious offensive ability, it contains unimaginable powerful energy. They weren't Xiao Yu's opponents at all, so Xiao Yu didn't need to respond to them. "Just tell them with your fist." Tang San also looked to Xiao Yu. At this time, he was seriously injured in the battle with the Soul Sect. Although he still has Tang Sect hidden weapons that have not been used, he deeply understands that he and the Soul Sect are not at the same level. His eyes slowly looked at Xiao Yu, his senior brother, the innate Soul Sect, the unprecedented genius before the Douluos continent, and he wanted to keep moving towards him. Perhaps since he saw Xiao Yu, he was impressed by the aura of Xiao Yu. I saw Xiao Yu looking at the two teachers indifferently. Even under the pressure of the two soul sects, Xiao Yu still didn't change his face. "Brother Xiao Yu, come on!" Xiao Wu shouted from behind. Qian Rongxiu hugged her hands and looked at Xiao Ju. Although she knew that Xiao Ju was very strong, she still wanted to see if Xiao Ju was the real opponent of the soul sect. I saw Xiao Yu take a step slowly. Suddenly, the two teachers were ready to go, and the 4 spirit rings on their bodies radiated bright light. "Xiao Yu, don't you release the spirit and spirit ring?" a teacher asked. "It's not necessary to deal with you." Xiao Yu responded indifferently. "Sure enough, boy, it seems that you will not cry without seeing the coffin. Although you are an innate soul sect, let me tell you the gap between the soul sect and the soul sect," said the teacher, with the long whip in his hand moving towards Xiao Ju flew over. "Binding!" Teacher yelled, and immediately the hunting whip began to fly towards Xiao Yu, trying to entangle Xiao Yu. I saw Xiao Yu standing quietly, neither hiding nor dodge. Seeing that his martial spirit was about to trap Xiao Yu, the teacher showed a smile on his face, and he wanted to severely teach this arrogant student. But the next moment, he was completely dazed. I saw Xiao Yu slowly stretch out her hand and gently grabbed the teacher's whip. How can this be? How can you catch my martial soul? The teacher obviously couldn't believe his eyes, and immediately released his own spirit power, and his spirit hunting whip was constantly trying to break free from Xiao Yu's restraint. But Xiao Yu just held it so gently, and he couldn't get rid of it. Help me! The teacher hurriedly looked at the other teacher, and the other teacher saw that his colleague had been restrained by Xiao Ju. Although the 2-on-1 was a bit shameful, it was not the time to talk about it at this time. Wuhan Grey Crane! The teacher yelled, and suddenly his body began to change, and a ghost of a grey crane appeared behind him. The 4 spirit rings are shining brightly, and the billowing spirit power is constantly flowing. Crane feather capture! Teacher Grey Crane yelled, and suddenly, the figure of his martial spirit rushed out and released towards Xiao Yu. At that moment, Director Su was shocked. What are you doing? He is just a student, what should you do if you hurt him? I saw Xiao Yu not caring at all. The shadow flew towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu slowly stretched out his other hand, he directly grabbed the grey crane shadow by the neck, and then squeezed it hard. The ghost of the grey crane collapsed directly. Xiao Yu faintly exerted force with his right hand, pulling the beast hunting whip forward, and immediately, the teacher flew forward and planted fiercely in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu took advantage of the victory and pursued. He came to Master Grey Crane at an unrecognizable speed, and turned around. Suddenly www.readaloud.com the teacher also flew out and hit the office door. The 2 teachers fell to the ground, and Xiao Yu clapped her hands lightly. Then looked at the 2 teachers and said, "How about it, do you want to fight again?" The 2 teachers shook their heads quickly. This Xiao Yu was a monster, and couldn't deal with it with common sense at all. You can't even beat the teacher's apprentice, what qualifications do you have to talk about our teacher's gossip behind your back? Xiao Yu said coldly. The 2 teachers were immediately ashamed. They didn't expect that their dignified soul sect would be beaten to the ground by a 6-year-old child. The 2 teachers showed embarrassment on their faces. They were thinking of teaching Xiao Yu a lesson before, but now they are the ones being taught. Xiao Yu, you are indeed very strong, but do you know the rules of our nodding college? The teacher stood up and said. Xiao Yu said lightly, I don't care what school rules are, I only want you to apologize to my teacher, otherwise, I will call you to apologize. You. Well, we can apologize to the master. But you must leave today. Because of nodding college regulations, those who dare to provoke teachers must be expelled from the school. So Xiao Yu and Tang San, you were expelled from our nodding college. The teacher said righteously. At this moment, an old man with a white beard and another old man passed by the academic affairs office. The old man with a white beard smiled and introduced everything about the school to the other old man. Another old man has a symbol of Wuhandian on his arm, which seems to be from Wuhandian. Elder, please, please. This is the Academic Affairs Office of our nodding college. When the dean, the elder of Wuhan Hall, stepped into the Academic Affairs Office, the 2 of them were instantly confused. Chapter 31, Expelled. The dean of nodding college walked in with the elders of the Wuhan branch hall, and they found that the 2 teachers were actually swollen by the NPC. The elder of Wuhan Hall looked inside. At this moment, he suddenly saw Jian Rongxiu. He is the branch hall of Wuhan Hall in Nodding City. The last time he had the honor to go to the Wuhan Hall for a meeting, he saw the true face of Jian Rongxiu at that time, so he only recognized Jian Rongxiu now. It's just that he can't think of why the saint came to this place. Holy! The elder was about to shout, when Jian Rongxiu quickly made a hush action, and the elder shut up quickly. The elder understood the meaning of the saint. It may be that the saint did not want to reveal his identity, so he shut up quickly. At this time, the dean looked at the two teachers and quickly asked, "What's the matter?" "Dean, you must call the shots for us." The two teachers hurriedly cried, "Since the establishment of Notting College, no student has dared to beat the teacher, but they, young, not only contradict us, but also beat it like this." Hearing the cry of the two teachers, the dean couldn't believe it. Because the four children standing next to them are all 5 or 6 years old and seem to be incompetent at all, the dean asked again uncertainly, "Are you sure they beat you like this?" "That's right, the dean, that's the kid named Xiao Yu, he is the innate soul sect." A teacher pointed at Xiao Yu. Innate soul sect. Hearing these 4 words, the dean was shocked. Because he has lived for so many years, on Douluos Road, he has never seen someone from the innate soul sect. How defying must be to reach the realm of innate soul sect. But even if Xiao Yu is a genius, he also beat the teacher of the college and violated the school rules. Dean looked at Xiao Yu faintly and asked, "Why do you want to beat the college teacher?" Xiao Yu looked at the dean plainly, without any fear, and replied calmly, "Because they insulted my teacher." "Who is your teacher?" the dean continued to ask. "Our teacher is what you call the master." Xiao Yu replied. As soon as the word master came out, the dean was surprised. Because he knows the identity of the master is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Although his martial arts level is indeed not high, his influence in the martial arts world is not lost to anyone. That's why I accept the master to live here. To be honest, although the master is usually low-key, but the master, he can't afford to offend. I didn't expect the master to accept disciples. The dean sighed lightly. At this time, Qian Rongxiu calmly walked out and said, "They insulted Xiao Ju's master first. As apprentices, if they can bear this, how can they be regarded as apprentices?" Seeing Qian Rongxiu speaking for Xiao Ju, the elder of the Wuhan Palace also spoke, "These two little brothers respect their teachers and respect their teachings. They are really respectable. Even if they beat someone, there is a reason." Dean was immediately surprised when he saw that the elder of Wuhan Hall was pleading for a few children. This elder is usually the most snobbish, why would he intercede for several children? After the pleading, the elder secretly looked at Qian Rongxiu, only to see a faint smile on Qian Rongxiu's face. The elder knew that he would be promoted in the future. Then he said again, "Dean, I don't think your college teachers are so good. They fought a lot with the juniors, and even lost. You were beaten up like this. It seems that your Notting College is lonely." Hearing what the elder of Wuhan Hall said, the dean's face changed slightly and then said, "Let the elder laugh." The elder of the Spirit Hall was here to talk about cooperation with the dean of Notting College. Now that the elder of the Spirit Hall sees such a scene, I am afraid that their cooperation is worrying. Dean quickly pointed at the two teachers and said angrily, "You two incompetent guys, you don't have much effort on your body, but you don't have a lot of tricks. Don't you know that the master is my guest? Is my guest you can insult casually. Also, you are the teachers, but you didn't take the lead, and you even fought with the students privately. What do I want you to do with such a teacher?" The dean yelled at them. At this time, the two teachers were dumbfounded. It was obvious that these two students had violated the school rules. Why didn't they expel the students, but instead punish them? "Dean, even if we do something wrong, it is against school rules for students to beat the teacher," the teacher said immediately. "Shut up," the dean snapped. "You still have reason. The two dignified soul sects can't beat a newly enrolled student. Our Notting College's face has been lost by you. You are embarrassed to file a lawsuit. From tomorrow, you two will not be used to work. Our Notting College does not have teachers like yours," the dean scolded loudly. The two teachers hurriedly interceded, "Don't want the dean will give us another chance." They didn't expect that they just said bad things about the master. Not only were they beaten up like this, they also lost their jobs. Now their intestines are all regretful. Why should they be so unabashed in the first place? Seeing the dean fired the two teachers, the elder of Wahundian smiled lightly. Okay, Dean, you don't have to worry about these things, let's continue to talk about cooperation. Well, please from the elder. The dean hurriedly said. Then looked at Director Su and said, the rest is up to you. Yes. Director Su quickly apologized to Xiao Yu and the others. Look, these two people who insulted the master have been punished. You should go back to the dormitory and report. Xiao Yu nodded faintly, and then took Xiao Wu Tang San and the others to the 7 shelter. As soon as they opened the door of the dormitory, Xiao Yu and the others heard a voice. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Watch out! A student suddenly rushed towards Xiao Yu and the others. Xiao Yu and the others did not move. At this time, suddenly, Tang San in front of them disappeared. Wang Sheng, boss, come on! Other students immediately shouted and cheered. The other students clearly saw that Tang Sandu took a very quick step, and he had come behind Wang Sheng without turning his head. He bent his right arm and hit Wang Sheng's waist with an elbow. At the same time, his right foot it also happened to stay in front of Wang Sheng's right foot. Before Wang Sheng could even react, he fell out and staggered out of the door of the dormitory. Fortunately, his strength was good. And he didn't even fall, otherwise it would be a ending. Smelly boy, do you dare to hit me? Wang Sheng was furious, turned around, and rushed towards Tang San like a tiger descending a mountain. Tang San just hoped that he would not encounter too many troubles in his future college life, at least not be disturbed in his normal life, so he definitely believed that he should teach the boss in front of him a little lesson. This is the so-called killing of chickens and monkeys. Watching Wang Sheng pounced and punched him in the chest, Tang San didn't retreat but moved forward and took a step forward to meet Wang Sheng. He stepped right in front of Wang Sheng's body with his left hand and his right hand. Completed a simple and effective action. Wang Sheng only felt that the right fist he swayed seemed to be drawn by a special force. He actually changed its direction. At the same time, a strong force came from Tang San's right hand, he was tripped under his feet, and his body flew out again. The balance is not so well mastered this time. The simple movements in Tang San's hands had already used the Tang sect's unique method of controlling cranes and capturing dragons. With the help of Wang Sheng's own power, coupled with his own power, Wang Sheng immediately threw himself down on a bed. Chapter 32, Dormitory Boss. This time, Wang Sheng did not fall lightly, and after struggling for a long time he got up from the ground, and the look in Tang San's eyes had become frightened and angry. In any case, he is only a 12-year-old child. Facing someone stronger than himself, he is more afraid than impulsive. Tang San looked at him faintly, then picked up his school uniform. Can you get out of it now? Seeing Tang San Chao walking towards him, Wang Sheng subconsciously stepped aside from the way forward. Tang San found a bed not far from the door and put his school uniform on it. Oh, no, Tang San, did you use spirit skills? Wang Sheng asked tentatively. Spirit ability. This is not the first time Tang San has heard of this name. What is a spirit ability? Wang Sheng scratched his head, and said, it's the skill used by the martial soul. What is your martial soul? Raising his right hand, a faint blue light gushing from his palm, Tang San used actions to tell the students in the dormitory that his martial arts spirit turned out to be blue-silver grass. Hearing the word spirit ability, although the other students were frightened by Tang San's power, they still surrounded him. Is that really a spirit ability? Very powerful, even big brother Wang Sheng is not an opponent. Tang San shook his head, that's not a spirit ability, it's just a fighting technique. Wang Sheng walked to Tang San. Why did you show mercy just now? He also studied at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy for 5 years. If Tang San changed his knees to kick to avoid serious injury, he wouldn't be able to tell. Then learn for nothing. Tang San said calmly, "We are classmates, but not enemies." A complicated light flashed in Wang Sheng's eyes. "I'm sorry just now. Every working student who comes here has to face this. We working students are always looked down upon by other students, so we must unite. I just hope you this newcomer can unite with us." Tang San smiled and said, "So, do you have to give me a slap in the face?" Wang Sheng blushed, showing a kind of honest smile. "It was you who gave me a stab at me. But you are really amazing. You should have just turned 6. Tang San nodded. Wang Sheng pulled a student in front of the bed. He was not welcome, and sat down beside Tang San. "Tang San, you defeated me, and you will be the boss of our 7th house from now on." They were obviously shocked by Tang San's fierceness, and they had already ignored the people outside. "Boss, Xiao San can't be the boss. Our boss is brother Xiao Yu," Xiao Wu quickly said. At this time, the other people in the dormitory noticed Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu standing at the door. As for Qian Rongxiu, she said that she had left for a while beforehand. At this time, Tang San also said, "Indeed, brother is much better than me. Even if you want to be the boss, you should do it." Everyone looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, like Tang San, was 6 years old and looked a little thin. They didn't think Xiao Yu was so powerful. He wants to be the boss, and he has to show his strength like Tang San, otherwise we will not accept it. Wang Sheng said loudly. He was obviously overwhelmed by Tang San's abilities. He felt that Tang San was already a genius among geniuses, and he didn't believe that there was someone stronger than Tang San. Other members of the dormitory also booed. "Yes, if you want to be the boss, you must let us see your strength." Xiao Ju took the baggage restriction and walked into the bed at the very edge, then dropped the baggage on the bed, and said lightly, "Boss, I'm not interested, just let Xiaosan do it." Seeing Xiao Yu's arrogant attitude, everyone felt a little upset. Isn't just a 6-year-old child? What to install? Then let us try your strength. Several people said, and they rushed towards Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju sat on the bed lightly, and glanced at them faintly, not paying attention. Waiting for a few children to rush in front of him, at this moment, Xiao Yu's spirit power suddenly burst out. Boom! I saw all the children being shocked and sitting on the ground. At this moment, everyone is dumbfounded. How is this possible? When did he move his hand? Tang San's words, they saw him make a move, but Xiao Yu knocked them all to the ground without even using his hands. The powerful forward spirit power made them feel extremely powerful. They are all petrified in the same place. Such a child is only 6 years old. Is this still a human? This is a monster among monsters. After a long time, the people in the dormitory calmed down. "Boss!" Everyone in the dormitory shouted in unison. Then all came up to Xiao Yu to pour some tea, pinch her shoulders and beat her legs. Leave Tang San alone, sitting on the bed alone, and said, "Hey, although the brother is better than me, your face has changed too quickly." Xiao Yu stopped them and said lightly, "I don't want to be the boss." Wang Sheng said sternly, "This is the rule, whoever has a hard fist is the boss. Do you think the boss is good? I am not humble with you." Look at www.readaloud.com. While talking, he pulled away. "I lost the sleeves of my 2 school uniforms." Xiao Yu was surprised to see that there were 7 or 8 bruises on his arms. Wang Sheng smiled bitterly. "This was done when we first arrived at the college yesterday. We work students are all from poor families. The students in other dormitories often bully the people in our 7 homes. As the boss of the dormitory, we must replace them. Brothers, come forward. I wish I could transfer this responsibility to you." The other students nodded and looked at Xiao Yu, with a hint of hope on his face. Xiao Yu did not expect to be so bullied as work students. Xiao Yu and their origins are unknown, so Fang's family can only send them in as work students, so Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu are all working study students. Xiao Yu looked at the scar on Wang Sheng's hand and said lightly, I don't want to be the boss, but since I am here, no one dares to bully you. Hearing Xiao Yu's promise, new hope arose in everyone's faces. At this moment, a 30-year-old teacher walked in from outside. Are there new work students? Stand up. Xiao Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu stood up from their bed at the same time. This teacher looks ordinary, with a pale green head and 2 quilts in his hands. Tang San, Xiao Yu. Tang San. Xiao Yu hurriedly stood up. Teacher said, my name is Mo Hen, you can call me Teacher Mo. Tang San. Xiao Yu, this is the bedding that the master gave you. Xiao Yu took the quilt, although the quilt was not gorgeous, but a breath of dryness came to his nose, and they were all brand new. There is also a pillow. It seems that the master has clearly thought for them. Seeing Tang San and Xiao Yu's bedding, the work-study students in the dormitory all showed envy. Chapter 33, Canteen Provocation. In a corner of Notting College, the elder of Wuhan Hall actually bends over to salute a little girl, and this little girl is Qian Rongxiu. Holy girl, why are you coming to such a small Notting city? Wuhan Hall elder asked quickly. Qian Rongxiu said lightly, I'm here to perform a task. This task is very important. If there is nothing else, don't bother me. Yes, Master Saint. The elder of the Wuhan Hall hurriedly bowed. Qian Rongxiu nodded faintly, and Bibi Dongrang sneaked into the Heaven Do Empire. Before, she was still short of identity. Now it happens that the identity of going out from a remote place such as Notting City cannot be found by even the Star Do Empire people. Place it. And she is very interested in Xiao Yu, because she has never seen someone as powerful as Xiao Yu, even if it is herself. I am afraid that the gap between him and him is tens of thousands of miles. Well, I will find you if I have anything to do. Don't come to me casually in the future, so as not to expose my identity. Qian Rongxiu continued. Yes. The Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall of Notting City are available for dispatch by Lord Saintess at any time. The elder hurriedly said. After finishing speaking, the elder immediately left here, and Qian Rongxiu also walked towards Kishi. Qian Rongxiu walked into the 7th shelter and saw Xiao Yu and the others in the dormitory. Xiao Wu and Qian Rongxiu both wear bedding, only Tang San and Xiao Yu have bedding. The 4 of them looked around, and then Tang San said, Brother, our bedding is so big, otherwise we will be crowded. Give the bedding to Xiao Wu and Xiao Shuet. After hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu immediately objected, I don't want to sleep with Sister Xiaoxiu. People want to sleep with brother. Xiao Wu said, ran directly to grab Xiao Yu's arm. Tang San scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu snorted coldly, and directly found an empty bed and sat down. She is the saint of Wuhan Hall, how could she sleep with other people? Although she slept with Xiao Yu before, it is impossible now. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, Wang Sheng hurriedly said, It's time for lunch, boss, Sister Xiaohu, Tang San, Sister Xiaoxiu, let's go together. When she heard she wanted to eat, Xiao Wu immediately jumped up and said excitedly, Okay. What is delicious to eat? Wang Sheng and the other work students looked at each other, and smiled bitterly, what good can we work students eat? Just buy some cheap meals in the cafeteria or just pick it up. Tang San shook his head, and said, Go ahead, I won't go. The family jingled poorly, and Tang Hao's money was exchanged for wine. In order not to get hungry, he deliberately brought some dry food. It was him. Homemade biscuits. Simple stomach is still no problem. After starting work the day after tomorrow, I will be paid. Looking at the patch on Tang San's body, Wang Sheng vaguely understood what he meant, and did not force him, then let's go. Xiao Wu suddenly asked, Does it cost money to eat? Is that soul coin or something? At this time, Xiao Yu jumped out of bed and touched Xiao Wu's head and said, "Go, let's go eat something delicious." "Okay. Brother is the best," Xiao Wu said happily. Then Xiao Yu looked at Tang San and said, "Little San, let's go together, I invite everyone to dinner." Tang San looked at Xiao Ju, he didn't want to owe favors to others, and he knew that Xiao Ju was also a work student. He probably didn't have much money in his pocket, so he refused. "No, brother, besides, you have to invite Xiao Wu and Xiao Shuet." Xiao Yu smiled faintly, "Do you think the brother is like someone with no money? Hurry up, you will pay me back after the big deal." Tang San agreed when Xiao Yu said this. A group of 11 people came to the canteen. The canteen of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is large enough to accommodate 6 classes and more than 300 teachers. At this time, the canteen window has lined up. Canteen is divided into 2 floors, and the hall on the first floor alone has 300 positions. "Isn't this the poor ghosts of Wang Sheng?" As soon as he entered the canteen, a discordant voice came over. Xiao Yu looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a group of senior students standing on the stairs on the first and second floors, looking condescendingly towards them. Was talking about a handsome-looking male student who was about 11 or 2 years old, with deep disdain in his eyes. He was shaking his finger at Wang Sheng. "The poor ghost is the poor ghost. I am afraid I can never eat on the second floor." Xiao Wu is also the same as Xiao Yu, with a violent temper and no sand in her eyes. Seeing someone provoked at this time, she suddenly slammed up, "What are you? What's so great about the second floor?" A work-study student next to Xiao Wu whispered in her ear, "The second floor is where you can order food alone. The price is very expensive, we really can't afford it." Xiao Wu's figure is similar to Tang San's body. She was hidden behind by Wang Sheng. As soon as she walked out, the students on the stairs naturally saw her, and the male students who spoke suddenly lit up. "What a beautiful little Lolita! Ah, it's a pity that I am a working student. Wang Sheng, I am going to eat now, I will let you go this time." As soon as the male student said this, a chill immediately appeared in Xiao Yu's eyes. Because that male classmate actually molested Xiao Wu, this is something that Xiao Yu can't bear. After they finished speaking, a group of people went down the stairs towards the second floor. Xiao Wu raised her foot to catch up, but was held back by Tang San. "Forget it, we are here to eat." Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San with some contempt. "You reading www.yuyuganshu.com, are you so scared?" Tang San didn't explain, he walked to the end of the buying party and lined up. At this time, Xiao Yu slowly stood up from behind and smiled faintly. "Go, let's go to the second floor to eat too." Xiao Ju got some money from Fang's family. Although it was not a lot, it was enough for them to eat at Nodding College for a year and a half, so Xiao Ju had confidence. Xiao Wu hurriedly shouted, "Little San, we are gone, my brother said to eat on the second floor." "But..." Tang San hesitated, his current life is not rich, even if he works part-time in the future, he may not be able to pay to eat on the second floor. "Let's go, there are seniors here, so I won't make you hungry." Xiao Yu finished speaking, and walked straight to the second floor with a dormitory. Tang San saw a group of people walking up, and he was too bad to eat below alone, so he had to follow Xiao Yu to go up. Walked to the second floor. At this time, the rich kid brought a group of people around a little girl. "Come on, Linger, eat this. This is delicious." Xiao Yu heard the sound and saw that the little girl was no one else but Fang Linger, Fang Huan's granddaughter. The people who mocked Wang Sheng just now also surrounded Fang Linger like a dog. Fang Linger's family background is very good at Nodding College, coupled with his talents, it is very popular at Nodding College. Xiao Yu glanced over there lightly, then turned to Wang Sheng and said, "Wang Sheng, you take them to buy food first." Wang Sheng was a little embarrassed, but Xiao Yu saw Wang Sheng's worries, and said lightly, "It's okay, you can just order, I'll take it for this meal. Xiao Yu finished speaking and walked slowly towards the male student who had just spoken. Chapter 34, No cat or dog can provoke me. Boss, that male student also has the surname Xiao, everyone calls him Boss Xiao. A work student introduced to Xiao Ju. Boss Xiao. Xiao Yu frowned, dare to grab my name. That's right, the boss, he is too disgusting, we only have one boss here, and that is you. The working student continued flattering. Xiao Yu smiled, and then said lightly, then let's go over and take a look. Xiao Ju walked slowly towards the male student. Boss Xiao saw Xiao Ju coming over, and smiled disdainfully, oh, isn't this the work student with Wang Sheng just now? What? Come to eat on the second floor? Can you afford it? Oh, isn't this the cute little girl just now? Where did you buy the rabbit ears? Why don't you graduate with your wasteful work study, come with this uncle will protect you from spicy food. Boss Xiao said, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the people around him also laughed. Xiao Wu looked at these people righteously and said, why do you bully the working students? Why? Poor people who have no money like work-study students deserve to be bullied. Old Xiao laughed. Gu Jing Wubo on Xiao Ju's face, Qian Rongxiu leaned aside, watching faintly, she didn't seem to want to intervene. Is also right, there is Xiao Yu here, and it is not her turn to intervene. You poor people, just be a dog below, how can you run to the second floor to ask for hardship? The male student continued cursing. At this time, all the working students who came up with Xiao Yu clenched their fists because Boss Xiao was too much. Although they had no money, they had dignity. Yo, what's the matter? Every one of them is so fierce and wicked, are they pricked in the painful place by me, do you want to hit me? Boss Xiao said without a smile. At this time, Xiao Yu said lightly, are you the boss of Xiao? Yes, I am. Boss Xiao replied disdainfully. Can you not call Xiao boss in the future? Xiao Yu asked lightly. Smelly boy, you're tired of your life, aren't you? What will do I call for you to take care of? Old Xiao angered. Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile when he saw the actions of Boss Xiao, it's not good for you to be so impulsive, it's easy to get into trouble. You. Boy, I think you owe you a beating. Boss Xiao said, and began to roll up his sleeves, ready to teach Xiao Ju. I saw that Xiao Yu was not afraid of him, but found a table and sat down comfortably, and then said calmly, I advise you to not be impulsive, because some people are not something you can afford. Boy, you are crazy. A work student, who do you think you are? Elder Xiao said furiously, and then rushed towards Xiao Yu. Stop it! Fang Linger shouted quickly. Actually Fang Linger had noticed Xiao Yu a long time ago, but she was so surprised that she never responded. Xiao Ju, this killer god, even his father is not his opponent. Their Fang family is still blackmailed by him in various ways, but they can do nothing. She didn't expect to provoke this killer in school. Linger, what's the matter? Boss Xiao saw Fang Linger's behavior a little weird, a little surprised. Linger, did this kid upset you? I'll go to teach him and let him have a better memory. Old Xiao Xiao said in front of the flattering Fang Linger. I tell you to stop. Fang Linger said sharply again. Seeing Boss Xiao's bewildered look, Xiao Yu faintly looked at Fang Linger, and then said, come here. Boy, what are you doing? How dare you talk to my goddess like this? Xiao Boss shouted immediately. But in the next second, Fang Linger slowly walked towards Xiao Yu. Boss Xiao couldn't believe his eyes, how is it possible? Fang Linger had already come to Xiao Yu's face. Xiao Yu looked at Fang Linger lightly and said, Fang Linger, you have invited us for our meal today. Is there any problem? Fang Linger clenched her fists aggrievedly, but she was helpless. She knew that if he fought, even if he tried his best, he would not be able to defeat Xiao Ju, and Xiaoju had something to do with the overlord of Star Do Forest. How could she dare to resist? Okay, please. Fang Linger nodded weakly. Seeing this operation, all the academies surrounding Fang Linger opened their mouths wide, and couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. Want to know who Fang Linger is? The Fang family's favored son of heaven, the mutant martial spirit Ice Bird, has an innate 7th level spirit power, and her future is limitless, but now she actually bows to a work student. How is this possible? Boss Xiao looked at Xiao Yu with a disbelief on his face and said sharply, "Boy, what did you do to Linger? Did you use any demon tricks on her?" Seeing Fang Linger listen to Xiao Ju's words so much, Boss Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. Fang Linger is his goddess, and now his goddess is called by a working student. Who can bear it? Boss Xiao was angry and shouted, "Wuhan Wolf!" Suddenly, he attached a martial spirit to his body, and he wanted to take action to teach Xiao Yu. At this time, because it was in the cafeteria, everyone was attracted, looking towards Xiao Yu. There was a fight over there, look. Who? I heard that Boss Xiao had a fight with a working student. That worker student is miserable. Boss Xiao is an 11th level war spirit master. Seeing Boss Xiao rushed towards Xiao Yu, he wanted to put all the resentment on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stood up slowly, without even looking at Boss Xiao, but gently stretched out his right hand, and saw that Xiao Ju directly pinched Boss Xiao's neck. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com seemed to carry a small child. Like a chicken, Boss Xiao picked up. Suddenly, the whole cafeteria was silent, and everyone's eyes saw this scene. Xiao Yu is only 6 years old, and Xiao's boss is already 12 years old, but Xiao Yu even lifted a 12-year-old child easily. Who can't be surprised? Xiao Yu glanced at Boss Xiao with a cold look, and said lightly, "Remember, not all cats or dogs can provoke me. Also, next time I dare to molest my sister, I won't just lift you up. I will definitely cut your neck when the time comes." Seeing Xiao Yu's icy eyes, Boss Xiao seemed to have seen death, and his whole body was throbbing. Xiao Yu threw Boss Xiao aside and clapped her hands. At this time, Wang Sheng brought the work students to call the meal. "Boss, the meal is ready." When he saw Boss Xiao lying on the ground in embarrassment, he couldn't believe his eyes. It seems that he did not admit the wrong boss, and Wang Sheng felt extremely happy at this moment. Xiao Yu faintly looked at Fang Linger and said, "Come here and pour me a cup of tea." Fang Linger dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak, so she obediently poured tea for Xiao Yu. Seeing this scene, Wang Sheng and the others were even more surprised, and they almost didn't fall off their jaws. Xiao Ju looked at Boss Xiao and other students on the ground lightly, and said lightly, "What are you doing in a daze? Come and pour tea." Suddenly, everyone came over to pour tea for Xiao Yu and the other working students. Those working students were stunned and let the wealthy students who usually look down on them pour tea for themselves. This is the pinnacle of life. After pouring the tea, Xiao Yu glanced at Boss Xiao and said, "By the way, you don't call yourself Boss Xiao anymore, because my surname is Xiao." Chapter 35, Tang 3 and Xiao. After eating, the work-study students in the dormitory all looked elated, because they had been bullied by other students, and now it was finally their turn to bully them. It was really relieved. At this time, the master also came to the canteen. "Xiao Yu, Tang-san, you come with me," the master faintly shouted. It seems that the master came specifically to find them, and Xiao Yu and Tang-san followed the master to his office. Master walked to the desk and sat down, looking at Xiao Yu and Tang-san and said, "Do you know what I am looking for?" Tang-san and Xiao Yu shook their heads. "Did you beat the teacher of the academy today?" the master asked. "They insulted you first," Xiao Yu said immediately. Master sighed, shook his head and said, "Okay, you don't have to do anything about me in the future, you know." Tang-san respectfully said, "Yes, teacher." But Xiao Yu is stubborn, he thinks he is right. Master didn't come to investigate this matter either, so he looked at Tang San and said, "You are 6 years old this year, you are born with full spirit power, twin spirits. Release your other spirit, let me see." Tang San nodded. The master already knew that he was a twin spirit, there was nothing to hide. Raising his left hand, the black light rushed out, condensing into the small hammer again. Seeing the hammer, Xiao Yu was a little surprised. It turned out that this was the clear sky hammer. Xiao Yu certainly knew Tang San's identity, but Tang San didn't know that Xiao Yu was also a traverser. Seeing the hammer in Tang San's hand, the master abruptly stood up from his seat, with extremely excited eyes in his eyes. Staring at the hammer, murmured, Tang San, whose surname is Tang, well, you can put the martial arts away. Don't expose it to others easily. Without my permission, in the future, never attach a spirit ring to this martial soul. You must keep this in mind." Tang San looked at the teacher in surprise. "Daddy told me the same. Why can't I attach a spirit ring to this spirit?" The excitement in Master's eyes gradually faded. "What does your father do?" "Tang Sandeo, it's the blacksmith in the village." At this time, a person appeared in the master's mind. The killing on the continent, an extremely powerful title Douluos. Blacksmith. The master looked a little strange, and shook his head with a sigh. "Blacksmith, hammer, it's a perfect match. It's not time to tell you, you just need to remember that you are not allowed to use this martial soul and attach a spirit ring to him, just for your future plans. You must remember." The father said so, and the teacher said so, which increased Tang San's trust in the master a little bit. "I will." The master said, "Tomorrow is the school opening ceremony, and the day after tomorrow will start the formal class. However, this is just a delay for you. The top priority now is to enable your martial arts to continue practicing. I will accept you as a disciple in the morning. After thinking about it, you will leave the college with me early tomorrow morning, and I will take you to find a suitable spirit ring to advance you to the level of a spirit master." Tang San was overjoyed when he heard this. Only after he obtained the spirit ring could he be sure whether his profound heaven skill was restricted because of the spirit ring. The master's actions were just as he wanted, and he hurriedly agreed. After finished speaking, the master looked at Xiao Yu. This mysterious child, even a master can't see through him. "Xiao Yu, let your martial soul come out." Xiao Yu's soul power was released, and a black book appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. "Book." The master looked at Xiao Yu's martial spirit and shook his head. "Teacher, do you know the origin of my Wuhan?" Xiao Yu asked quickly. The master shook his head and said, "You are the congenital soul sect. It stands to reason that you are the most supreme sect on this continent, and there may be a genius like you, but since ancient times, I have never heard of anything on the continent. The martial soul of a sect belongs to the book." Xiao Ju was a little surprised after hearing this. If he knew the history of martial arts, I am afraid that no one would know the world better than the master, but now even the master can't see the existence of his martial arts. It seems that he wants to solve the mystery of his life experience. So easy. At this time, Xiao Yu quickly said, "Teacher, I want to ask you a few questions." Master looked at Xiao Ju kindly, smiled slightly, and said, "If you have any questions, just say, don't be cautious." Xiao Yu quickly told the master about the problem of practicing Kung Fu in the newborn chapter. Of course, he did not tell the master that this was the content of his book. He just consulted the master about the martial arts problem that bothered him. When Xiao Ju asked questions, the master was absolutely wonderful, but the master is worthy of being an expert in Wuhan research, and he easily answered these questions. After master answered Xiao Yu's questions, Xiao Yu suddenly opened his mouth, and the problems that had bothered him before suddenly became clear. His newborn chapter can continue to practice again. Xiao Yu was overjoyed. It seems that worshipping a master as a teacher was the best decision she made. After asking questions, the master looked at Xiao Yu and said, "By the way, Xiao Yu, www.readaloud.com, do you have a spirit ring?" Xiao Yu nodded, and then released his first spirit ring. When the first spirit ring was released, the master was stunned. 100,000 years of the first spirit ring. This is too evil. Even a well-informed person like the master cannot help but be surprised. "Xiao Yu, what is your spirit ring?" Master has published the 10 core competencies of Wuhan. It is impossible for the first spirit ring to be 100,000 years old, unless there is a possibility, that is, sacrifice. Xiao Yu saw the surprised look of the master, and then said, "Teacher, my spirit ring is actually sacrificed to me by my mother." Xiao Yu explained how she was picked up by Xiao Wu's mother and how Xiao Wu's mother sacrificed the spirit ring to him. Of course, he concealed his identity as a traveler. Xiao Wu's identity was also concealed by Xiao Yu. After all, Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The fewer people who knew her identity, the better. After listening to Xiao Yu's deeds, Master was extremely surprised. Master looked at the two students in front of him, each with a mysterious background and identity. He felt that when he picked up the treasure, the burden on his body was a little heavier. "Xiao Yu, you are an innate soul sect. You could have attached 4 soul rings, but this matter is in a hurry," the master said quickly. "The second spirit ring is 764 years old, but you should be able to surpass this limit. You can absorb even the spirit ring of a 1,000-year spirit beast," the master continued. Xiao Yu nodded solemnly. "Okay, you go back first, you don't have to go to my rebirth ceremony tomorrow, let me hunt the soul beast," the master said lightly. "Yes." Xiao Yu and Tang San returned to the dormitory. Chapter 36, Breakthrough. As night fell slowly, Xiao Yu and Tang San also returned to the bedroom. "It's time to go to bed." At this time, Xiao Wu has spread out Xiao Yu's bedding and lay on Xiao Yu's bed. "Brother Xiao Yu, come to bed soon," Xiao Wu quickly shouted. Xiao Yu smiled and looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Don't you have a bed?" "But I don't have a bedding," Xiao Wu replied weakly. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Wu dozingly, "Then give you my bedding." No, I want to sleep with Xiao Yu's brother." Xiao Wu hurriedly hid under Xiao Yu's bedding. Xiao Yu feels a little helpless for this little guy, but she is her own sister, they are both only 6 years old, it should be fine to sleep together. Yes, it must be nothing. Xiao Yu lay down on the bed, and Xiao Wu immediately squeezed to the side of Xiao Yu, holding Xiao Yu's arm with both hands. Qianrongxiu coldly snorted beside her, staring at Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu fiercely with her eyes. After stared for a long time, Qianrongxiu finally said, "Hey, I said Xiao Yu, should you be responsible to me?" Xiao Yu looked at Qianrongxiu in a daze. "Responsible? What responsibility?" After Qianrongxiu snorted coldly, she also got into Xiao Ju's bed and lay down on Xiao Ju's right. "We have all slept anyway, and I will sleep with you in the future," Qianrongxiu said coldly. "What?" Xiao Yu forced, "What's the reason?" "Sister, do you have any misunderstandings about sleeping?" "I don't care." Qianrongxiu turned to sleep. Xiao Yu looked at Tang San helplessly. Tang San spread out his hands helplessly, and then hid in the quilt to sleep alone. Xiao Yu was just like that, with Xiao Wu holding her left hand, and Qianrongxiu's right hand pressed to sleep until midnight. At this time, Xiao Yu got up and came outside. Master answered a lot of doubts for him today. He wants to strike while the iron is hot and digest the knowledge, the master said. He began to continue to practice his new life. He suddenly found that all the problems that had plagued him before had been solved, and his cultivation had also made great breakthroughs. Rolling soul power began to gather in his body. At this moment, the black energy in his body suddenly changed. Soul power began to be constantly suppressed, the soul power changed from gas to liquid, and then slowly condensed into an ice crystal, but his soul power did not decrease, just turned into a crystal. The black qi in his body also gradually condensed into crystals. Xiao Yu didn't know how the black qi in his body came from, but he knew that it must be related to his life experience. The spirit power of slowly gathered towards Xiao Yu, and before he knew it, dark clouds were densely covered in the sky, and his cultivation actually caused a change in the world. The billowing black clouds rolled on the sky, and a purple gas shot down from the sky. At this time, a man in black with a cloak came to Notting College. Under the cloak is a vicissitudes of face and a thick body, and a pair of rough hands seems to be a blacksmith. He faintly looked at the light in the sky, and couldn't help sighing. It turns out that Notting College still has such a character. It seems that Notting College is also a place where Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Xiao San, the next way is up. You are yourself. After he finished speaking, he gradually hid in the darkness. After practicing for a whole night, the sky gradually brightened. Xiao Yu slowly put away the exercises. At this time, his newborn chapter had a new breakthrough, and the light of his spirit ring became brighter. He believed that if he kept practicing, it would only be a matter of time before Xiao Wu's mother was resurrected. In the big forest of stars, Daming and Ming are eating. There is a rabbit beside them. She is Xiao Wu's mother. I don't know how Xiao Wu is, or how well she is in the human world. Ming said with emotion. Don't worry, there is Xiao Yu, he will take care of Xiao Wu. Daming said. At this moment, the rabbit next to him suddenly uttered, Xiao Wu. Daming and Ming were immediately surprised, and quickly looked over. It was the rabbit who said again, Xiao Wu. Daming and are obviously very excited, but although Xiao Wu's mother will call Xiao Wu's name, her wit hasn't fully recovered and she can't transform. It seems that Xiao Yu's practice has broken through again. Daming said while looking at the distance. Yes, if this goes on, Xiao Wu's mother will definitely be resurrected. Ming also said, eyes full of hope. The next day, the master found Xiao Yu and Tang San, and led them to the Spirit Beast Forest. The Soul Beast Forest is the place where the imperial soul beasts are kept in captivity. There are not 100,000-year soul beasts like the Stardo Great Forest. In the Soul Beast Forest, even 10,000-year soul beasts are rare. At this time, Tang San asked, Teacher, my spirit is blue silver grass, what kind of spirit ring should I attach? When talking about Wuhan, the master's emotions became obviously excited, and he nodded slowly, saying, according to my vision and comprehensive analysis of the research on blue silver grass, I suggest that you move in the direction of the control department in the future. The control system can be said to be a war spirit master or a weapon spirit master, and it belongs to the existence that swings between the two. Control department. Tang San asked, Teacher, what is the ability of the control department? Master said, the so-called control system spirit master. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com refers to the use of one's own martial arts to limit opponents to achieve the purpose of assisting or attacking. For example, blue silver grass also has advantages. After his blue silver grass martial arts spirit awakened, Tang San also deliberately observed the natural form of this grass, but found nothing. That is, the vitality is relatively strong, and it can be seen everywhere. The master raised his right hand, stretched out a finger, and said, first of all, the use of blue silver grass consumes very little soul power, which is less than the consumption of food-type martial souls. This determines that you can rely on your own soul use it a lot. Tang San nodded, the master was right, the consumption of soul power by Lan Yinko was almost negligible when it was released in a small amount. If the martial spirit is injected, this blue-silver grass will grow to more than 10 meters in length to make him feel a little burden on the spirit power. The master stretched out a second finger. Secondly, blue-silver grass is too ordinary, so his deceptiveness is much greater than other spirits, especially for ordinary soul beasts with low wisdom. So, Even if you summon your martial spirit by their side, they may not be able to find it. Then stretched out the third finger. Thirdly, blue-silver grass has rich development directions, because its low end, it can develop in multiple directions, and the weakness of blue-silver grass itself prevents him from being wrong. The spirit ring of any attribute produces rejection. After listening to the master's introduction, Tang San couldn't help feeling that his blue-silver grass was not useless, and he became more confident in his martial spirit. Xiao Yu also eagerly asked, "Teacher, what about me?" Master paused, and then said, "For your martial soul, there is no precedent before, but after so many years of research on martial soul, it is best to attach a spirit system spirit ring to your martial soul." Chapter 37, Where does the Jade person teach blowjob? Spiritual spirit ring? The first spirit ability that Xiao Ju obtained when he hunted down the spirit Fiyin was the spirit system spirit ability. Indeed, his ultimate book is just a technique after all. He has to rely on his own strength if he wants to fight. If you want to use the ultimate book as a weapon, you can only attach a spirit ring. When Xiao Yu received the sacrifice of Xiao Wu's mother, she actually also got Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ability Mei Wu. This is a combat-type spirit ability, but at present, no enemy can use this spirit ability. But spirit-type soul beasts are rare. Where do we go to find spirit-type soul beasts? Xiao Yu asked. This can only be a chance, not only to find spirit beasts, but also to find spirit beasts more than 1,000 years old. The master said firmly. The master is the person who knows martial spirits best in the world. Although the second spirit ring can only be used for 764 years, it is only for ordinary people, like Tang San, who is innately full of spirit power, even within 1,000 years. Yes, he could barely bear it, like Xiao Ju's innate soul sect, with the second spirit ring more than 1,000 years old, there was no problem at all. But the master didn't know that Xiao Yu looked down on the spirit ring of the 1,000-year spirit beast at all. He swallowed the spirit ring of the 1,000-year spirit beast with the system, and didn't want to attach it to his body. If you let the master know that Xiao Yu's second spirit ring is the 10,000-year soul beast, I don't know how surprised the master would be. Xiao Yu still has a lot to do. Not only does he have to avenge his biological mother, but also Xiao Wu's mother's vengeance, he can't bear to swallow. He felt stronger than title Douluos. If he didn't become stronger, how could he take revenge? Therefore, every spirit ring must be perfect and strong enough. The three of them were sitting in a carriage and walked towards the soul beast forest. Tang San and Xiao Yu both took a carriage for the first time in this world. Although there were some bumps, the freshness still made him interested. They opened the curtains and looked outside. Looking at the bustling flow of people and various shops, I can't help but yearn for the outside world. Little San, this is for you. The master's faint voice awakened Tang San from his thoughts. When he looked at the master, he found that he didn't know when, the master already had an extra belt in his hand. A belt that looks beautiful. The belt is black all over, with dark stripes on it. It is indistinguishable if you don't look carefully. The whole belt is evenly inlaid with 24 pieces of milky white jade. The color is warm and luster. It is a rare beautiful jade. Xiao Yu, this is for you. The master handed Xiao Yu a jade flute. The jade flute is crystal clear and transparent. It is very beautiful. Both soul guides are carved from jade, which is definitely valuable. Thank you, teacher. Tang San and Xiao Yu were not polite, and quickly reached out and took it. The so-called gift from the elder is inescapable, and the belt that the master gave to himself should have the same meaning. Master said, these two soul guides have been with me for many years, and have been buried for many years. I hope that in the future they will shine in your hands as they should. Soul guidance device, for Tang San and Xiao Yu, this is a brand new term. Although Xiao Yu knows this term, he still doesn't know what the soul guidance device means. Before Tang San and Xiao Ju asked, the master had already explained first, Soul guidance device, as the name suggests, is a tool used with martial soul power. There are very few spirit guidance devices handed down, and most of them have no offensive effect. All spirit guidance devices can be used to describe cultural relics. As for how they were produced and made, they have long been lost. This belt was obtained during an expedition with a few friends, and it was distributed to me as a reward. And this jade flute is handed down from the family. This belt can store a lot of things, and it should be very useful for P3. Said this, Tang San was surprised. Does the master know about his hidden weapons, that's why he said that? Tang San looked at the master's eyes and admired a little bit more suddenly. Indeed, the soul guidance device is very effective for him. His Tang sect hidden weapon has soul guidance device storage, and it can definitely become a big killer. This jade flute is a soul guide handed down from the family. Xiajun, you should have a spirit system soul ability. If you use this jade flute to perform, your soul ability can be doubled. Xiao Yu stroked the Yuxiao. He didn't expect this Yuxiao to have such a big effect. His soul can now make some people with low soul power faint directly. If there is a bonus from this soul guide www.readaloud.com, I'm afraid the power will be even greater. Neither of these soul guides have a name yet. Give them a name. Looking at the 24 gentle jade, Tang San almost without thinking, remembered a famous poem from his previous life, 24 Bridges with Moonlit Nights. Let's call it the 24 Bridges with Moonlit Nights. Master was taken aback for a moment, his stiff face couldn't see the expression, nodded, and said, a nice name, but it's a bit longer. Tang San sighed secretly in his heart, perhaps, this is also a little memory of his previous life. Xiao Yu, where's yours? The master looked at Xiao Yu again. Since junior brother's name is 24 Bridge Minjayat, where should mine be called Yuran to teach flute? Xiao Yu responded indifferently. Master shook his head after listening, what is your name? But Tang San looked at Xiao Yu more, because this ancient poem was passed down by them from generation to generation. Why did Xiao Yu know the latter one? Is Xiao Yu also a traverser? Tang San began to look at Xiao Yu suspiciously, but Xiao Yu smiled and said, I just thought these two poems matched well, so I said it out. Although Tang San had doubts, he did not rule out the possibility that Xiao Yu happened to happen. The old deceased back then could make such verses. What's impossible in Douluo continent? Maybe it's a coincidence? Anyway, I never want people like brother to be called my enemy. Tang San thought lightly in his heart. Master smiled and looked at the two children, it doesn't matter what the name is, you can just use comfort. 24 Bridges and Moonlit Nights, where can the jade people teach blowpipe? Perfect match, perfect match. Ha ha ha. The three of them walked towards the Soul Beast Forest with laughter. Chapter 38, Hunting the Forest. While talking, the master brought Xiao Yu and Tang San to the entrance of the Hunting Soul Forest. At the entrance of the Hunting Forest, a row of soldiers stood guard at the door, and the master showed the soldiers a token. When the soldier captain in charge of checking the warrant saw the 3 marks on the token, his face suddenly showed a respectful light, and he hurriedly ordered the soldiers to step out of a passage, and asked the master to take Tang San and Xiao Yu into it. He didn't even ask why such a small child would enter the hunting forest. Going through the steel fence and entering the forest, all the noise seems to have disappeared, and the Soul Beast Forest has also become very quiet. Xiao Yu was familiar with this kind of place, after all, he had lived in the Stardo Great Forest for several months. After entering the forest, the master did not rush forward, but silently observed the surroundings. Master looked at Tang San and Xiao Yu and said, Okay, we are going to enter the forest. From now on, don't leave me at any step. Is teacher? For Xiao Yu, the master is not particularly worried. After all, Xiao Yu is an innate soul sect and has a 100,000-year soul ring. As long as he does not encounter a 10,000-year soul beast, Xiao Yu should be able to cope. Tang San's words, the master is more worried, although the master knows that Tang San also hides many skills, but in this hunting forest, every place is full of danger, even if he is a genius, here is likely to fall. Okay, follow me. At this time, the master's originally decadent eyes suddenly brightened, and his hands were folded on his chest, and then quickly moved downwards. Come out, Luo Sanbao. With a pop, a lavender soul power split from the master's palms. Tang San only felt that there was a surge of soul power from the master, and there was already an additional creature in front of him. It looks like a dog, but its size is more like a pig. A creature with a length of more than 1.5 meters appeared in front of Xiao Yu and the others. This is Luo Sanbao. Xiao Yu saw Luo Sanbao for the first time, and looked at its cute appearance. It seemed that it had nothing to do with combat effectiveness. It was good to be a pet. All lavender hair, 2 small ears drooping, a pair of big dark blue eyes blinking and blinking, their eyes are very gentle. The fat body twisted, and the fat buttocks swayed from side to side. There is a bulge on the top of the head, round, I don't know what it is. As soon as it appeared, it ran towards the master and rubbed its big head on the master's leg. 2 auras rose under the master's feet, wandering back and forth on himself. The auras were all yellow, obviously a century-old spirit ring. Don't you want to know what my spirit is? This is my spirit. You can call it Luo Sanpao, or you can call him Sanpao directly. Teacher, this is your martial soul, Tang San said in surprise, but, isn't the beast martial soul behaved in a way of possessing it? Why? Let's not talk about what kind of creature Luo Sanbao is, the master's spirit obviously exceeds the limit of the beast spirit. Luo Sanbao was obviously a little dissatisfied, and he yelled at Tang San Lao twice. There was a bit of bitterness on the master's face, because, my spirit is a mutant spirit. Remember what I told you about the variation of the spirit, the 3 guns are. However, its variation is obviously not good. When it just awakened, my spirit power was only half a level. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Even if I try harder, my soul power will not be able to break through 30th level in this life, and it will only be possible after all study Wuhan theoretically. Xiao Yu knew that the master had always been worried about the fact that he could not break through the 30th level. Sorry teacher, I mentioned your sadness. Tang San quickly apologized. The master shook his head mockingly, it's nothing, I've long been used to it. At this time, Xiao Yu quickly comforted, teacher, it may not be impossible forever. I believe that one day you can break through level 30. No, not only will you break through level 30, you can also become a Contra, a titled Douluos. After hearing Xiao Yu's comfort, the master laughed loudly, good boy, you are smart. Yeah, I can't give up yet, maybe one day I will break through. Come on, I will introduce you to the 3 cannons. It is called this name because its call is the voice of hello, and the attack can only be launched 3 times. So it is called 3 shots. Said the master, and then pointed at the 3 guns and said, 3 guns, open the road ahead. Hello. The fat Luo Sanbao shook his head and walked forward, sniffing while walking. The spirit ring gleamed on the master's body, leading Tang San behind Luo Sanbao and walking towards the inside of the mixed forest. The 3 cannons will help you deal with the soul beast. This is for you. The final blow to kill the soul beast needs to be done by yourself. The master took out 2 gorgeous short swords from his arms and handed them to Tang San and Xiaoju. The scabbard of the short sword is blue all over, with 7 sapphires inlaid on it, which looks very beautiful. There is a piece of milky white jade on the hilt of the sword. The sword is 1 foot and 2 inches long. Although it is not out of the sheath, you can feel the coldness in the hand. Not far away, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Luo Sanpao suddenly stopped, his big eyes looked in one direction, and his mouth made 2 roars. An animal that looked a bit like a cat appeared in the direction of its gaze, lying on the tree, watching the master and Tang San vigilantly. The master smiled lightly and said, "It's a 10-year-old cat. 3 shots, don't disturb others. Keep going." After passing Lan Mao, the master said lightly, "The tabby cat just now belongs to the feline soul beast. It is very aggressive, but as long as you don't actively attack it, it will not attack it easily." At this time, the master suddenly saw a huge bamboo. "This is lone bamboo, a 10-year lone bamboo, Xiao San, its spirit ring is very suitable for you." The master laughed. "But its lifespan is a bit short. You are born with full spirit power. At the limit, you can withstand a spirit ring of 432 years old. In addition, your blue-silver grass is highly integrated. Even the first spirit ring is 500 years old. Yes, so let's find a soul beast with a higher age first." The master continued. The master took Xiaoju and Tang San and continued to walk forward. The place they were before was only the periphery of the soul-splitting forest. They walked towards the middle of the soul-splitting forest. The closer they were, the more dangerous they might be. The life of the soul beast killed is also higher. Xiao Yu and Tang San are not ordinary people. For them, they can't directly give them ordinary spirit rings, they must choose well. After searching for a long time, they still couldn't find a suitable one. The master sat down and said, "Well, it seems that we have to camp here today. It is dangerous to find the soul beast at night." At this moment, Luo Sanbao seemed to be smelling something. Xiao Yu and the others quickly saw that a pack of wolves had surrounded them. "It's the ghost wolf," the master said in a low voice. Chapter 39, Mandala Snake. "It's the ghost wolf." The master's voice was a little low. But there was no panic. "You stay here and don't move." Xiao Yu looked in the direction of the master. There were only a few dozen little wolves. He did not take action, because he knew these little wolf masters could easily deal with it. "3 shots, come on!" Luo's 3 cannons kept screaming, seeming to threaten those who are gradually approaching. There are a total of 6 wolf-shaped soul beasts, all about 1.6 m in length, and the whole body is iron grey, and the green light is their eyes. At this time, he was slowly approaching in the direction of Luo Sanbao. The breath of the 3 guns seemed to make them feel a little uneasy. As they approached, they kept advancing in a semi-arc formation. Master snorted coldly, "A group of 10th level wolves dare to harass us." Luo 3 guns roared, and the inhalation sound resembling a hurricane whistling sounded. Its originally fat belly was expanding at an astonishing speed, looking like a gradually enlarged ball. Master waved his hand, and a yellow halo flew out of his body, covering Luo Sanbao's body, and shouted solemnly, "Fart like thunder, blasting the earth and Luo Sanbao." Luo Sanbao's clear blue eyes suddenly lit up, and the yellow halo around him seemed to turn into a light curtain. His chubby body suddenly bounced up, climbing to a height of 5 meters astonishingly, and his body turned around in the air. Hearing a thunderous boom burst out instantly. Master didn't know when there were 3 more masks in his hand, so he gave Tang San and Xiao Yu the first time, and the other was put on his face. Xiao Yu immediately put the mask on his face. Tang San didn't react a little. Why wear a mask? At this moment, with the roar, a yellow light mask was suddenly released, like a thunderous force, covering all 6 10-year ghost wolves. The thick yellow fog rushed out of Luo Sanbao's buttocks, and suddenly a stench came. At this time, Tang San finally knew why he had to wear a mask. The bodies of the 6 ghost wolves were thrown up like a torn sacks under Luo Sanbao's attack, and fell directly more than 10 meters away. 2 ghost wolves hit the trunk with their waists, but they couldn't get up anymore. Several other ghost wolves rolled on the ground for a while. Blood was flowing out between the snouts and nose of these ghost wolves, which shows how strong the shock force before. Along with a whining sound, except for the 2 ghost wolves who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, the others ran away quickly. After Luo 3 cannons released the ultimate move, Tang San retched from the side. At this time, Xiao Yu smiled unkindly, if you ask you to wear a mask, you can wear it. Why are there so many? Master couldn't help smiling when he saw Tang San's appearance. Okay, stop playing, be alert at night, the soul hunting forest is not a safe place. The master immediately restored his old-fashioned look. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly noticed the danger, as if someone was eyeing them. Teacher, has your mouth been opened? Xiao Yu finished speaking, and saw a thick snake appear on their heads, whispering letters. Master drew a cold breath after seeing the big snake, and said in surprise, no, it's a mandala snake. Master said in a deep voice, the mandala snake is extremely poisonous. It not only has a paralyzing effect, but also has a strong destructive effect on the body's nerves. It is one of the most terrifying existence in the poisonous spirit beast. Its body is extremely tough, and ordinary swords are hard to hurt. Only the mouth and eyes are the weak points. But the mandala snake has always been very good at protecting these two positions, and the speed is extremely fast. The most terrifying thing about is its aggressiveness. It almost attacks when encountering humans. Realgar powder may not be able to restrain it for too long, it is waiting for the opportunity. This is a soul beast approaching 1,000 years, let's run, the master shouted. But at this time, not only did Xiao Yu not run, but her small body actually rushed up. Xiao Yu, a small snake like this, didn't know how many killed in the Stardo Great Forest, how could it be as dangerous as the master said? I saw Xiao Ju approaching the mandala snake alone. The huge body of the snake was thicker than his thigh. The mandala snake attacked towards Xiao Ju, and Xiao Yu flew up, easily avoiding the attack of the mandala snake. Xiao Yu immediately jumped slightly again, and came to the top of the mandala snake. He clenched his fist and slammed a punch on the mandala snake's head. Boom! The mandala snake smashed directly into the ground like a heavy cannonball. The smoke is everywhere, and the mandala snake is also dying. Tang San was immediately surprised when he saw Xiao Yuexing's operation like running water. He carefully weighed the mandala snake. I am afraid he would also need to use Tang Sek's unique skills to kill it, but Xiao Yu actually killed it directly with his bare hands. This is too bad. Tang San used to know that Xiao Yu's soul power was powerful and belonged to the innate soul sect, but Tang San didn't expect that Xiao Yu could be so strong without soul power, but with physical strength alone. This is simply a monster among monsters. It seems that we will have to work harder to catch up with the brothers. Tang San said secretly. At this time, Xiao Yu waved from the side and shouted, Little San, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, come to mend the knife, the soul beast will die. Tang San was not hypocritical, and walked up, using a dagger to make the last cut to the mandala snake. At this time, a yellow spirit ring slowly emerged from the body of the mandala snake. At this time, the master quickly said, Little San, quickly absorb the spirit ring. The mandala snake's spirit ring is just right for you. Tang San scratched his head, and asked with some incomprehension, Teacher, isn't my blue-silver grass a botanical spirit? At this time, the master has relaxed, his eyes are full of confidence. One of the 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan world that I researched and proposed is the theory of Wuhan mimicry. Plant Wuhan does not necessarily have to absorb the soul of plant soul beasts. Ring, the beast spirit may not be able to absorb the plant spirit ring. Under various preconditions, the two can be mutually absorbed. Because your blue-silver grass is too weak, it will not produce any additional attributes of the spirit ring. Repulsive, but only passively integrated. Therefore, absorbing the mandala snake's spirit ring is not a problem. At the same time, remember what kind of spirit ring we are looking for. Tang San's eyes lit up, adding the effect of toughness, preferably toxic. That's right, the mandala snake has both of these characteristics. Master's eyes lit up and said, Yes, no one else believes in my research results, so Ziosan, are you willing to practice it? Teacher, I believe you. Tang San said, then sat down and began to absorb the mandala snake's spirit ring. Help! Just then, a little girl's cry for help came. Xiao Yu listened to the direction that came, and then said to the master and Tang San, "Teacher, Xiao San, you are waiting for me here, I will go and see." Before the master stopped, Xiao Yu's figure had disappeared in the forest. Chapter 40, 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. Master didn't hate and worry about Xiao Yu. He just punched the mandala snake to death with one hand. The master knew that Xiao Yu would have no problem walking sideways in this cracked soul forest. Master was even more worried about Tang San, because Tang San had absorbed animal spirit rings for the first time. The master was eager to prove whether his previous theory was correct. Tang San gradually sucked the mandala snake's spirit ring into his body, and the rolling spirit power wandered through Tang San's body. A yellow halo came to the top of Tang San's head. Without giving him any chance to react, the yellow halo suddenly shrank and turned into a bracelet-sized but extremely solid gold ring that fell directly on the blue on the palm of his right hand. Above the silver grass martial spirit, Tang San only felt that his right hand was like intruding into magma. A burst of scorching energy poured in frantically, and the violent heat flow instantly rushed into his body. The body couldn't help trembling violently. No matter how the power of the spirit ring impacts your body, remember that you must stay awake. Only in this way can the power of the spirit ring be better utilized in the future. This is the last word Tang San heard from the master. The next second, closing his eyes, his consciousness was completely immersed in the hot ocean. The inner strength of the Xiantian skill in the body seemed to have been ignited by this sudden power, and the heat flow instantly spread everywhere in his body, and Tang San just felt like opening his mouth could spit out fire. What a domineering force! Tang San exclaimed. At this moment, the power of his whole body was blooming, and there was an extra spirit ring on the bottom of his feet. And his Xiantian skill actually broke through at this moment. How is it? Have you succeeded? The master looked at Tang San excitedly. At this time, Tang San stretched out his hand, and the blue-silver grass changed from sky blue to dark blue. With Tang San's thoughts, the blue-silver grass shot out, entwining a big tree. Blue-silver grass is no longer a simple grass, at this time the blue-silver grass has become a tough rattan. Master looked at Tang San excitedly. He was excited not only because Tang San had obtained the spirit ring, but also a breakthrough in his years of research. Xiao Yu flew to the place where the little girl was calling for help. At this time, he saw a little girl in blue clothes hanging upside down from a tree by a cane. Her skirt was lying down, and the spring was out. But Xiao Yu didn't feel anything, because the little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. As for a 5 or 6-year-old girl, he could have any desires. Xiao Yu stood under the little girl. The little girl seemed to have noticed Xiao Yu, and said quickly, "Smelly boy, save me." The little girl's voice is very sweet, and her clothes are also studded with gold. It is very luxurious. At first glance, she is the child of a big family. Xiao Yu saw that the little girl had such a bad begging attitude. She stood under the tree with her hands in her arms and said, "Oh, why should I save you? If you save me, I can let my dad reward you a lot of money," the little girl said quickly. "It looks like your family is rich." Xiao Yu asked with a smile. "Of course, my father is Kai Bao." The little girl realized that she had missed her words, and quickly changed her words, "Anyway, if you saved me, I won't treat you badly." Kai Bao? Is she a member of the Kai Bao Liulai sect? Xiao Ju was a little surprised, but it was normal. This was the royal forest of soul splitting. It was normal for people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school to hunt soul beasts. So at this age, could this little girl be the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect master Ning Rong Rong? Xiao Yu stood there in a daze and thought. "Hey, what do you want?" "Save me," the little girl shouted again. Xiao Yu looked at the little girl with a smile but said, "What if I save you and you don't admit it? How could Ning Rong Rong, my dignified eldest lady of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, refused to admit it. Ning Rong Rong unconsciously said. She quickly covered her mouth, but Xiao Yu had already heard it. Xiao Yu smiled faintly, so you are from the 7 treasures of the glazed glass sect, you still need me to save you. Ning Rong Rong snorted coldly, hey, you can't save it, anyway, my dad is nearby. Xiao Yu picked up a stone and flicked it lightly. The stone suddenly cut the cane. At this time, Ning Rong Rong fell towards Xiao Yu. Ning Rong Rong rode directly on Xiao Yu's neck, and sat down on the ground. At this time, Ning Rong Rong realized that she was wearing a skirt. Suddenly, she blushed. She quickly got off Xiao Yu, pointed her finger at Xiao Yu and said, You take advantage of me. Isn't I to save you? Look, I also made you a human cushion. If you don't thank me, it's fine, and I'll take advantage of you. Xiao Yu said without a smile. Furthermore, they are all 6-year-old children. How can there be any advantage? Is Douluo mainland so feudal? You. Ning Rong Rong pointed at Xiao Yu, blushing and couldn't say anything. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged, shameless little thief, how dare you bully my family Rong Rong. At this moment, a long sword burst through the air and shot towards Xiao Yu. The sword shot over was very mighty, and it pierced Xiao Yu's eyebrows. Xiao Yu was shocked, because he felt a strong pressure. This pressure was similar to when he faced Bibi Dong in the Star Do forest. Xiao Yu suddenly sounded a noun in his heart titled Douluo. Is it the titled Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect? At this time www.readaloud.com Xiaoju's soul power was released for a short time. Xiaoju also felt the danger, a burst of black energy gushed out of his body, and all the black energy instantly gathered together, unexpectedly abruptly. Blocked the flying sword. An old white-haired man with fine-looking eyes came here. Although the old man was grey-haired, he couldn't see his old appearance. He looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. Although he didn't use his full strength in this blow, he was actually blocked by a child. Grandpa Sword Douluo, are you here? Ning Rong Rong hurriedly called. The person who came is Sword Douluo Chenexin. Chen looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. He retracted the long sword. At this time, Ning Rong Rong quickly explained, No, Grandpa Jian, he is not a bad person. He just saved me. Chen looked at Xiao Yu in surprise, with an unbelievable look in his eyes, and quickly asked, Boy, who are you? Chen Xin had just come fiercely, but he would not kill a child. His long sword was also going to scare the kid, but he blocked it. You must know that there are very few people on Douluo continent who can block his sword. How dare he believe that he was blocked by a child today? Xiao Yu was a little angry, and said coldly, I saved your lady, but you are going to kill me? Okay, is this the 7 treasure glass sect? Hearing Xiao Yu's anger, Chen Xin also knew that she had done a little too much, and her attitude eased down and said, Little brother, I'm sorry. Just now, Chen didn't really want to kill you, but you could actually stop me. Sword, I wonder if the little brother can tell me who you are. Chapter 41, Holy Magic Ape. Little brother, who are you? Your black energy. Jian Douluo Chenexin seemed to think of something. Xiao Yu looked at Chen Xin in surprise. Although Chen Xin almost killed herself just now, Chen Xin also explained that she just wanted to scare him, so he wouldn't be too careless. Jechen's mind and body as a titled Douluo, even put down his posture and apologized to himself. If he was careless, he would look a bit stingy. There is another important thing, he can't beat Chenexin, so he has to accept it if he sees it. Do you know this black energy? Xiao Yu asked quickly. Chen looked at Xiao Yu in surprise and said, When I was young, I experienced outside and once strayed into the land of the extreme north. I was almost killed there. It is because I feel that there is energy like this remaining there. It's just the residual energy, and I feel that you are different from the residual energy. As for the difference, I can't tell. A land of killing in the extreme north. Xiao Yu was surprised. He had never heard of this place. Even when he was reading Douluo mainland novels, he did not show up in this place. It seems that this place may have something to do with his own life experience. But now he will definitely not go rashly, Chinexin Douluo also said, where even he almost fell, and with his own past, he may not be able to cope. Little brother, can you tell me who you are? Jian Douluo continued to ask. Xiao Yu said lightly, I want to know who I am too. Jian Douluo saw Xiao Yu's appearance, thoughtfully. He knew that Xiao Yu certainly didn't know his identity anymore. He took out a token from his waist and gave it to Xiao Yu. This is the token of my 7 treasure glazed glass sect. Just now the little brother rescued Rong. This token is a convenience for the little brother. Xiao Yu didn't refuse, but accepted the token with pleasure. Xiao Ju knew what this token meant. When they entered the soul hunting forest, after the token that the master took out, the guards immediately became respectful, although it was only a small token. But it symbolizes a person's status and identity. The 7 treasure glazed glass sect is one of the 3 major sects in the Douluo continent, and their tokens can certainly play many roles. Did the little brother come to the soul beast forest to hunt the soul beast? Jian Douluo suddenly asked. Xiao Yu nodded, and then said, I came with the master, they are still there. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, Chen Xin became interested and asked, who is your master? Xiao Yu replied, they all call him master. Grandmaster. It's him. Sword Douluo whispered in surprise. But in a blink of an eye, Sword Douluo regained his calmness and said, so the little brother already has a master. I originally wanted to invite the little brother to join our 7 treasure glazed glass sect. At this time, Ning Rong hurriedly said, little brother turns out to be so strong. By the way, what is your name, little brother? Ning Rong is proud, but she is a person who knows her gratitude. Xiao Yu saved her, so she still has a good impression of Xiao Yu. My name is Xiao Yu. My name is Ning Rong. My little brother should join us in the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, our place is fine. Ning Rong said in a sweet voice. Sorry, I already have a master. Xiao Yu refused. Ning Rong looked a little disappointed, and then said, then my little brother will come to the 7 treasure glazed glass sect to come and play with me. Good. Xiao Yu replied. At this time, Sword Douluo took Ning Rong and stood on his flying sword, and said, little brother, let's not pass it. Xiao Yu also quickly handed over. After saying goodbye to Jian Douluo, Xiao Yu walked alone in the depths of the hunting forest for a while, because he wanted to find a 10,000-year soul beast and get his 2nd spirit ring. For ordinary people, the age of the 2nd spirit ring is 764 years, but for Xiao Yu, the 1,000-year spirit ring can be absorbed by the system, and there should be no problem with the 10,000-year spirit ring attaching to the body. Along the way, he began to hunt down some small soul beasts, because he is now in the center of the split soul forest, so there are many 100-year-old soul beasts. He needs to swallow the soul rings of these soul beasts, and use his own system to improve his spirit power. Swallow the ghost wolf spirit ring, gain 100 spirit power and plus 20 attribute value. Swallow the cat demon spirit ring, gain 300 spirit power and plus 50 attribute value. While Xiao Yu was hunting and killing the soul beast, at this time, Xiao Yu suddenly felt an extraordinary breath. It came from the southwest, like a soul beast roaring, but its roar made Xiao Yu feel a little uneasy. This is spiritual soul beast? Master also said that his martial spirit is suitable for spirit-type spirit beasts. Xiao Yu did not let go of this opportunity. Even if it is a 1,000-year spirit beast, it is worth his visit. Xiao Yu followed the voice and chased him up. At this time, he finally saw clearly where the roar came from. That is a huge magic ape, Xiao Yu was surprised. Is this the legendary magic ape? He kept patting his chest and roaring violently. The spirit beasts in the forest were scared away by him. www.readaloud.com. There were almost no spirit beasts around, only Xiao Yu's small body was staring at it. The demon ape is huge, perhaps tens of meters tall. Xiao Yu is a 6-year-old child, in sharp contrast to the demon ape's huge body. The demon ape that Xiao Yu stared at, he had lived in the Stardo Great Forest for so long, and he knew very well that this was a 10,000-year soul beast. Wanyan spirit soul beast, just what he wants. Xiao Yu walked under the demon ape with a small body, then pointed at the demon ape and said loudly, "Hey, why are you shouting so loudly?" Although the 10,000-year soul beast is powerful, it is obviously unable to transform its shape and has no intelligence. Its fierce gaze looked at Xiao Yu again, and it roared again. "If you don't yell arrogantly, I still can't find you. If you yell so loudly, don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless." Xiao Yu sneered at the corner of her mouth, and rushed towards the magic ape. In the Stardo Great Forest, Xiao Ju could kill the 1,000-year soul beast with his physical strength alone, but there is a qualitative difference between the 1,000-year soul beast and the 1,000-year soul beast. There are not many 1,000-year soul beasts in this hunting forest. This demon ape may be the overlord-level existence in the forest. So even if it was Xiao Yu, it would be difficult to kill this soul beast without spending some effort. Xiao Yu released his martial soul without saying a word. Suddenly, a red spirit ring appeared on Xiao Yu's body. This was the spirit ring Xiao Yu's mother sacrificed to him. Soul skill soul capture. Xiao Yu directly released the soul concentrator. Although it is not very useful, it can confuse and affect the opponent. After the soul concentrator was released, Xiao Yu flew up and said loudly, "Soul skill charm dance." This is the first time he used his spirit ring's spirit ability, and the whole person rushed towards the holy magic ape. Chapter 42, The Second Spirit Ring. Mei Wu used to be Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ability, but after Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ring was sacrificed to Xiao Yu also possessed this spirit ability. Charm Dance is not only a power-type spirit ability, but also a spirit-type soul ability. Because after performing the Charm Dance, the figure will become extremely vague, so that the opponent can't touch your existence. The higher the spirit power, the stronger the bewilderment. Xiao Ju's martial soul is of the spirit type, so he has a greater blessing in this aspect when he uses the Charm Dance. Xiao Ju's body was constantly changing. Suddenly it was here, and suddenly he went to other places. The holy magic ape couldn't capture his existence at all. With the influence of Xiao Ju's soul-absorbing effect, the holy magic ape seemed to explode. Slapped the air frantically. Xiao Yu's small body suddenly came to the top of the devil ape's head, and he immediately gathered his power on his feet and slashed towards the top of the devil's ape's head. Boom! After Xiao Ju's blow, the devil ape's body directly stomped the ground out of a huge pit, but what made the devil ape even more annoying was that Xiao Ju was like a monkey, jumping up and down, making him unable to grasp at all. 2. At this time, the magic monkey roared more excitedly. Due to Xiao Yu's martial spirit, the magic sound of the magic ape had little effect on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu flew away, and then found the space of the magic ape. The fire was fully on, and he punched out again. The demon ape flew out directly, knocking down a large piece of trees. Xiao Yu can't use the black energy in his body now. That energy is limited to him. It will come out automatically only when his life is in danger. It is not the energy he can mobilize at will. If you use that black energy, Xiao Yu is sure to kill with one blow. But now he can only forcefully kill this 10,000-year soul beast with his powerful soul power and physical strength. Xiao Yu is powerful now, but neither his Dementor nor his Charm Dance possesses a very strong offensiveness. The Dementor is a spirit type, and the Charm Dance is more similar to the body technique. His only attack method now is his ridiculous strength and his thick soul power. Xiao Yu opened the distance with the demon ape with Mei Wu, and suddenly the endless spirit power burst out from his hand. He rushed towards the demon ape while he was in the middle of the devil ape's attack. Punch! Boom! Huge soul power burst out, and the rolling power poured endlessly. The demon ape's body was bombarded by Xiao Yu again. Xiao Yu did not let go of this opportunity. When the demon ape fell to the ground, he used the magic dance to immediately approach the demon ape, and his spirit power was fully activated. Countless hard fists slammed on the devil ape's body. Crackling! After a violent bombardment, Xiao Yu instantly gathered the power of his body on his right fist, and he was going to give the devil ape the final blow. Boom! The flood of spirit power burst out like a flood, and hit the demon ape fiercely. Punch hard! A hole of blood opened in the belly of the magic monkey. The demon ape finally fell to the ground, ending its life. For the other spirit war masters, they all used spirit skills or spirit to hunt and kill spirit beasts, but the fate of this demon ape was tragic, and he was smashed to death by Xiao Yu with his fist. At this time, a black spirit ring suddenly flew out of the spirit beast. Xiao Yu quickly sat down cross-legged and attached the spirit ring to her body. Was not to swallow the spirit ring, but to attach the spirit ring. Xiao Yu did not call his own system. Although the 10,000 years spirit ring could be swallowed up to improve his great strength, it was a bit wasted. So far, in addition to the sacrificed spirit ring, Xiao Ju can only absorb 10,000 years of spirit ring. If he is forced to absorb 100,000 years of spirit ring, it is estimated that he will be choking. Besides, he can't beat 100,000-year soul beast. The spirit ring continuously turned into a black light and was sucked into his body. At this time, Xiao Yu opened his eyes. Two spirit rings appeared beside him, a red spirit ring and a black spirit ring, emitting a dazzling light. What spirit ability does the second spirit ring possess? Xiao Yu released the spirit of martial arts, and suddenly, the information of the spirit ability appeared in his mind. Soul Skill Magic Kill. Compared with Xiao Ju's first two spirit skills, this spirit ability is more aggressive. Phantom Kill is an extremely powerful offensive spirit ability. It can create countless phantoms to confuse the enemy, and then there is a real body hidden in countless phantoms. This real body will charge the strongest blow to kill the enemy in seconds. This is an extremely cool and extremely domineering spirit ability. The coolness is that it can create phantoms, making people confused, and domineering is that it can kill with one blow. Its blow lies in the strength of your soul power. The stronger your soul power, the stronger its assassination blow will be, and this blow has an extremely high hit rate, because there are countless phantoms, the enemy will never know where is your real body, so it is almost impossible for the enemy to avoid this blow. With this spirit ability, Xiao Yu's strength has become a little stronger. Although he is only a 6-year-old child, under the spirit sect, there are probably few people who can beat Xiao Yu. Of course, this was when Xiao Yu couldn't drive away. If Xiao Ju's black energy was aroused, Yu reading www.yuganchu. Even if it is a titled Douluos, Xiao Ju still has the power to fight. With the in-depth understanding of the Douluos continent, Xiao Ju became more and more curious about his life experience. His black energy can match the titled Douluos, and a burst of energy seems to be not his. Could it be that he came from in Douluos continent, but the upper level of Douluos continent? Xiao Yu didn't think about it anymore. It was too early to think about anything. At present, he is more concerned about how to become stronger and how to regenerate Xiao Wu's mother. Xiao Yu walked in the direction of the master and Tang San, and it didn't take long before he found the master and Tang San. Tang San saw Xiao Yu and said quickly, "Brother, where have you been, why are you back now?" "It's nothing, a little girl was trapped by a cane. I saved her by the way, and then killed a spirit beast by the way, and got a spirit ring," Xiao Yu said relaxedly. "By the way, Xiao San, has your spirit ring absorbed?" Xiao Yu asked immediately. At this time, Tang San released a yellow spirit ring, the dark blue silver grass was released, and then happily said, "Brother, my blue silver grass has mutated and become stronger. This is my number 1 spirit ability winding." Said, the blue silver grass grew from the ground and wrapped around the tree. When Master saw Xiao San's spirit skills, his face showed satisfaction, because Xiao San made his doctrine a reality. "Xiao Yu, what spirit ring did you get?" The master looked at Xiao Yu and asked. At this time, Xiao Yu released the ultimate book with his right hand, and 2 spirit rings appeared beside Xiao Yu. 1 red and 1 black are shining dazzling light. Suddenly, both Master and Tang San were surprised at the same place. 10,000 years spirit ring. Chapter 43, Domineering Man. Master and Tang San were very surprised, because this spirit ring of Xiao Ju turned out to be a 10,000 year spirit ring. 10,000 years spirit ring, this is impossible, the master said excitedly. Master is usually cold, but one involves the knowledge of Dao Wuhan. His eyes were light, and he looked at Xiao Ju excitedly, because Xiao Ju's second spirit ring could absorb 10,000 years spirit ring, even his 10 core competence of martial arts couldn't explain this situation. But Xiao Yu is not an ordinary person, and ordinary people's data is useless to him. Master released a gleam in his eyes and pulled Xiao Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, you are the best person I have ever seen. I think that in your body, all miracles will not be miracles." Master was very excited, because the 10 core competencies of Wuhan proposed by him had already violated the normal state of many people in Douluo continent, but at this moment, what he showed from Xiao Yu was even more contrary to common sense. Tang San also cast envy in his eyes. He originally thought that he had hidden a lot of strength to be considered as great, but the strength displayed by Xiao Yu was stronger than the strength he had hidden, not to mention that he still had a backhand. Tang San silently grabbed his hand and said secretly, "Brother, I will definitely not stop chasing you." After the 3 of them had gained a lot, the 3 of them also prepared to leave the hunting forest and left. Although Xiao Ju can still attach 2 more spirit rings, it is very difficult to find a suitable spirit ring in the hunting forest. Xiao Ju's second spirit ring has absorbed 10,000 years, which is beyond the master's cognition. Unless offering sacrifices, the master has never seen anyone able to absorb the 10,000 year spirit ring with a second spirit ring. Sacrifice is different from forced absorption. Sacrifice is tacitly approved by the soul beast and has no hatred value. Even if it can be absorbed in 100,000 years, it can be absorbed in 1,000,000 years. However, forced absorption is different, unless the strength is strong enough to completely suppress the other party. Otherwise, the opponent's spirit ring will burst. Xiao Yu's second spirit ring absorbed 10,000 years, so his third spirit ring must be more than 10,000 years old. As for the spirit ring of tens of thousands of years, the master is not sure, although Xiao Yu is very strong, but it is not so easy to hunt. If you want to continue to attach spirit rings to Xiao Yu, you have to do more preparations. 2 days later, the 3 returned to Nodding City. "I finally came back, I don't know how Xiao Wu and the others are doing," Xiao Yu said lightly. "Xiao Wu is even better than me, so nothing will happen." Tang San touched his head and smiled. In fact, Xiao Yu knew that Tang San's strength had surpassed Xiao Wu, but he had always been a low-key and modest person. Master nodded silently, and said, "You have worked hard this time. You can take a break, but your practice can't be interrupted. Bring me the 2 books from the left in the 3rd row of the bookshelf on the left." "Okay." Tang San took a thick book as the master ordered. To his surprise, there is no title on this book. The master handed a book to Tang Sandao. "This book records some of my research on cultivating soul power. Although soul power is cultivated through meditation to operate my own soul power, there are so many skills in it. It's easy to improve the strength of the running route. What kind of martial arts soul is most suitable for cultivation under what environment, there are detailed records in it. I can't personally guide you during this period, but you must not relax. Yes. Tang San respectfully agreed. Although he hadn't opened the book to read it, there was an inexplicable shock in his heart. The master handed another book to Xiao Ju, and then said lightly, "This book records detailed methods of various martial arts cultivation, as well as detailed knowledge of various spirit beasts and spirit rings. I hope you can help." Xiao Yu took the book, and immediately felt a mysterious atmosphere in the book. This book is the real thing I have been studying. My 10 core competencies of Wuhan are derived from the above, you must cherish it. The master laughed. Yes. Xiao Yu quickly thanked her. In addition, you can go to the Spirit Hall in Notting City. You can find the position of the Spirit Hall by asking casually on the road. In the middle of the city, you can go there for a soul master appraisal and test your own. The spirit power situation, in addition, it can be regarded as officially registered in the Wuhan Hall, and then you can receive monthly subsidies. There is no need to continue working as a student. The master said lightly. Tang San quickly said, "Yes." But Xiao Yu was silent. Wuhan Hall killed Xiao Wu's mother and also hunted Xiao Wu and him as his enemies. How could he go to the Wuhan Hall to register, and how could he get the salary of the Wuhan Hall? Besides, that would probably reveal the identity of him and Xiao Wu. Master seemed to see the thoughts on Xiao Yu's face, and then said lightly, "Little San, please leave first." Tang San took the book and went back first, leaving only Xiao Yu in the master's room. Master looked at Xiao Yu and said, "I once heard that Pope Bibi Dongxing from the Wuhan Temple mobilized people to hunt the soul beasts in the Star Do Forest, and finally returned without success. This must have something to do with you?" Xiao Yu was immediately surprised. Only he and Xiao Wu should know about this. How could the master know? "I think you must be strange. How did I know?" "Because your identity is too special, and the direction of your coming is the direction of the Star Do Great Forest. Although the Fang family helped you make a false identity, such an identity would immediately become untenable upon consideration." The master laughed. Xiao Yu looked at the master is indeed a master, even this was guessed by the master. "So you don't want to register in the Wuhan Hall?" the master asked. Xiao Yu nodded. He has no good impression of Wuhandian www.readaloud.com. Master smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, do you know what is hidden in the city?" Xiao Yu shook her head. "You don't have an identity now. If you go to the Wuhan Hall to register at this time and have the identity of the Wuhan Hall, who will doubt you then? Think about it, if you are from the Wuhan Palace, do you dare to believe that the person you are chasing and killing will become your own under your own nose?" The master slowly analyzed. At this time, Xiao Yu suddenly felt that what the master said made sense. Although the Spirit Hall of Martial Arts would not let them go, they would never think that they would hide in a human city, and even registered the identity of a spirit master. "Okay, I'll go to register too," Xiao Yu said. At this time, the master smiled again, and then said, "But you have to learn a disguise skill." The master took out a book from the bookshelf and gave it to Xiao Ju, and then said, "This is a secret technique. I traded it with a soul beast back then. As long as you practice this secret technique, you can transfer your spirit and spirit ring disguise it." "Pretend?" Xiao Yu puzzled. "Yes, you can change the state of your martial arts and spirit ring, it's just a visual change, making them what you want others to see," the master said. Xiao Yu was very happy, this kind of secret method is very useful for him. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly felt an extremely domineering aura from outside the door. The aura was very brave, somewhat similar to the auras of Bibi Dong and Jian Douluo. Xiao Yu looked up and saw a rugged uncle standing outside the door. The uncle was very tall, dressed in linen clothes, and had rough skin, but he gave people a feeling of vicissitudes of life. "Xiao Yu, you go out first," the master said lightly. Chapter 44, Haoshan Douluo. The visitor slowly walked into the master's office. Although it seemed very low-key, there was nowhere to hide the domineering aura. Xiao Yu passed by him, and suddenly felt a strong pressure. Title Douluos. Only title Douluos can make him feel pressured. His hands are rough, like a blacksmith on the side of the road. Blacksmith? Could he be Tang San's father, Haoshan Douluos Tang Hao? Xiao Yu walked out the door with surprise. At this moment, Tang Hao inadvertently took a look at Xiao Yu. He felt that Xiao Yu was a little different from ordinary children. As for the differences, he couldn't answer them, but Xiao Yu gave him a strange feeling. Xiao Yu walked out the door. "Hello, master." The voice of the visitor was low and hoarse. I don't know why, when this person first entered the door, the master subconsciously became tense, and even his soul power spread all over his body unconsciously. "Are you?" The master slowly stood up, looking at the man in doubt. The man in grey said lightly, "Speaking of which, we should have not seen each other for 20 years. I am like this, no wonder you don't recognize me. My name is Tang Hao." Tang Hao. The master's expression changed drastically, his pupils focused almost instantaneously, staring at the person in front of him, his hands on the table, his fingers turned blue and white. You are Hao." Tang Hao waved his hand to stop the master from speaking, and said coldly, "I don't need to mention the past titles. Back then, we were also connected with each other. Others might think you are just a lunatic, but I know. You are a persistent person." Master's mood gradually calmed down, his stiff face moved slightly. "It seems that I guessed right, you really are Xiao San's father." Tang Hao nodded, and said faintly, "I know that you accept him as a disciple. As a father, I should have come to see you long ago. I am leaving, and the only thing I care about is him. Therefore, I hope that Xiao San entrusts it to you." "You are going? Where are you going?" "He is your son?" the master asked coldly. Although Tang Hao is a titled Douluos, but now he is Tang San's teacher, he can hardly see a look of fear in his eyes. Tang Hao still looked coldly, "He is also your apprentice. I have to go, there are many things that I have to do. He follows me and will not be happy. I have no other requirements, his life is up to him to choose. It has been 10 years, and I have been out of this world for 10 years. Now he has grown up, there are some things I must do." Master took a deep breath. "I don't know what happened to you, but I can see that Xiaosan is very attached to you. Don't you think that leaving like this is too cruel for him? Master wants to keep Tang Hao, after all, the junior is only 6 years old, so his parents are not around, and it is not good for his growth." Tang Hao took a long breath, and then said faintly, "He himself decided to take an extraordinary road. It is the greatest disadvantage to him to be with me. I don't want him to be harmed. Okay, I have nothing to say. Having said that, no matter when, please remember that he is my son." After saying this, Tang Hao raised his hand, and a jet black token fell on the table in front of the master with a clang. The token was the same as the one the master showed when he took Tang San into the hunting forest. However, there are exactly 6 patterns on this token. If Xiao Yu were there, he would be surprised, because this token was the same as the one given to him by Jian Douluo Chenexin. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he turned and left the master's office. At this time, Tang Hao saw Xiao Yu walking in front of him again, and he always felt that Xiao Yu was a little different. Tang Hao walked to Xiao Yu's side at some unknown time, and said lightly, "Are you also a master's disciple?" Xiao Yu didn't expect Tang Hao to talk to him. He stopped and looked up at the strongest existence on the Douluo continent. There was no fear in his eyes. He straightened his back and replied, "Yes, it's Tang San's brother." Tang Hao's face changed slightly, because Xiao Yu did not answer that he was a disciple of the master, but that he was Tang San's senior, which showed that he knew his identity. "You are a clever child," Tang Hao said lightly. Xiao Yu replied indifferently, in this world, if you are not smarter, I am afraid it will be difficult to survive. You are not as naive as Xiao San. You are the one who caused the change of heaven and earth that night. Tang Hao asked lightly. Facing Tang Hao, Xiao Yu did not intend to lie, because lying is useless. He answered honestly, yes, it's me. Tang Hao looked at Xiao Yu. Suddenly, Xiao Yu felt that his secret was being peeped. You can reach the soul sect at the age of 6, little guy, you are the only person on this continent who can do it. Tang Hao's voice was still very flat. Xiao Yu couldn't help being surprised. Tang Hao was indeed powerful, and he could see all his secrets at a glance. But this continent has never lacked geniuses. You read www.yuyuganshu.com, but you know, geniuses are too easy to die early. Tang Hao exclaimed. You come with me. Tang Hao continued. Tang Hao took Xiao Ju to the back mountain of Nodding College. Xiao Ju was very puzzled. At this time, the clear sky hammer was condensed in Tang Hao's hand, the hammer was pinched in his right hand, and the power of thunder burst out. Is also surging around, and the spirit power is constantly raging. Xiao Yu was surprised, is this the clear sky hammer? Sure enough, it's not ordinary. He finally knew why the Clear Sky sect could become one of the 3 major sects in Douluos continent. Tang Hao held the hammer in his hand and said coldly, your words should be remembered again. Tang Hao said, the hammer in his hand burst out with a dazzling light. Suddenly, Tang Hao's figure became very ethereal, and he began to wield his hammer. Every time he hammered it, there was a subtle soul power. He swung one hammer after another. Each hammer was extremely violent, but at the same time, each hammer seemed to be art, constantly hitting Xiao Yu's mind. Is this the Haoshan Douluos? Xiao Ju's mind was constantly being shaken. Tang Hao waved his hammer to his heart's content, and his rolling power continued to raging. He waved 9981 hammers, and the last hammer fell, as if the earth was shaking. General. Finally, Tang Hao took his hammer and walked towards the depths of the forest. Why did you teach me? Xiao Yu stopped him quickly. You are the junior's brother, I can see your potential, I hope you will be able to help him in the future when the junior is most helpless. Tang Hao said lightly. After finishing speaking, Tang Hao's thick figure gradually left. Xiao Yu looked at Tang Hao's back, the shock in her heart could not be suppressed. Chapter 45, Xiao Huo's Provocation. Xiao Yu knows that the set Tang Hao played just now is the chaotic cloak hammer method. But he still couldn't figure out why Tang Hao would teach him such an important hammer technique. Could it be that you really let yourself save a junior at a critical time? In fact, for Xiao Yu, he always regarded Tang San as his own, and Tang San was also his junior. Even if Tang Hao didn't do this, he wouldn't ignore Tang San when he was in danger. Xiao Yu didn't think much about it, anyway, it wasn't a bad thing. He walked towards Kishi, and hadn't come back for so many days. I don't know what happened to Xiao Wu and Xiao Shuet. But when he walked to the door of Kishi, he found that there was no one. He hurried to catch up. At this time, he heard passers-by talking. Do you know that? I heard that Boss Xiao called someone from a foreign school and said he was going to get fat and beat up those working students. Really? Those working study students are miserable. Isn't it? I heard that the person who came is the brother of Boss Xiao, Xiao Huo. Xiao Yu quickly grabbed them and asked, where are they? It's in the grove of the back mountain. After hearing this, Xiao Yu hurried to the back mountain. Ho Shan. The 2 gangs stand apart. On this side, the first one is wearing the uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, and is tall and straight. He is obviously not a child, but a young man of 16 or 17. He is Xiao Huo, the older brother of Xiao Chinayu. He heard that after Boss Xiao was bullied by others in the school, he was angry and followed Xiao Chinayu to the school to seek revenge for Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu was not there, so they were very active in working and studying. Xiao Huo held his hands and looked at Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui lightly. I didn't expect that there are such beautiful girls among work-study students. I happen to be two little maids, or you can be my maids. Xiao Huo showed a wretched expression on his face, holding his hands in a confident manner. Xiao Wu did not lose to the opponent in terms of her expression. She also had a disdain on her face, but her disdain was a little cute with her matte face. She raised her finger and said, Xiao Chinayu, you still I was not afraid of being beaten by my brother, but today I dare to come to trouble our work-study students. Xiao Chinayu had his brother by his side, and his attitude was even more arrogant. He, what is your brother? Do you know who my brother is? He is a 28th level soul master. Have you ever seen such a young soul master? Xiaoxiu held her hands and looked at Xiao Huo coldly. Although she didn't want to expose her strength in this small place, she wouldn't be merciful if she really wanted to make a move. Little girl, where is your trash brother? Dare to move my brother and let him come out and die. Xiao Huo looked at Xiao Wu and said. Hey! Is the great soul master great? You insulted my brother, I must let you know today that Xiao Wu is not easy to provoke. Xiao Wu said angrily. Xiao Wu is a brother-in-law. For her now, her brother is everything to her. Who dares to insult Xiao Yu, she must fight him to the end. Said, Xiao Wu rushed up. Xiao Wu's soft skills were very powerful. She flew up and kicked towards Xiao Huo. But Xiao Wu is only level 12 now, and Xiao Huo is a level 28 Great Soul Master. How could Xiao Wu have been able to fight? I saw Xiao Huo lightly raising his hand, gently blocking Xiao Wu's kick. He lifted Xiao Wu's feet slightly, and Xiao Wu flew out and fell to the ground. Little girl, you should ask your brother to come out, you are too tender. Xiao Huo laughed. You. Xiao Wu was very angry, and rushed forward. At this time, Xiaoxiu stretched out her hand to block her. Xiaoxiu knew that Xiao Wu was not Xiao Huo's opponent. I am afraid that even she would have some difficulties facing the 28th level Great Spirit Master, so if she rushed forward, she was looking for a fight for nothing. At this time, Xiao Huo stared at Xiaoxiu, and said lightly, Little girl, it's not good to be cold all the time, or be my little girlfriend, I will use my flame to warm you. Xiaoxiu stared at Xiao Huo with cold eyes. Xiao Huo not only was not angry, but also laughed loudly. I think you two little girls are still young, but loud's as good as this bite, the best way to warm the bed. Both Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui frowned. For the 28th level Great Soul Master, they are indeed not opponents. While Xiao Wu was looking at her brows frowning, a low voice suddenly sounded in her ears. When she looked sideways, her big beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a light of surprise. Little San, you are back. It was Tang San who came to Xiao Wu's side. After turning over the hill behind the academy, he saw the sight of the woods here. He didn't say anything, and quietly came to Xiao Wu's side. He was not tall, he was from Xiao Huo's side. Did not even notice his appearance. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, wanted to say something, but held back. Xiao Wu saw how he wanted to talk and stopped. What are you doing? I want to say I am impulsive again. Tang San shook his head, and said, we work students can't always be bullied. Others have come to our door, and we can't swallow. You are doing the right thing. However, you should wait until we come back. They challenged it. This way, it's more certain. Xiao Huo saw Tang San, pointed at Tang San and said, what are you www.readaloud.com? Why come here to join in the fun? At this time, Xiao Chinayu hurriedly said, brother, he is called Tang San, he is very low-key among work students, and he has never seen his strength. Xiao Huo smiled faintly on his face. Tang San? It turned out not to be Xiao Yu. Where is that arrogant Xiao Yu? I want to see if he can jump up with me. At this time, Tang San stepped forward and said, I remember the Notting College rule that outsiders are not allowed to enter our school, right? How did you get in? You care how I got in, I only want you to know, if Xiao Yu can't come out today, I will blow you all up. Xiao Huo said loudly. Tang San had no expression on his face, looking at Xiao Huo and said, if the teachers of the college knew that you were bullying our work students, they would not let go. I advise you to leave before the teacher arrives. Boy, you dare to threaten me. I tell you, it's lunch break. Teachers and others won't notice this place for a while. When they arrive, you must all be beaten down by me. Xiao Huo believes. Boy, stop talking nonsense, tell Xiao Yu to come out, or I will beat you up. Xiao Huo said loudly. At this time, Tang San said lightly, if that's the case, I will have to teach you first. Tang San responded. Xiao Huo looked at this little boy, showing no intent to fight, and he hit Tang San with a fist. I saw Tang San's ghostly body, easily avoiding Xiao Huo's attack, and as soon as the purple magic pupil opened, Xian Yu's hand hit Xiao Huo's chest. Xiao Huo was staggered by Tang San because he underestimated the enemy. Xiao Huo was immediately furious, and looked at Tang San angrily, okay boy, I didn't expect you to be somewhat capable, then I will use a little bit of strength. Firefly, possess. Chapter 46, The Lord of the City cannot protect you if he comes in person. Suddenly, there was a burst of flames on Xiao Huo's body, and flames ignited on Xiao Huo's body, even his pupils were full of fire. Tang San's purple extremely magic pupil stared at Xiao Huo tightly, and now he is only 13th level, facing the 28th level Great Spirit Master, he is also a little strenuous. But Tang San still has his own whole cards, and he still has Tang Sect hidden weapons that he has not used. He touched his soul guidance device, and he was very proficient in the use of 24 Bridge Minjayat, which meant that he wanted to use hidden weapons at any time. The white and yellow spirit rings on Xiao Huo appeared, and a ball of flames was burning all over his body. Boy, let you taste the power of my flames. Xiao Huo said, and rushed towards Tang San. Xiao Huo's attack is explosive and domineering. Facing Xiao Huo's pounce, Tang San was a little cautious, after all, Xiao Huo was a 28th level War Spirit Master. As soon as Xiao Huo's body threw out, the spirit power from his body enveloped the 3 square meters of Tang San's body. This was an absolute power attack, without any skill at all. All you need is head-to-head. Are you headed? Come on then. Although strength is not the Tang sect disciples good at, Tang San now wants to see what extent his profound heaven skill has reached. At the moment, Gong gathers both palms and slowly pushes out in front of his chest. Facing Xiao Huo's palm of fire. Xiao Huo's subordinates had already shown triumphant smiles on their faces at this time. This kid didn't know the height of the sky, and a 13th level Spirit Master wanted to deal with a 28th level Great Spirit Master, and that was simply looking for death. Xiao Huo's hands are much bigger than Tang San's, and flames spurted out of Xiao Huo's hands. How fast was the pounce? Before Xiao Huo could think clearly, his palms touched Tang San's. There was a muffled sound, the blue and red rays of light lit up at the same time, and the air current generated by the burst of vigor blew the surrounding people's feet unstable. The flame burst out suddenly. Suddenly, Tang San was blown away directly. But what surprised Xiao Huo was that he himself was repelled a few steps by Tang San. You must know that he is 15 levels apart from Tang San, even though he didn't use his full strength. The Great Spirit Master is not something a Spirit Master can repel. But something that surprised Xiao Huo even more happened. At this moment, Tang San suddenly ejected from the ground and slammed into Xiao Huo's body. Xiao Huanyo's big body was hit and flew directly, and he fell 3 meters away. Xiao Huo's men were ready to applaud, they saw their boss fell out. This time, their eyes on Tang San changed completely. They only knew that there was Xiao Yu among the working study students, but they didn't expect another Tang San to jump out now. Tang San's attack did not end, he hurriedly grabbed the ground with both hands and shouted, "Blue silver grass, twine!" Xiao Huo just bounced from the ground. Tang San's collision didn't use his full strength, and his defense was quite good, and he didn't suffer any injuries. But at this time, more than a dozen thick blue-silver grass suddenly surged from his feet without warning, hovering up, and before Xiao Huo could react, it had tightly wrapped his legs. What is this? Xiao Huo looked at Tang San with a little surprise. The tough blue-silver grass wrapped around his body, hard to break free. Mistress, you are great. Xiao Wu said quickly. Yes, third brother, you are too strong. Wang Sheng also followed behind and flattered. A group of working students began to surround Tang San and boast. At this time, Qian Rongxiu said coldly from the side, "Don't be too happy, he is a great soul master, it's not that simple." At this time, everyone looked at Xiao Huo, saw an evil smile on Xiao Huo's face, looked at Tang San and said, "If you are a great spirit master, I am afraid I will be planted in your hands, but unfortunately you are just one soul master, sorry." Said, a ball of flame suddenly ignited from Xiao Huo's feet, and the flame ignited along Tang San's blue-silver grass, directly burning the blue-silver grass. He rubbed his hands and looked at Tang San lightly, "It seems that I must be serious." With this smile on his face, he walked towards Tang San step by step. Tang San placed his right hand on his 24-bridge Minjiayat. If he took a step forward, his Tang sect hidden weapon would surely be shot out. Tang San is confident that even if the opponent is a great soul master, he will be shot into a sieve. At this moment, a little man emerged from the crowd. "I heard that someone is looking for me, but if I can't find me, he will bully my sister." Everyone quickly looked at it. It was Xiao Yu. I saw Xiao Yu walk out of the crowd step by step, and came to Tang San, stretched out his right hand to block Tang San, and signaled him not to move. "Brother, you are finally here," Xiao Wu said happily. Qian Rongxiu also showed a long-lost smile on her face, because she knew Xiao Ju's strength very well. Tang San saw that Xiao Yu was coming, and he was relieved. Although he could defeat Xiao Huo by using Tang sect hidden weapons, he didn't want to expose such a killer move too soon. The working students were all excited when they saw Xiao Yu. "Boss! Boss!" The working study students shouted one after another. Xiao Huo looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Are you the boss of this group of working students, Xiao Yu?" Xiao Ju raised his head and looked at Xiao Huo, who was a head taller than himself. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com without any fear, and said indifferently, "Yes, it's me, you are the little fire bug clamoring for trouble with me. Hee, boy, I didn't expect you to be able to do it well, but I don't know how it is." Xiao Huo smiled. "Although it is not very strong, it is more than enough to strangle a small firefly." Xiao Yu replied lightly. Xiao Huo looked at Xiao Ju, walked in front of Xiao Ju, and said as he walked, "Boy, did you know who our family was when you hit my brother? Tell you, my father is the Lord of Notting City. If you offend us, not even Notting College can keep you. By the way, I heard that you are also surnamed Xiao, and we are still the same school, but I also heard that you told my brother not to have Xiao surname. Kid, you are crazy, so offend our Xiao family, I have to take a trip in person. Will you?" As soon as Xiao Huo said this, the expressions of the work-study students changed. Although they knew that Xiao Huo's younger brother Xiao Chenaiu was rich in his family, they didn't know that Xiao Chenaiu's father was the city lord of Notting City. Now that they offended the city lord, how could they mix in Notting City? "You tribes, these untouchables, if it weren't for Notting City to pity you, you have the opportunity to come here to study. Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you also dare to beat my brother, a group of white-eyed wolves. Today you have no good fruit. Not only that, after today, I will let my father drive you out of Notting City directly, even Notting College will not be able to report you." Xiao Huo said in a sentence. Suddenly, a thread began to hang in the hearts of the working students, a little scared. But Xiao Yu showed no fear at all. He looked at Xiao Huo faintly and said, "Oh, it turned out to be the son of the city lord, but today, I am afraid that the city lord himself will not be able to protect you." Chapter 47, If there is another time, you will end up with him. Xiao Chinayu and Xiao Huo are the sons of the city lord, so Xiao Chinayu can bring Xiao Huo into Notting College. Think about it, if it were not for this reason, the guard would not put Xiao Huo into Notting College. All of Xiao Chinayu's sons and buddies from Notting College, and they are all people who can speak in Notting City, such as Fang Linger from the Fang family, Lai Oolong from the Lu family, and Ling Feng from the Ling family. These people all have a certain status in Notting City, so the Fang family has a way to forge Xiaoju and their identities and send them in. Among them, Fang Linger's Icebird is a very powerful existence in the mutant martial soul, so Xiao Chinayu and his party will try to cheat Fang Linger. So they look down on these poor working students from various villages in the college. Now that I heard that Xiao Huo and Xiao Chinayu were the sons of Lord City Lord, the work-study students behind Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel scared. If it is a general family, it is okay, with the protection of the academy, even if it is offended, it will not hurt. But now they have offended the son of the city lord, even if Notting College can't keep them. "Boss, what should I do?" "He is the son of the city lord," said a work student. "Yes, boss, or we won't fight, even if we win, if the lord of the city gets angry, we all can't eat it." Another working student also said. At this time, Xiao Wu said lightly, "What's the matter with the city lord? Can the city lord bully people at will?" "Sister Xiao Wu, stop talking," someone whispered. Xiao Yu glanced coldly at the soft persimmons behind him, and said with disdain, "You are so afraid of them, go and be dogs for them. I will take care of today's affairs, Xiao Yu alone." For these working students, Xiao Yu has nothing to say. A group of soft persimmons that are slaughtered by others are all riding on their heads. They still don't know how to resist, and they will always have a natural servility. But not all of them are like this. Wang Sheng and a few work students clenched their fists and said angrily, "Fuck, what about the city lord, boss, let's do it with you." Xiao Yu glanced at them lightly, and a smile returned to her face. He looked at Xiao Huo and said, "Hey, little Huo Chang, I advise you to inform your father to prepare a good doctor for you, because next, your fists won't grow eyes." Xiao Yu said, and suddenly disappeared in place. Yes, disappear. Xiao Ju's speed was so fast that no one could see his figure clearly, only to see him swiftly leaving the place, and then suddenly appearing next to Xiao Huo, even at the 28th level like Xiao Huo. The Great Soul Master did not react. When he saw Xiao Yu's figure clearly, it was too late. I saw that the big fist of the sandbag had already rushed in front of my eyes, and he was oncoming. Boom! With a punch, only the sound of a broken nose was heard. Xiao Huo flew out like a broken kite, hitting the ground, and a long mark was drawn on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. They had to know that Xiao Huo was a 28th level Great Spirit Master, but Xiao Ju actually shot him into the air without using his spirit power. Moreover, Xiao Huo was still a 6-year-old child, Xiao Huo. He is about 10 years older than him. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. At this time, Xiao Huo slowly got up from the ground, and looked at Xiao Yu angrily. "Good boy, how dare you!" Before Xiao Huo finished speaking, Xiao Yu didn't know when to appear in front of him again, and turned around and punched. Xiao Huo's figure flew out again, this time slamming into a tree severely. "Brother!" Xiao Chinayu shouted worriedly from the side. "Xiao Yu, you dare to beat my brother, I must tell my dad that you can't get along in Notting City." Xiao Chinayu said loudly. "Oh, isn't it?" Xiao Yu turned to Xiao Chinayu. Suddenly, Xiao Yu came to the group of students and hit the ground with a punch. Suddenly the ground began to tremble, and endless power burst out. Suddenly, everyone was shaken from the ground. Xiaoju's figure suddenly changed. His speed became so fast that he dragged out after images in the air. When these people floated up, he would everyone pulled together, buckling them one by one into a meatball. Then kick it out. The meatball hit the tree, and a group of people piled up into a hill. Fell to the ground one after another, and suffered serious injuries. Xiaoju was not polite to them, and he was polite to bullying them. Xiaoju didn't kill them because he gave them the best face. Otherwise, with Xiaoju's strength, as long as he releases his spirit power, he only needs one move to kill them. But the delay of that group of people bought Xiaohuo time, and Xiaohuo saw fire all over his body, and the two spirit rings radiated fierce light. They flew up and rushed towards Xiaoyu like a fireball. Xiaoyu, I want you to die. The first spirit ability blasting flame technique. The second spirit ability flames. Suddenly, Xiaohuo's two great soul abilities were activated. This was his last trick, and it was also his strongest method. He did not expect that a little Xiaoyu would force him to use his tricks, but he was very confident. Under these two tricks www.readaloud.com Xiaoyu would die. Even if he did not die, he would be disabled for life. There was a fierce light in Xiaoyu's eyes, and he felt Xiaohuo's strong killing intent. Now he is no longer an ignorant boy who just came to this world. He has experienced countless killings. He may have been merciful before, but he was still merciful to the Fang family. But now he is not so kind. I heard that you insulted my sister and beat him. Xiaoyu said lightly. There was a killing intent in his eyes. I saw that Xiaohuo had already rushed in front of him, and the endless flames rushed towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu didn't fear at all, even he didn't use any soul power. He accurately grasped Xiaohuo's hand in the flames and pulled Xiaohuo to the ground fiercely. Unending strength slammed Xiaohuo to the ground. You know, even a 1,000-year spirit beast can't withstand Xiaoju's blow. Xiaohuo is only a 28th level Great Spirit Master, how could he be able to withstand it? There was a loud noise, and a deep pit was smashed directly into the ground. Suddenly dust and smoke were everywhere, gun smoke filled everywhere, and billowing air waves filled. The smoke dissipated, and Xiaohuo was completely unrecognizable, and he fell into the pit in blood, not knowing his life or death. All the students looked at Xiaoyu incredibly, and Xiao Chenai rushed to Xiaohuo's face and pointed at Xiaoyu and said, do you know what you did? Xiaoyu, you unexpectedly. Xiaoyu glanced at them lightly, and said coldly, if there is another time, you will end up with him. When Xiaoyu spoke, Xiao Chenai suddenly softened, and he dared not say anything afterwards. Xiaoyu glanced at him coldly, and then took Xiaowu and the others away. Chapter 48, Wuhan Hall in Notting City. After Xiaoju taught Xiaohuo, he followed Tang San to the Wuhan Hall to test his spirit power. But Xiaoyu didn't expect Xiaowu and Xiao Shui to go with them. Xiaoyu couldn't hold them back, so he had to take them with them. It's just that they are not going to test their spirit power, but they want to go to the city to play. As for the Xiao family, Xiaoyu and the others did not care. They came to the tallest building in Notting City. Although Notting City is a small and remote city, Wuhan Hall is still the tallest existence in the city. Even the city lord's mansion is far inferior to Wuhan Hall. The two door guards standing at the door looked like they were about 20 years old, and the spirit power fluctuations on their bodies were not obvious. It seemed that they had not even reached the level of a spirit master. It seems that Notting City is really remote. From the level of the Spirit Hall, it can be seen whether this city is important in the Heaven Do Empire. Hello, Uncle, I am a first-year student of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. The teacher asked us to come here to evaluate the spirit level. Tang San pointed to his school uniform and said to the guard. The guard saw 4 6-year-old children talking about soul power, with a look of disbelief, and asked in confusion, are you sure you are here to test soul power, not for fun? You must know that even if they were in their 20s, they did not become soul masters. They really didn't believe it when they saw a 6-year-old kid saying that he wanted to test his spirit level. At this time, Su Yun Tao took a female soul master to the gate of Wuhan Hall. "Isn't this Tang-san? You actually became a student of Notting College?" Su Yun Tao asked in surprise. Su Yun Tao was the one who went to the Holy Soul Village to awaken the spirits of Tang-san and the others. At that time, Tang-san's blue-silver grass spirit and innate full spirit power made him remember Tang-san as a kid. "Yes, Mr. Su Yun Tao, our village has a place for work-study students, and the village chief sent me here. Today I came to Notting College to test the martial arts level." Tang-san said quickly. "You have become a soul master." Su Yun Tao obviously didn't believe it. But he thought about it carefully. Tang-san is innately full of spirit power. As long as he absorbs a spirit ring casually, he can become a spirit master. It's not impossible. He quickly waved to the 2 guards, "Let them in." The eyes of the 2 guards subconsciously showed envy. The guard who spoke earlier said, "So that's the case, then you can go in. Go to the reception hall on the 1st floor and find the Great Spirit Master Matthew Nyo there. He will help you." "Thank you." Tang-san agreed, and led the 4 of Xiao Yu into the Wuhan Hall. Entered the Spirit Hall, a dome with a height of 20 meters stood on Xiao Ju and the others. When Xiao Ju and the others entered the hall of the Spirit Hall, they were immediately infected by this magnificent aura. The dome of the whole hall is covered with murals. In each of the small squares, various Wuhan graphics are drawn. The background color is shining bright gold, which looks resplendent and yet simple. There were not many people in the martial spirit hall, and only some servants were cleaning around. At this time, Su Yun Tao and Tang-san said, "Tang-san, you come with me." As they walked, Su Yun Tao's female companion seemed to be a little dissatisfied with being ignored. "Yun Tao, aren't they just a group of children?" Su Yun Tao looked a little displeased with her female companion, and hurriedly said, "Sissy, this is the child I told you about, the soul-powered child, but his martial spirit is Lan Yinko. Otherwise, the future will be bright. Unlimited. He has obtained the spirit ring now, and he is considered a part of the spirit master. As for the other 3 children, I don't know them, maybe they are Tang-san's classmates." When Sisi heard Su Yun Tao saying that Tang-san was innately full of spirit power, her eyes brightened, but when she heard that Tang-san's innate full spirit power turned out to be above the blue-silver grass martial spirit, her face his surprise turned into a trace of contempt. At this time, Su Yun Tao looked at Xiao Yu Xiaowu and they asked, "Are you here to test the martial spirit level?" Xiao Yu nodded faintly. Xiao Wu quickly said, "I am not, I came with my brother." "Oh, your brother is also a soul master?" Su Yun Tao asked. "Of course, my brother is amazing, even better than you," Xiao Wu said straightforwardly. At this time, Su Yun Tao smiled contemptuously. "He was more powerful than me. You must know that he is already a great spirit master. A 6-year-old child is more powerful than him, and he can't live anymore." But he just treated Xiao Wu's words as childish words. He smiled and continued to move forward. But Sisi was a little unhappy, and sneered, "It's better than him, little sister, do you know what a great soul master is?" Xiao Wu smiled and said, "Of course I know, my brother just hit one." At this time, Sisi chuckled out with a chuckle, "Hey, I also hit one, little girl, it's okay to worship my brother, but it must be true." Xiao Yu smiled faintly, did not explain anything, but slowly followed Su Yun Tao. Su Yun Tao led Tang-san to the 2nd floor of the Wuhan Hall along the stairs www.readaloud.com to the corridor on the 2nd floor. Tang-san only saw a circle of rooms here, and you can see it directly from here. The lobby on the 1st floor, don't ask, this is the office of Wuhan Hall. Su Yun Tao led Tang-san quickly to the door of a room without knocking, but pushing in. "Who is this, Rashly?" Some old voices sounded from the room. This is a bright office. Behind a large desk sits an old man, neat and tidy spirit master clothes, and the standard three swords logo on his body, showing that he is a great spirit master level war spirit master. In front of the old man, there were three more people, two men and one woman, all of whom were wearing black cloaks, as if they had come from outside. Su Yuntao was a little surprised when he saw the three of them, because they were not from the spirit hall. The spirit power levels of the three people are very high. As for how high he is, he has no idea. He hastily apologized, "Master Mathunyo, I will take them to the spirit test." It turned out to be Yuntao. "Why is your kid still daring? Didn't you see that I have a guest here?" The cultivation of a soul master requires concentration and a calm personality. Otherwise, you will be like me, and you can't make it into the the 10th level threshold. Waiting outside now, come in later. Mathunyo said angrily. Su Yuntao quickly bent over and said, "Yes." At this time, the female soul master among the soul masters suddenly said, "Let them come in, anyway, there is nothing important now." "Yes." Mathunyo respectfully bowed to the female soul master. When Tang San and Xiaoju walked in, Mathunyo couldn't help being a little surprised when his gaze fell on them. "Yuntao, are you sure these children are here for advanced appraisal rather than Wuhan awakening?" Chapter 49, Wuhan Identification. Su Yuntao hurriedly said, "Of course I am sure that this child's martial arts is my awakening. He is the child with innate soul power that I mentioned to you, but his martial arts is Lan Yinko. He has already obtained the spirit ring. So I'm bothering you. So now I have become a soul master. Blue silver grass martial spirit." Mathunyo looked at Tang San in surprise. But he shook his head again and said, "No matter what martial spirit it is, as long as you can become a spirit master." At this time, Su Yuntao's female companion slightly smiled and said, "I haven't seen the soul master of the blue silver grass martial spirit, it's a strange thing." She smiled, with a look of disdain in her eyes. At this time, the three young men in cloaks also smiled faintly, and the female soul master in the middle said, "The blue silver grass is actually full of soul power, which is interesting." A sturdy male soul master next to him said, "Blue Yinko is too weak. The innate full soul power is already the luck of luck. If you want to go further in the future, if it is as difficult as reaching the sky, his soul master career will stop here." Up. These words passed into Tang San's ears, but he turned a deaf ear. Tang San stood in front of Mathunyo's desk and said, "Hello, Master Mathunyo, please check my spirit level." Mathunyo smiled and looked at Tang San, and said, "Child, don't call me a master, I am not a master. Just call me Grandpa Mathunyo. I am 81 years old." Question. The old man's cordial and kind voice immediately increased Tang San's favor, and he hurriedly called again, "Hello, Grandpa Mathunyo." Mathunyo smiled slightly and said, "Come on, I will take you to the advanced appraisal. You are a very polite child. It is a pity that Wuhan is blue silver grass." While talking, Mathunyo took Tang San's hand out of his office like he was leading his grandson, and walked along the corridor on the second floor towards the inside of the Wuhan Hall. When they came to the end of the corridor, 3 tall arches appeared in front of Tang San. Mathunyo smiled and said, "This is the Wuhan lab where the Wuhan temple conducts advanced appraisal, come on, kid." As he said, he opened the door on the far left and walked in with Tang San. Xiao Yu was also going to perform martial arts identification, and followed Mathunyo with Xiao Wu and Xiao Shuet. Several other people heard that Tang San's martial arts spirit was blue silver grass, so they were very interested and wanted to go in and witness it. This room is very wide and very tall, measuring 200 square meters, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window provides enough lighting in the room. On the ground, there is a huge token-shaped sign, and a long sword hangs straight down, pointing right at the entrance of the gate. This sign is the same as the one hanging outside the Wuhan Hall. The great spirit master Matthew Nyo saw Tang San noticed the patterns on the ground, and smiled. We are the lowest level Wuhan Hall, also known as the Wuhan Sub-Hall. On the mainland, even the smallest cities have them. A Wuhan temple of our size exists. Above the branch hall is the Wuhan Zidian, and one level higher is the Wuhan Main Hall. At the level of the Wuhan Main Hall, only big cities can have it. The capitals of the two empires are the fourth level martial arts temple. The fifth level is the Pope Hall, which is the most noble place of our Wuhan Hall. Above the palace of the Pope, there is only the hall of worship of the legendary Douluos. Only soul masters who have reached the Douluos level are eligible to enter there, and there is also the final destination of all Douluos and higher level soul masters registered in the Spirit Hall. It is the place that all soul masters look forward to. In fact, even the Pope's palace is nothing good. Zioxu murmured lightly. But she said so quietly that almost no one heard. Of course, Zioxu has always lived in the Pope Hall. She is the saint of Wuhan Hall, but in this small Wuhan branch, no one can recognize her. At that time, the elder of the Wuhan branch with the dean knew her, but the elder was not here. Matthew Nyo said lightly to Tang San, "Let's start now, display your martial arts, and release your soul ring." "Yun Tao, do you think that child can have a spirit ring for a few years?" Sissy chuckled. "Just look at it, don't worry about so much." Su Yun Tao replied. See Su Yun Tao's attitude perfunctorily with a perfunctory snort, "But a small blue-silver grass, what can he have? I think he is an ordinary spirit ring for 10 years at most. Even if he becomes a soul master, it is a waste soul master." The three spirit masters also didn't put Tang San in their eyes, because in their eyes, Lan Yinko was the lowest level scrapped spirit. Tang San walked to the center of the marked pattern on the ground and stood still, raised his right hand, calmly, and the inner strength of Xian Tiangong cooperated with the heat flow brought by the blue-silver grass martial spirit to slowly gush out from his palm. The sturdy blue-silver grass leaves swarmed out, already drooping to the ground in an instant. The bright 100-year-old mandala snake spirit ring rose from Tang San's feet, moving up and down with his body as the center. Matthew Nyo originally had a gentle smile on his face. When he saw the blue-silver grass pouring out of Tang San's palm, the expression on his face had changed to amazement. Is this blue-silver grass? Not only Matthew Nyo, Su Yun Tao, Sisi, and even the three mysterious soul masters showed surprised expressions. How is it possible? How can it be so thick? Sisi opened her mouth wide in surprise, with a look of disbelief. Matthew Nyo rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not mistaken. At this time, his attention shifted to the yellow spirit ring on Tang San, the 100-year spirit ring. It turned out to be the 100-year spirit ring. No wonder, Lian Lan silver grass will also undergo such a big change. 100-year spirit ring! Everyone exclaimed, because none of them had the first spirit ring for 100 years, and even the three mysterious spirit masters, the first spirit ring was only about 80 or 90 years old. If the first spirit ring is 100 years old, there is still hope of breakthrough. The male spirit master who mocked just now said quickly. Innately full of soul power, blue-silver grass martial soul, a century-old soul ring, this kid is not easy. The female soul master exclaimed. Matthew Nyo picked up a yellow crystal ball from the table on the side and walked to Tang San. Pour your soul power into it, let me see how many levels you have reached. When Tang San poured spirit power, everyone was surprised. Because the crystal ball clearly shows spirit power level 13. 13th level, that is, the strength jumped 2 levels in a row. At this time, everyone's eyes cast their approval, and no one dared to look down on Tang San anymore. No matter who it was, he was surprised by Tang San, and Su Yun Tao even more. When he went to help Tang San awaken his martial soul, Tang San's knowledge of martial arts was a weak blue-silver grass, and now he saw that stout one. Lan Yinko, I was afraid that people's necks could be easily cut off, no one would dare to mock his martial spirit as a waste martial spirit anymore. Just when everyone was surprised, a small hand stretched out from the crowd. Well, I haven't conducted a martial arts appraisal yet. Chapter 50, 6-year-old Soul Master. As Xiao Yu's voice sounded, everyone looked down at another child, Xiao Yu. Since arriving at the Wuhan Hall, Xiao Yu has been following Tang San, and hasn't said much. Because his influence on the Martial Soul Palace was not very good, he didn't say much, and he was doing it all the way, so that everyone almost ignored the existence of Xiao Yu. Tang San quickly said, "By the way, my senior brother also needs to do Wuhan appraisal. Is he your brother?" Everyone looked at Xiao Yu. At this time, he said unhurriedly, "That little sister said just now that he can beat the Great Soul Master." Sisi finished speaking, everyone was amused. Beat the Great Soul Master? Although someone like Tang San is already considered a genius, even Tang San has nothing but torture him against the Great Spirit Master. It is ridiculous to want to beat the Great Spirit Master. Su Yun Tao also smiled on the side. Tang San was personally awakened by me. He was born with full spirit power. I don't know why you think you can beat a Great Spirit Master. Xiao Yu was not angry, but responded indifferently, "I'm here for Wuhan appraisal." "Alright, don't laugh at him." Matthew Nyo quickly relieved Xiao Ju. Xiao Yu looked at Matthew Nyo, and her favorability suddenly increased a lot. "Brother, what's your name?" Matthew Nyo asked. "Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu Gujing replied without wave. "Okay, Xiao Yu, let's do a martial arts appraisal." Master had previously passed to Xiao Yu a secret method of Shadow King Wuhan and Spirit Ring. This was when he was using it. Wuhan didn't disguise it much, but turned it into a simpler book. As the two spirit rings were too conspicuous, Xiao Yu could only disguise them as 200-year-old spirit rings. If you let others know that he has a 100,000-year spirit ring and another 10,000-year spirit ring, I am afraid that his identity will be easily exposed. Once his identity is revealed, then Xiao Wu is in danger. At this time, the contempt in Sic's eyes is even more difficult to conceal, and she said to Su Yun Tao, "Yun Tao, do you think this kid can have Tang San Qiang?" Su Yun Tao faintly replied, "There are so many geniuses in the world, Tang San is already against the sky, I don't believe he can be better than Tang San." None of the people present could think of Xiao Yu, and saw Xiao Yu slowly coming forward. He held his breath, and suddenly a force rushed out of his body. Suddenly, a book appeared in Xiao Yu's hands, and 2 yellow spirit rings surrounded Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu disguised his spirit and spirit ring with the secret method the master handed him, otherwise, with his 100,000 years old spirit ring, I'm afraid everyone here could not believe it. But even this is enough to shock everyone here. The moment Xiao Yu released the martial soul, there was no sound in the entire hall. At this time, maybe a needle dropped can be heard clearly. 200-year spirit rings. How is this possible? Matthew Nyo looked at Xiao Yu incredulously, because Xiao Yu didn't look very big, as if he had just awakened Wuhan. Tang San was innately full of spirit power, and he became a spirit master after absorbing a spirit ring. They could still accept this, but for Xiao Yu, they absolutely couldn't believe it. 2 spirit rings means that he is a 20th level Great Spirit Master. Whoever has seen someone who becomes a 20th level Great Spirit Master at the age of 6? Is this still a human? Is simply a monster, Stared at Xiao Yu in astonishment, unable to say a word. He had mocked Xiao Yu before, but in a blink of an eye, Xiao Yu slapped her in the face. The 3 mysterious soul masters also stared at Xiao Yu, unable to believe it. You must know that they were definitely not born in a small place like Notting City, but they have never seen it before. No, I have never heard of such an enchanting character. To become a great soul master at the age of 6, this can only be done at level 20. It's just that Xiao Ju is not as simple as innate 20 level. If Xiaozhu lets them know that he is an innate soul sect, I'm afraid these people will die on the spot. Seeing that the two disciples are very good, Matthew Nyo can't wait to know who can hand over two such powerful students. Matthew Nyo quickly asked, "Excuse me, who is your teacher?" Tang San replied, "Everyone calls him Master." Master? Is that the master who once published the 10 core competencies of Wuhan, but was later removed from the Hall of Wuhan? He is in our nodding city. After hearing Matthew Nyo's words, Tang San also realized that the master actually had a background in the spirit hall, and for a while, he didn't know how to answer. Master. At this moment, the eyes of the three mysterious soul masters suddenly lit up. At this time, Matthew Nyo's expression suddenly became serious. Tang San, Xiao Yu, are you willing to join the Wuhan Hall? Tang San was taken aback. Grandpa Matthew Nyo, didn't I come to Wuhan Hall to register? Matthew Nyo shook his head and said, no, it's different. Registering in the Wuhan Hall is something most spirit masters have to do in order to get subsidies from the state. And joining the Wuhan Hall is become the exclusive Soul Master of Wuhan Hall. Soul Master training will also go directly to the school specially started by Wuhan Hall. Tang San shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't work. I have already started studying at Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Xiao Yu hates the Hall of Martial Arts so much, so naturally he will not join the Hall of Souls, and directly refuses, neither can I, our teacher will definitely not agree. Matthew Nyo sighed www.readaloud.com and said, it is indeed a step too late. Even if it is our Wuhan temple, there is no reason to forcefully dig people from the academy. Forget it. Tang San smiled slightly, and said, I can't say that. If I come to the spirit hall, I might not get such a good spirit ring. Do you think it is, Grandpa Matthew Nyo? Matthew Nyo froze for a moment, and smiled, what you said makes sense. Okay, your advanced evaluation is over. From now on, you are the glorious Soul Masters of the Heaven Do Empire. You are welcome to join the Soul Master team. From now on, you can come to the Spirit Hall to receive subsidies every month with the badges that will be issued to you later. Tang San is a Soul Master. And the monthly subsidy is a gold soul coin. Xiaozhu is a great Soul Master level, each there are 10 gold soul coins in the month. 10 soul gold coins. At this moment, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Yu knocked Xiao Wu's head and said, what do you want, Zia Ki Fan? Brother, you have 10 soul gold coins every month, can you eat a lot of delicious food? Xiao Wu said immediately. Of course, as long as you want to eat, brother will buy it for you. Snacks. Xiao Yu scratched Xiao Wu's nose. After the test, Xiao Yu and his party left the Wuhan Hall. At this time, Sisi had an unspeakable expression in her eyes. She did not expect that she would be beaten in the face by 2 children. At this time, she wanted to find a place to sew in. Su Yuntao quickly asked, Sisi, what's the matter with you? Looked at Su Yuntao a little bit. He was a great soul master at the age of 25 and 6. Then look at Xiaozhu who became a great soul master at 6. He said coldly, trash. Then he waved his hand and left the Wuhan Hall. At this time, the 3 mysterious people stared at Tang San and their leaving back lightly said, so the intelligence is correct, Yu Xiaogang is really here. Chapter 51, Blacksmith Dawn 3. Nodding City, Castle Mansion. Master, sir, it's not good, the young master, the young master. A slave quickly rushed into the fusehong and reported that a mighty man was sitting on his seat, leaning on his seat, cultivating health. This mighty man is the Lord of Nodding City Xiao Zhantian, a 56th level Soul King. You said what happened to the eldest young master, this stinky boy, did he beat someone to death for Lao Tzu and look for trouble for Lao Tzu all the time? Xiao Zhantian said angrily. The slave knelt on the ground, panting and saying, no, sir, it's the young master who was beaten. What? Xiao Zhantian was furious. Master, the eldest master was beaten, and now his life is hanging by a thread, go and see, the slave cried. Xiao Zhantian waved his hand. At this moment, a group of servants carried Xiao Huo into the city lord's mansion, and Xiao Chinayu also followed behind. I saw that Xiao Huo on the stretcher was completely unrecognizable, his facial features were sunken, and his body was covered with blood. Quickly, quickly, go and invite Master Gongsun. Xiao Zhantian said immediately. After a while, an old man in white walked in. He was Gongsun Qi, an assistant at the city lord's mansion, and a 58th level auxiliary soul king. As soon as Gongsun Qi came in, Xiao Zhantian immediately said, Mr. Gongsun, please help my son. Gongsun Qi looked at and was taken aback. Young master, what kind of master did he meet to be beaten like this? Mr. Gongsun, is my son still saved? Xiao Zhantian asked immediately. Gongsun Qi quickly pulsed, I still have a breath, I'm saved, but... Just what? Xiao Zhantian asked quickly. Just after saving him, he will be a useless person. Gongsun Qi slowly said, the young master's meridians are broken, his bones are broken, and his martial soul is broken. Even if he is rescued, sentient beings will not be able to use spirit power in the future, and they will live forever. Disabled, the rest of my life can only be spent in bed. What? Xiao Zhantian was startled. Collapsed in the seat. After a long time, he slowed down. He looked at Xiao Chinayu and said angrily, Chinayu, who beat your brother like this? An overbearing aura was instantly released, and the rolling power raged, like a strong wind spreading out. Xiao Chinayu knelt on the ground all of a sudden and cried, Dad, you must be the master for us. It was Xiao Yu who did it, and it's all Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? Who is Xiao Yu? Xiao Zhantian said angrily. Xiao Yu is a student in our school. He is only 6 years old now. She is a working student. Xiao Chinayu said quickly. Said here, everyone looked at Xiao Chinayu in surprise, thinking he was lying. A 6-year-old working student actually beat a 17-year-old great soul master like this, who would believe it? You say it again, who is he? Xiao Zhantian asked again, incredulously. Dad, I didn't lie. Although he is 6 years old, he is very powerful. I heard that he is also a great soul master. Xiao Chinayu said quickly. At this time, Xiao Zhantian punched on the table. The water glass on the table shattered directly. I don't care who he is, I dare to beat my son like this Xiao Yu I will kill, let alone Notting College, even can't keep him. Xiao Zhantian angrily said. After Xiao Ju and his party received the soul gold coins, they took them to play in Notting City. He has a soul gold coin. 1 soul gold coin is equivalent to the income of an ordinary family for 1 year. Xiao Ju has a soul gold coin. Considered rich. So after playing in Notting City for a day, I didn't spend a soul gold coin. At this time, they suddenly heard the sound of jingle, jingle. Looked up, a hammer-marked, tall but somewhat rough house, with rhythmic percussions constantly coming from it. This is a blacksmith's shop. Blacksmith's shop, Tang San couldn't help thinking of his father's words. Tang Hao once told him that in the future he would ask him to find a blacksmith's job to subsidize his life. Now Tang San has 1 soul gold coin a month, which is enough for his living expenses. It is not necessary to work, but mainly he wants to practice his chaotic cloak hammer method. Brother, you go back first, I'll go to the blacksmith shop. Tang San said to Xiao Yu. Mistress, why are you going to the smithy? Xiao Yu asked. My father asked me to work in the blacksmith's shop, I'll take a look. Tang San quickly explained. Oh, San, I don't see that you are still a little blacksmith. Xiao Wu joked. Sister Xiao Wu, don't make fun of me. Tang San xiaoquickly said. Xiao Yu smiled and said, actually, I am also interested in casting. Let's go and have a look. Where did Xiao Ju learn some casting, but Tang Hao also taught him the chaotic cloak hammer technique that day, so he also wanted to temper himself. When he came to the blacksmith's shop, Tang San walked in directly. As soon as you entered the door, there was a rush of heat, which is true in any blacksmith's shop. Of course, the temperature of the dilapidated blacksmith's shop in Tang San's house is much lower than here. As soon as he entered the door, there was a wide open hall. On the right side of the hall, there were various well-made iron tools hanging. There were not only farm tools, but also various armors and weapons. After all, there are only a few soul masters in this world, and weapons are still needed. The price of weapons is naturally much higher than that of farm tools. Children, what are you doing here? Buy something and call your adult. Get out, it's dangerous here. While Tang San was thinking about it, www.readaloud.com a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. When Tang San looked up, a sturdy man with a naked upper body was looking at him. The muscles under his dark skin bulged and looked extremely strong. He was holding a large casting hammer in his hand and his forehead was full of sweat. Hello, uncle. I wanted to ask if there is an apprenticeship here. Tang Sanayu's voice was clear and crisp. Although the smithy was full of steel tapping, it was still clearly heard by everyone. Most of the blacksmith's work stopped, and looked at Tang San with a kind smile. Blacksmiths are considered to be one of the cheapest professions. They are all born in poverty, relying on strength and craftsmanship to eat. Although rough in appearance, most of them are extremely kind. The big man who had spoken before looked up and down Tang San a few times, and said, "Children, stop making trouble. Go away. It's not safe here. Do you look like a blacksmith? What's more, we don't recruit you here. Little apprentice. I'm afraid you can't even pick up the casting hammer. Haha." At this time, Tang San looked at the hammer and said, "Uncle, if I can afford the hammer, will you accept me as an apprentice?" At this time, everyone looked at Tang San. The big man smiled and said, "Have you heard? This little guy is still not convinced." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. "If you can handle the hammer, I will take you as an apprentice and pay you back every month." The big man smiled. Tang San said lightly, "This is what you said." Talking, Tang San walked up to the hammer, carried the hammer with one hand, and lifted it easily. At this moment, everyone looked at Tang San in astonishment, and couldn't believe that Tang San's small body had so much power. Chapter 52, Chaos Cloak Hammer Method. "Uncle, you are removing impurities from this piece of pig iron. I will help you finish it." Tang San took the handle of the casting hammer from Shi San. The power of the big man was obviously much greater than that of ordinary people. The casting hammer he used was obviously one size bigger than others, and it was about half a foot taller than Tang San's height. But at this moment, Tang San's small body was holding a hammer, and it didn't seem to be strenuous at all. Seeing Tang San slowly raising the casting hammer, Shi San also widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Good strength." Tang San stared at the pig iron on the stove with scorching eyes, exhaled, and violently lifted Shi San's casting hammer. The solace of the feet pressed tightly to the ground, and the calf suddenly exerted force, and the power increased. Tang San's body turned halfway, and the huge casting hammer slanted a full circle in the air, hitting the piece of cast iron heavily. When a loud bang, the smiles of all the blacksmiths turned into consternation. Then, following the rebound of the hammer, Tang San quickly turned around, and the hammer in his hand shook again. There was another loud noise. The heavier one fell on the red-hot pig iron. "Thank you for pulling the bellows for me. The temperature is not enough," Tang San said quickly, and his third hammer was already up again. This time, the casting hammer was cast more urgently, causing a whining sound. The big man is an old blacksmith, naturally aware of the consequences of not having enough temperature, so he squatted aside and pulled up the bellows. The next scene made the blacksmith present unforgettable forever. That heavy casting hammer seemed to be alive in Tang San's hands. One circle after another was drawn in the air, full of rhythm, and the heavy knocking sound was staged in the smithy. Neither of them noticed that Tang San's hands had become as white as jade, and with the clanging sound, the piece of pig iron kept beating under the casting hammer. While pulling the bellows with all his strength, the big man stared at the beating Tang San closely. His eyes could no longer be described as surprised. Other blacksmiths know how heavy Shi San's hammer is, so they naturally know the difficulty of continuous strikes. Especially when a hammer like Tang San's was heavier than a hammer, it was extremely difficult. Everyone looked at Tang San in surprise, unable to believe that all this was true. A 6-year-old child has such a powerful force, even for their old blacksmith for several years, it is very difficult. Dang! After finishing the last percussion, Tang San took the casting hammer and turned around twice in a row to dissolve the momentum of the hammer. The head of the sledgehammer fell down and fell on the ground again, shaking the hearts of the smithy and the blacksmiths at the same time. For a moment, 27 hammers, a total of 27 hammers continued to strike. The shape of the piece of pig iron forged by Shizan has not changed at all, but the overall shape has shrunk. At this time, the audience in the blacksmith shop became silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Tang San. After a long time, the big man woke up in shock and pointed at the pig iron that Tang San struck. Here, is this the chaotic cloak hammer method? The strongest continuous casting technique in the forging technique. The big man quickly explained, the chaotic cloak hammer method is said to be a method of continuous percussion casting. With the help of force, the power of our blacksmith can be best displayed. It is said that the most powerful blacksmith can continuously swing 81 hammer, directly hit a piece of pig iron into what you want. The most important thing is that the chaotic cloak hammer method is the most powerful casting technique to get rid of metal impurities. I thought it was long lost, but I didn't expect to see it in your hands today. Tang San was surprised. The hammer technique his father taught him suddenly became a stunt, which also made him a little doubtful about his father's true identity. Brother, it turns out that Xiao San is so powerful, he turned out to be a little blacksmith. Xiao Wu also praised him. Xiao Yu looked at Tang San. Tang San deserved to be the last man to become a god, his talent was really good. But he is not a vegetarian either. Xiao Yu walked forward slowly and said, "Can I try it too?" Seeing this scene, Tang San quickly asked, "Brother, do you also strike iron?" Xiao Yu shook his head and said, "Although I can't strike iron, but I can also use this cloak hammer technique when I am hungry. Can I try it too?" The big man looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. Since Tang San's performance, he no longer dared to despise these children, and quickly said, "Yes, of course." Xiao Yu took the hammer from Tang San, and then came to a piece of red-hot pig iron. He slowly closed his eyes, recalling the hammer technique Tang Hao handed him in the forest. He slowed his breathing and concentrated. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and suddenly, he entered an unprecedented state, and his hands began to move. With the hammer down, sparks splashed in all directions, and a spirit power swelled from the pig iron. Xiao Ju is enjoying that state. He is constantly tapping the pig iron. Now Xiao Ju is like an artist, playing a beautiful movement. Everyone was attracted by his magnificent hammer technique. Hammer after hammer fell, and the sound of clanging sounded constantly. It is as if a realm is formed here. In this realm, Xiao Yu is the king who rules everything. Everyone can't turn their eyes away. Xiao Ju's hammering technique is like a kind of magical power, which can fascinate people and focus all their attention on him. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. I only heard the sound of clanging. Xiao Yu finally dropped the final hammer. This hammer awakened everyone, Yu reading www.yukanshu. Everyone at Com looked at Xiaoju in disbelief. At this time, Xiaoju had already hit 81 hammers. 81 hammers. The big man couldn't believe his eyes. According to his knowledge, only the most powerful blacksmith could strike an 81 hammer. But the current Xiaoyu even knocked out an 81 hammer, which shows that Xiaoju is no longer an ordinary blacksmith apprentice, he can be regarded as a real master among blacksmiths. At this time, everyone looked at Xiaoyu no longer in surprise, but in awe. Tang San knocked out the 27 hammer, people would only be surprised, because this is a genius. But Xiaoyu hit the 81 hammer and reached the highest level of blacksmiths. They were no longer surprised, but shocked, and shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the piece of pig iron again, I saw all the impurities in it were removed, perfect. Tang San also looked at Xiaoyu in surprise and asked, "Brother, you can also use the cloak and hammer technique." Xiaoyu quickly explained, "I met a big man yesterday, he taught me." "Big man? Is it my father? Where is he now?" Tang San asked quickly. "He has already left." Xiaoyu said lightly. "Are you gone? Didn't he come to Notting College to see me?" Tang San's eyes suddenly showed disappointment. "Little San, don't be discouraged, your father won't care about you, he must have some difficulties to do this." Xiaoyu said quickly. Tang San nodded. At this moment, everyone in the blacksmith's shop faced Xiaoyu and bowed to Xiaoyu. "What are you doing?" Xiaoyu asked in confusion. I saw everyone shouting in unison, "Master!" Chapter 53, 4 Crises. A few rough guys even called Xiaoju a master. You must know that these rough guys are about 40 or 50 years old, and Xiaoyu is only 6 years old, but a few big guys even call Xiaoju a master, and the picture feels full. Xiaoyu quickly said, "I am not a master, I should say that I can't even forge, I just mastered this chaotic cloak hammer method." At this time, the leading man quickly said, "No, no, no, brother, do you know what the core of our forging is?" Xiaoyu shook his head. At this time, the big man quickly added, "The core of forging is the hammering method. As long as the hammering method is practiced well, and then you can master the forging art, you can become a real master forging. Little brother, would you like to come to work with us? We can give you 5 soul gold coins every month, and we can also give you all our forging knowledge." The big man said quickly. Xiaoyu asked a little puzzled, "Why?" The big man quickly said, "With your hammering method, as long as you can forge pig iron for us, you can almost get the purest iron. In this way, the quality of our products will increase by 1 level, and the price will also increase by 1 level. Of course, in the later stage, you can also forge some weapons. The price of those weapons will be higher, and we will give you a commission." The big man said quickly. Xiaoyu thought for a while, he now has 20 gold soul coins every month, but who would think he has less money? More important things, forging can exercise one's own hammering technique and make it more refined. "Okay, I promise you," Xiaoyu said. At this time, everyone noticed Tang San. Tang San was already very good, but under the brilliance of Xiaoyu, Tang San was no longer valued so much. But the big man hurriedly said, "Little brother Tang San also come to help, we are willing to pay 1 gold soul coin a month." Although Tang San was a little disappointed, he nodded. But he was not jealous of Xiaoyu, because he knew that Xiaoyu was not malicious, on the contrary, he wanted to look at Xiaoyu even more. A few people left the iron shop and walked towards Notting College. "I played for a day when I came out, so it's time to go back." Xiao Wu and Xiaoxiu followed Tang San. In fact, Xiao Wu and Xiaoxiu also secretly reached the realm of spirit masters, but Xiao Wu himself is a spirit beast. He does not need to absorb the spirit beast's spirit ring to advance, but only needs his own spirit ring. Can And Zioxu had already become a soul master when he was in the Star Do Great Forest, but he kept hiding his strength and didn't show it. Several people returned to Notting College. At this time, a teacher came to tell Tang San and Xiao Yu that it was the master looking for them. Tang San and Xiao Yu did not delay, and walked toward the teacher's office. They came to the master's office. Xiao Yu began to knock on the door. "Teacher, we are here for you." But there is no sound inside, as if no one is inside. "Is the teacher already asleep?" Tang San asked. Xiao Yu looked at the sky, and it was indeed late now, but it was not too late. And the master asked them to find him. How could the master fall asleep early? But where did the master go? Xiao Yu continued to knock on the door, but still did not respond. "Or let's go in and have a look." Xiao Yu was a little worried. Tang San nodded quickly. Xiao Yu tried hard. Bang! Directly opened the door. At this time, the master's office was empty, and the master was not in the office. And the office is in a mess, as if fighting had just happened. Not good. Xiao Yu's expression changed. Although they don't know what happened, it seems that the matter is not simple based on the current situation. And the master seems to have been taken away. At this time, Tang San suddenly found a token from the messy ground, and saw a big soul written on the token, which was the symbol token of Wuhan Hall. It's Wuhan Hall. Xiao Yu is a person who has read the original works of Douluos continent. Of course, he knows the relationship between the master and the spirit hall. Bibi Dong liked the master in the first place, but then Bibi Dong was taken over by her teacher, the former Pope Chihiroji. Therefore, Wuhandian has always held a grudge against the master, and now sending someone to catch the master, she must want to cut off Bibi Dong's thoughts and let her completely embark on the dark road and inherit the of Rakshasa. If it is what Xiao Yu guessed, then the master is in danger. The master is his master. Although his soul power is not high, he has given himself many useful things. If it were not for the master, his new practice technique would not have broken through. As the saying goes, as a teacher for a day and a father for life, how could he watch the master be killed? "Mistress, the teacher is in danger, let's chase after him," Xiao Yu said immediately. Xiao Yu knew that the master catcher hadn't gone far, because the master only notified the teacher to let them pass in the afternoon. They came here without any delay on the road, so the master catcher must have not gone far. So I will be able to catch it while chasing it now. Tang San's disposition is not a child, and seeing this scene, he certainly knows what happened. "Brother, let's split up, you chase from outside the school, I chase from the back mountain," Tang San quickly said. Although Tang San is only a soul master, he can be alone at critical moments. Don't say anything else, you reading www.youkanshu.com's hidden weapon of Tang sect, even a figure of the soul sect level, is difficult to catch. Xiao Yu nodded, and hurriedly flew to chase outside the school. The same moment. At the gate of Notting College, rows of troops have surrounded Notting College, and I saw a man standing outside the gate of Notting City with his hand holding his hand, looking inside with a green face. He is Xiao Huo's father, the Lord of Notting City Xiao Zhantian. He came to Notting City for only one purpose, and that was to kill Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju dared to beat his son into a waste. He couldn't bear this tone. If he didn't kill Xiao Ju, he really couldn't swallow that breath. Next to Xiao Zhantian stood the 58th level auxiliary Soul King grandson ruler, and there were several Soul King subordinates following behind, and there were a large number of Soul King souls. They held a torch and blocked the gate of Notting College. The fire was blazing and the smoke was everywhere. "Madal, hand over Xiao Yu to Lao Tzu, otherwise Lao Tzu will burn you Notting College today," Xiao Zhantian yelled at the door. Mater is the dean of Notting College, but it seems that he is not in the college. Several teachers hurriedly came out to greet Xiao Zhantian. Director Su is the more talkative of these teachers. He hurriedly asked at the door, City Lord Xiao, I wonder what can I do with our dean. Hurry up and hand over Xiao Yu to Lao Tzu, or I will slaughter your Notting College today. Xiao Zhantian said with a dark face, like a god. Director Su hurried to the next jump, and tremblingly asked, Xiao Yu, I don't know what Xiao Yu did to make the city lord so angry. Xiao Zhantian pointed to Xiao Huo on the stretcher and said angrily, Xiao Yu beat my son like this. If he doesn't come out, I want the entire Notting College to bury him. Chapter 54, Carnage. The door was blocked by Xiao Zhantian. At this time, almost most teachers and students began to gather at the door. Isn't that the city lord? How could he come to our Notting College? I heard it was for a first-year student. First-year students, who can let the city lord come in person? It seems that those who come back are not good. Don't you know, there was a monster named Xiao Ju among the first-year freshmen this year. I heard that our sixth-year boss Xiao Chinayu is not an opponent. Xiao Chinayu asked his soul master brother to help. It's just scrapped. It's scrapped. Didn't he know that he was the son of the city lord? Now that the city lord has come to block the door, it seems that Xiao Yu won't be able to survive. Sure enough, geniuses are easy to die early. There was a lot of discussion, the soldiers guarded the door, the torch was raised, and the firelight almost illuminated the entire square. The students gathered around the official website at the door. Although Xiao Zhantian said that they would slaughter them at Notting College, they still treated themselves as okay people and were still watching. Director Su stood in front of Xiao Zhantian, the sweat on his face dripping down, facing the 57 Soul King. Director Su also felt tremendous pressure. It seems that at present he has only to go to Xiao Ju. If Xiao Ju cannot be found, the dean is not there, I am afraid that Xiao Zhantian will take him for surgery. Hurry up and find Xiao Ju for me, today I will sacrifice him to the heavens. Xiao Zhantian said sharply. Yes, yes. Director Su quickly praised. In front of the city lord, what would he dare to resist? After all, this entire Notting City belongs to him, and Notting College also belongs to his territory. Do you dare to resist him? Although Xiao Ju is his own student, but now, the city lord named him by name. If the college covers him, I am afraid that the entire Notting College will have to bear the consequences for Xiao Ju. Director Su walked back, facing several teachers under his hand, sternly said, What are you waiting for? Don't hurry to find Xiao Ju. At this time, the whole school began to quarrel, and Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui had just fallen asleep. Suddenly Xiao Wu got out of the quilt. She was almost asleep, but she was suddenly awakened by the outside sound, and suddenly said angrily, Why is it so noisy outside? At this time, Zioxiu next to her also sat up. She looked outside through the window, and saw the flames blazing into the sky outside. No, something seems to have happened outside. Zioxiu said quickly. Xiao Wu hurriedly stood up and pulled Xiao Shui to say, Sister Xiao Shui, let's go out and have a look. Zioxiu nodded. The other working students were also awakened, and a few of them walked towards the school gate. At this time, a few teachers hurriedly ran towards them, and suddenly hit Wang Sheng. When the teacher saw Wang Sheng, he was immediately overjoyed and said, Wang Sheng, great, where is Xiao Ju? Wang Sheng and Xiao Ju are often together, so the teacher saw Wang Sheng as if he saw hope. Xiao Yu went to find the master, but he hasn't come back yet. What's the matter, teacher? Wang Sheng quickly replied. It's not good, Xiao Ju beat the city lord's son, and now the city lord blocks the door, saying that as long as he doesn't hand over Xiao Ju, he will order our Notting College to be slaughtered, the teacher said hurriedly. Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui nearby also heard the news. Their faces changed slightly, and they hurriedly said, It's not good, let's go and see. Xiao Wu and Zioxiu came to the door. At this time, Xiao Zhantian stood proudly at the door. Several people followed Xiao Zhantian carrying a stretcher, and rows of troops were holding torches. Where's Xiao Yu? Why haven't you come? Dare to beat my son, why don't you dare to show up now? Xiao Zhantian cursed at Notting College. However, there was no movement at all, and no one dared to stand up. Okay, it seems that if you don't give you a taste, you will just take my words as deaf ears. Xiao Zhantian said sharply. As he said, he stretched out his right hand slowly, and suddenly, a soul power burst out from his right hand, and a strong suction force was generated in the right hand, and a student standing in the front row was instantly sucked into his hand. You don't hand over Xiaoju, right? That's the price. Xiao Zhantian said, pinching the student's neck with his right hand. Bang! Suddenly, the student's brain exploded into a blood mist, and blood splashed out. What? The sound of panic surged in an instant. They were just students who were not well versed in the world. They had hardly seen blood in a fight, and how could they have seen murder? But now, their classmates died in front of their own eyes, and they died so terribly, how could they not be afraid? What? A roar suddenly resounded throughout the square, and the students who were not afraid, ran back one after another, but at this time, the army was dispatched one after another. They surrounded the students and prevented them from escaping. I said, if you don't hand over Xiaoju, you will all die, so none of you want to leave here. Xiao Zhantian said coldly. At this time, a teacher finally couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and pointed at Xiao Zhantian and said angrily, don't think that you are the city lord and you can do whatever you want. I will definitely report this matter, and the country will definitely sanction you. Faced with this teacher's righteous actions, Xiao Zhantian had no intention of fear, and smiled lightly, oh, is it? Then you should report it, but only if you get out alive. Xiao Zhantian said. At this moment one of his Soul King's men suddenly moved, his speed was extremely fast, and when he came to the teacher, he saw a flash of blade. A blood stain appeared on the teacher's neck, and the teacher fell to the ground, unable to squint. Xiao Zhantian looked at the rest of the people and asked indifferently, who else is going to make it? At this time, everyone took a step back and dared not move forward. Xiao Zhantian looked at everyone coldly and said, I, Xiao Zhantian have today's achievements, not a gift from others, but Lao Tzu's hard work. Don't think that you can sanction me by reporting to your superiors. I tell you, in Notting City, Lao Tzu is the king. At this time, Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui arrived at the scene, but they were already in a mess. Xiao Zhantian immediately attracted another person, who turned out to be a work student in the same dormitory with Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, save me. The work student hurriedly looked at Xiao Wu. At this time, Xiao Cheniu also saw Xiao Wu and the others. www.readaloud.com. He hurried forward and pointed to Xiao Wu and Xiaoxiu and their work students and said, Dad, that's them, and Xiaoju is the group of work students. Boss. Really? Xiao Zhantian looked at Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui, and then at the child in his hands. Very well, where is Xiaoju? You guys quickly let him out. Xiao Zhantian asked Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Cheniu carefully looked at Xiao Wu and his party, and quickly said, Xiao Yu doesn't seem to be among them. Oh, it turned out to be a tortoise with a shrunken head. He said, using his hand hard. No. Xiao Wu called out quickly. But it was too late, and the work student in his hand had burst into a cloud of blood. Xiao Zhantian looked at everyone with sharp eyes. I'll give you another 5 minutes. If Xiaoju does not appear, then there is no need for your Notting Academy to exist. Douluos Ultimate God of War. Chapter 55, This makes them go to hell. Seeing that the working student in the same dormitory was killed, Xiao Zhantian still arrogantly scolded Xiaoju as a tortoise with a shrunken head. Xiao Wu couldn't bear it. She stood up, her small body stood in front of Xiao Zhantian, pointed at Xiao Zhantian and said loudly, Don't scold my brother. Oh, is Xiaoju your brother? Xiao Zhantian said lightly. I didn't expect that kid would have such a lovely sister, but since he beats my son like this, then I also let him taste the pain of losing a loved one." As Xiao Zhantian said, the suction in his hand was about to up Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast. Although it is now transformed, it still has a 12th level. Although the power is not very strong, it still speaks of the past. She stood firmly on the ground with her body supported, and Xiao Zhantian's spirit power didn't even it up. Xiao Zhantian was a little surprised, because he didn't expect such a small child to withstand the attack of his 57th level Soul King. At this moment, Xiao Zhantian suddenly felt a murderous intent. He quickly looked back and saw a small golden figure rushing towards him. A golden longsword was inserted straight into his eyebrows, and he saw clearly that it was a girl with 6 pairs of golden wings on her back and a golden longsword in her hand. It's Zioxiu. Zioxiu has studied in the Martial Soul Hall since she was a child. Of course, she has also learned disguise. Although his martial soul expression is very similar to that of Seraphim, she disguised it so that others could not see it. Seraphim. Xiao Zhantian was actually distracted by Zioxiu for a while, and quickly backed away, staggering a few steps, and finally got his foothold. "Okay, little girl, dare to attack Lao Tzu." Xiao Zhantian was furious, because he didn't expect the 2 little girls to provoke him. "Okay, I will let you know my method today. Xiao Ju will destroy my son and I will kill his 2 relatives first." Werewolf possessed. Xiao Zhantian roared, and a blue light appeared on him. Suddenly, spirit rings appeared one by one, surrounding him. White, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple, the 5 spirit rings released a dazzling light, and the 57th level War Spirit Master, the rolling spirit power covered the surface of the body. Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Chenayu's martial arts spirits are both wolves, but Xiao Huo's martial arts spirit is inherited from his mother, it is Firefly. The billowing spirit power lingered on Xiao Zhantian's body constantly. He looked at Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui angrily, clenching a pair of huge fists. At this time, Xiao Wu's figure suddenly fled away flexibly, and suddenly came to Xiao Zhantian's side. "Looking for death?" Xiao Zhantian said, with a double fist hitting Xiao Wu's body. I saw that Xiao Wu was very flexible, evading Xiao Zhantian's attack with a limit of action. Under this kind of battle, risks and opportunities coexist. Although Xiao Zhantian is strong, he missed a hit and a gap appeared immediately. Xiao Wu took advantage of this to kick Xiao Zhantian almost directly. Soul Skill Waste Bow. As soon as Xiao Wu's soul ability was activated, huge power was released from her feet, kicking Xiao Zhantian and ejecting him. "Sister Zioxiu, hurry up!" Xiao Wu quickly shouted. At this time, Zioxiu didn't stop either, she flew up, and the golden longsword slashed towards Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Zhantian fell to the ground, and there was no chance of defense at all, and Zioxiu's longsword was cut on Xiao Zhantian's body. Boom! Suddenly the spirit power overflowed, and the billowing air wave rose into the sky. At this moment, everyone looked at the 2 little girls in astonishment. Normally, these 2 girls hadn't made any shots. Others only regarded them as vases. But they didn't expect that these 2 girls would be so violent. The 17th Soul King was defeated. It's incredible. Only at this time, the men and soldiers brought by Xiao Zhantian didn't even panic, they still remained calm. Seeing the air wave slowly dissipating, Xiao Zhantian actually stood on the ground intact. Xiao Wu and Zioxiu's attacks did not hurt him in the slightest. Xiao Zhantian faintly looked at the 2 girls and smiled, "It's pretty good. If you grow up, you will definitely become 2 excellent soul masters. It is even possible to win title Douluos, but you are destined to have no chance." As Xiao Zhantian said, he came to Zioxiu in an instant. Zioxiu didn't react. He didn't expect Xiao Zhantian to be so fast. The spirit power in Xiao Zhantian's hand gathered, and punched Zioxiu. Boom! Suddenly, Xiaoxu was directly shocked, and her small body slammed directly against the wall, spat out blood. Although Xiaoxu was the saint of the martial soul palace, and her martial soul was still a seraph, she couldn't make up for the gap in spirit power. At the moment when Xiaoxu was defeated, Xiao Zhantian's body suddenly disappeared. He came to Xiao Wu again. Xiao Wu's soft skills were very flexible, and he immediately avoided. But Xiao Zhantian ignored it and directly released a range-type skill. Even if Xiao Wu was agile, he couldn't hide it. Boom! A huge explosion exploded under Xiao Wu's feet, and Xiao Wu's small body was also blown up and fell to the ground. Xiao Zhantian looked at Xiaoxu and Xiao Wu with a smile on his face and said lightly, "Little guys, you could have lived very well, but who made you bother me?" At this time, he once again shouted to the crowd, "Xiaoju, do you still want to be a turtle? If you don't come out, I will kill your two little friends." But still no one responded, and everyone watched each other one after another. Xiaoju hadn't rushed here yet. Xiao Zhantian was shocked and impatient and waited any longer. He walked towards Xiao Wu step by step, with an evil smile on his mouth. "You beat my son like this, I will kill one first, so that you can taste the pain of losing a loved one." As he said, his huge fist smashed towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu has lost a lot of wounds now. If she was hit by that punch, she would definitely die. At this moment, a powerful spirit power suddenly appeared, and a figure rushed towards here. I saw a small figure, flying like a cannonball, directly hitting Xiao Zhantian's body. Xiao Zhantian instinctively moved his spirit power, and immediately, the two spirit powers collided. Boom! Suddenly www.readaloud.com, a huge explosion spread out. Xiao Zhantian was directly forced back dozens of steps by the figure. The billowing air wave began to spread, and at this time, everyone saw a small figure from the air wave. Xiaoju! Xiao Yu looked around coldly. He saw the body of his roommate in the same dormitory, and saw the injured Xiao Wu and Xiao Shuet. Suddenly, a fierce light appeared in his eyes, and endless killing intent began to spread. "Xiao Wu, are you okay?" Xiao Yu asked, holding Xiao Wu softly. "Brother, you are finally here, I knew you would definitely come to save me," Xiao Wu said, moved. "I said I will protect you forever, wait for me, I'll let them go to hell." Xiao Yu slowly put Xiao Wu on the ground, and then stood up, covering his body with endless soul power. The ultimate god of war. Chapter 56, Those who block me die. I saw the endless soul power covering Xiaoju's body. Xiaoju's eyes had endless killing intent, and the billowing power burst out from Xiaoju's body. "Are you Xiaoju?" Xiao Zhantian asked, staring closely at Xiaoju's figure. Although Xiaoju is just a child, this moment gives him an unspeakable pressure. This kid is very strong. He even felt that this child could suppress him. Xiaoju looked at Xiao Zhantian with cold eyes, and all of his pupils were murderous. The dragon has inverse scales, it will die if touched. And Xiao Wu is Xiaoju's ni linear. Xiaoju is not only Xiao Wu's brother, but Xiao Wu's mother sacrificed everything for him. She also promised Xiao Wu that she would take care of her and protect her for the rest of her life. But now, Xiao Wu was beaten by someone, which has already offended him. "Dare to move, Xiao Wu, die." A cold voice came from his neck, without a trace of emotion. At this moment, he had no other mood, only a strong killing intent. "Xiaoju, you beat my son to a waste, I will kill you today." Xiao Zhantian also shouted angrily. But Xiaoju turned a deaf ear. At the next moment, Xiao Yu moved, and his body suddenly ejected, and instantly disappeared in front of Xiao Zhantian. "Come on!" Suddenly, Xiao Zhantian suddenly felt a force rushing into his mind, affecting his brain. He didn't know what kind of power it was, but a force of power made him lose consciousness in an instant. For Xiao Zhantian, Xiaoju no longer kept his hands, and directly used Mei Wu to instantly approach Xiao Zhantian. Phantom kill. Xiaozhu directly released his soul ability Illusion Kill. Suddenly, Xiaozhu's figure suddenly separated, and a dozen Xiaozhu unexpectedly appeared beside Xiao Zhantian. But he didn't know which one of Xiaozhu's real body was. He attacked randomly, but they all attacked the fake body. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his back. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force appeared behind Xiao Zhantian. Boom! The billowing power exploded behind Xiao Zhantian, and the endless power bloomed behind Xiao Zhantian's death. At that moment, Xiao Zhantian seemed to feel the breath of death. How is this possible? He couldn't believe that a child could exert such a powerful force. His back was hit hard, and he felt that he was about to die. At this moment, a gentle force suddenly came. The billowing soul power poured into Xiao Zhantian's body, and the soul power was repairing his body and nourishing him. This is healing. Xiaozhu looked up and saw an old man standing behind Xiao Zhantian, performing this healing technique. That old man is Gongsunkai, a 58th level auxiliary soul master. At this time, Xiao Zhantian's 450-odd soul kings came to Xiaozhu's face instantly, and they directly released their big moves. The billowing power rushed towards Xiaozhu. Facing the 4 soul kings' big moves, Xiaozhu knew that he could not be tough, and Mei Wu instantly released her distance. Boom! A huge explosion was released in front of Xiaozhu, and billowing smoke rose, making waves of anger to the sky. The 4 great soul kings quickly rescued Xiao Zhantian back. Xiao Zhantian was still in a daze. He didn't expect a child to be so strong. If it weren't for Gongsunkai's rescue in time, I'm afraid Xiao Zhantian would be a dead man by surprise. Now he finally knew why his son was beaten into a waste. Faced with such a powerful enemy, even he almost fell into his hands, let alone his ineffective son. At this time, Xiao Zhantian's injuries recovered a lot. Although he had not fully recovered, he was already able to fight. He hurriedly prevented the other 4 soul kings from surrounding Xiaozhu, 5 soul kings surrounding Xiaozhu, Gongsun Qi standing behind, always adding blood and buff to them. This will bring the benefits of team battles. Even if one party is weak, teammates will immediately make up for it. But Xiaozhu now has no one else, only him alone. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I almost died in your hands, but at that time I underestimated the enemy. Now you face our 5 soul kings alone, see if you can still fly. Xiao Zhantian said sharply. Xiaozhu knew he had to fight quickly, because the master had just been taken away, and he still had to wait for him to save him, but now he was stopped here. If he was late, I was afraid that the master would be in danger. Xiao Yu looked at the 5 soul kings coldly, then pointed to Xiao Zhantian and said, I am very busy. I just want that person's life. If you don't want to die, you can leave by express delivery. Ha ha ha. At this time, the 4 soul kings actually laughed. We admit that you are very strong. A child is so strong. It really makes us feel incredible, but you think you are alone. Can beat so many of us. Boy, we are comrades who have cooperated with us for decades, and we won't be able to catch it soon, so we can give you a good time, said another soul king. It's really whimsical that you want to deal with the 6 of us, said another soul king. Xiaozhu's eyes were getting colder and colder. He really didn't want to delay time here, because he still wanted to be a master. If the time was prolonged, I was afraid that the master would be too bad. But Xiaozhu didn't trigger the black energy in her body now, and could only fight with her own soul power. That black energy would only appear when his life was in danger again, and it did not appear now, which meant that these 5 soul kings could not cause his life in danger. At this time, Xiao Wu slowly stood up, and Xiao Shui also leaned on her body and slowly stood up. Although the 2 of them received very serious injuries, Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast after all. Although she transforms, the nature of her 100-year-old soul beast will not change, so this injury cannot threaten her life. So was Zioxiu, he was the saint of Wuhan Hall. And there were countless secret spells, so her life was not in danger. Xiao Yu looked at everyone coldly and said, "If you don't let go, then you have to kill all of you." An icy voice came out of Xiao Ju's mouth. At this time, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com, his hand suddenly changed, the crystal clear power began to wrap his right hand, a bone knife from his growing out on the right hand, the bone knife changed again, condensed into a black long knife. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Because they know exactly what this is an external spirit bone. Of course Xiao Yu knew that this was an external spirit bone. When Xiao Wu's mother sacrificed, the spirit bone appeared in his body, but he always used it as a whole card and didn't use it. In addition to this external spirit bone, he also has a spirit ability specially used by this spirit bone Fallen Kill. A range of skills releases a huge amount of power, which can instantly kill the enemy in front of you, but the required spirit power is very huge. Releasing a fall can almost directly drain the spirit power of a soul sect. This is also the reason why he has not dared to use it, but now it is a special situation, he must fight quickly. Xiao Yu stared at everyone coldly and said, "Those who stand in the way of me, die." Douluos Ultimate of War. Chapter 57, Undefeated God of War. Seeing that an external spirit bone had grown on Xiao Ju's hand, everyone knew that Xiao Ju was not easy, because spirit bones were so treasured that most people would never have them. But it was in this situation now, even if it was not easy for Xiao Ju, they could only kill Xiao Ju. You know, if Xiao Ju is a child of the big sect, even if they don't kill Xiao Ju will definitely pass the news back. They will definitely die without a place to be buried, but as long as Xiao Ju is killed, there will be no evidence of death by then, so they can only bite the bullet and kill Xiao Ju. This kid is not easy, it seems we can't underestimate the enemy. Xiao Zhantian said lightly. The reason why he was able to become the city lord of Nodding City is actually inseparable from his brothers. The brothers under him are also his very powerful combat power. Among them are control-type spirit masters and auxiliary-type spirit masters. And he is the main attacking soul master. When they first fought the Stardo Empire, he led these brothers to fight on the battlefield and obtained the current status. Therefore, they are not vegetarians, they are also tempered from endless fighting, so they cooperate very well. Yao Sheng, you control it. Zanti, you attack from the left flank, Xiao Cheng attack from the right flank, I will attack the main attack, assist in a short period of defense, and Mr. Gongsun will support at any time. Xiao Zhantian recovered a lot, he knew that he could not underestimate the enemy, so I directly commanded. They have both offensive and defensive squad, and they also defeated many people. All of them have been comrades in arms for many years. With their cooperation and tacit understanding, after Xiao Zhantian's command, all of them have entered the state, facing Xiao Ju seriously. Unexpectedly, we would hit a child in the most serious state. Xiao Duan said lightly. Do you still treat him as a child now? He is from Devil Boy, we must not take it lightly. Xiao Zhantian said cautiously, he almost died in Xiao Ju's hands, which made his memory still fresh. I dare not underestimate the enemy. Yes. Xiao Duan quickly responded. Everyone waited in full battle, facing Xiao Ju. I saw Xiao Yu staring at them with cold eyes, making their hearts chill. Xiao Ju dragged the long knife in his hand, and the rolling force flowed on him, and waves of air rose from the soles of his feet. At this moment, Xiao Ju was like a demon, walking towards them step by step. Ready to fight! Xiao Zhantian shouted immediately. Suddenly, everyone's spirit power was activated and they were ready to attack Xiao Ju. Frozen! As a voice sounded, a ray of soul power suddenly lit up under Xiao Ju's feet. This was Yao Sheng's controlling soul ability. Is it frozen? Everyone took a quick look. I saw that Xiao Ju's figure had disappeared in place, but Xiao Ju had a spirit dance, and his own speed was extremely fast, so Yao Sheng couldn't freeze him at all. At this time, Xiaoju's figure had disappeared. There, one person shouted. Savage collision! The star is falling! Wolfman Pentium! Suddenly, Xiao Zhantian and several of his comrades in arms released their spirit abilities at the same time, preparing to kill Xiaoju. But when the spirit power rushed there, Xiaoju's figure had already disappeared, and that Xiaoju was just a phantom made by Xiaoju with a magic kill. Not good! Xiao Zhantian hurriedly shouted. At this moment, I saw waves of powerful spirit power falling in the sky. He's on it! Everyone looked up, and saw Xiaoju falling from the sky holding a long knife. Soul skill death kill! Suddenly, a billowing air wave gushed from Xiaoju's body, and suddenly the wind was surging and the wind was violent, and a wave of soul power was continuously ejected from Xiaoju's body. Everyone also felt a strong pressure. At this time, it was too late for them to escape, because Xiaoju's skills had already targeted them, and even if they escaped, they would be killed. The long knife in his hand was madly absorbing the soul power in Xiaoju's body. This skill almost required all the soul power of a soul sect. You know, Xiaoju is also a soul sect now, that is to say, he can only release this skill once. However, compared with him at the time, his spirit power has improved now. Although this skill can't up his spirit power, after releasing it, his spirit power will definitely decrease. So he must kill with one blow. The endless power is full, like a meteorite falling in the sky, and the soul power is overflowing. Xiaoju held a long knife in both hands, with endless killing intent in his eyes, and drew a perfect arc in the sky. Kill! A word was spit out from his cold neck, and his hands suddenly waved down. An unimaginable force appeared on the long knife, the huge force fell like a meteorite hitting the earth. Boom! With a violent explosion, the rolling power directly covered the entire venue, the endless power exploded in front of Xiaoju, and the aftermath of the rolling soul power rippled out. The soldiers and students standing on the edge were all affected by this force and all flew out. The sea of fire suddenly spread across the entire field, the gunpowder soared into the sky, and the waves of air billowed, covering the entire battlefield. No one knows what happened inside, and no one knows who wins and who loses. Waiting for the smoke and dust to gradually dissipate, only one person and a child remained in the battlefield. His small body was dragging a black long knife, with a fierce light in his eyes, while the others had disappeared, leaving 6 piles of ashes on the ground. Where are they? Could it be? Are they directly turned into ashes by the second? Everyone's eyes fell on the battlefield. www.readaloud.com. At this time, the wind blew lightly, and the ashes disappeared. Suddenly, the noisy square fell silent for an instant, and everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Because of the child in front of him, with the power of one person, he killed 6 soul kings in seconds. Not only was it a spike, but it also blasted them to dust. How can this be? I must be dazzled, tell me this is not true. He turned the Lord's Guard into ashes by himself. Everyone could no longer look away, staring at Xiaoju tightly, and saw Xiaoju stepping out of the battlefield step by step. At this moment, he seemed to be a god of war, an undefeated god of war. The ultimate god of war. Chapter 58, Shadow Guard. Xiao Wu came to Xiaoju's side and asked quickly, "Brother, how are you?" Xiao Yu gently touched Xiao Wu's head and smiled, "I'm fine, I said I will always protect you, how about you?" Xiao Wu shook her head quickly and said, "Brother, I'm fine." Xiaoxiu also walked over, looking at Xiaoju, a little worried. Xiao Yu also looked at Xiaoxiu and asked, "How are you?" Xiaoxiu hurriedly said, "I'm a genius, how could something happen?" "It's okay," Xiao Yu said lightly. At this time, Tang San rushed over from behind. He originally went to search for the master from the back mountain, but later he found no trace of the master. He concluded that the master must have been abducted from the front door, so Tang San chased after the front door. But when I arrived at the front door, I found a mess. Brother, what happened? Tang San quickly asked after seeing the remaining battlefield. Did you not find the teacher when you went to Hushan? Xiao Yu asked quickly. I chased it for a long time, but there was no teacher's breath left. The teacher should have been taken away from the front door. Tang San said quickly. Xiao Yu nodded, he was still relieved for Tang San. Because he knew that Tang San was a Tang sect disciple in his previous life, and that Tang sect disciples were best at lurking and tracking. Since Xiao San said no, it was no. Take care of Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui for me. At this time, Tang San saw that Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui were seriously injured. Brother, where are you going? Teacher is in danger, I'm going to save him, you follow Xiao San, he will protect you. Xiao Yu said to Xiao Wu quickly, and then solemnly glanced at Xiao San. Although Tang San wanted to chase after Xiao Ju, but watching the injured Xiao Wu and Xiao Shui, he understood his responsibility. He can only give everything to Xiao Ju. Xiao Yu walked to the door with a long knife in his hand. At this time, the soldiers brought by Xiao Zhantian were still blocking the door. Xiao Yu walked out step by step. Everyone immediately withdrew from the road. No one dared to stop Xiao Yu. Xiao Ju has already blasted the 6 soul kings who came to stop him into scum. They are just a few small soul master soldiers, and some of them are not even soul masters. How dare they stop Xiao Ju? Xiao Yu walked out step by step, a powerful aura threatening everyone. Xiao Yu did not stop, and continued to chase outside. At this time, in the forest outside Nodding City, 3 spirit masters with cloaks faced 2 people. One was the master with short black hair, and the little Luo Sanbao looked at the 3 mysterious people angrily. Beside the master, there is an old man. This old man is no one else, it is Mater, Dean of Nodding College. Madel, are you going to stop us? Asked the soul woman in the middle. Xiao Gang is the guest I invited. To take him away, you must get my consent. Mater said sharply, stopping the master behind him. Adele, I think you are a smart person, you should be able to guess where we are from? If you insist on blocking, you are not afraid that the adult will blame it. The soul woman said coldly. Mater was stunned for a second. Of course he knew the identities of these 3 spirit masters. Who else could be enemies with the masters besides the people in the spirit hall? So they must have been sent by the Wuhan temple to catch the master. But the master was the guest he invited, and he and the master were also friends. How could he let the Wuhan hall take away the master so easily? Mater did not let go, and said directly, I don't care who you are, the master is the guest I invited, I can't let him be captured by you like this. In this case, I have to kill all of you, you know, you can't stop us. The female soul master said coldly. At this time, the master stepped forward to hold Mater and said, Master Mater, thank you, but you can't stop them, let me go with them. Xiao Gang, what silly thing did you say, can you come back after you go with them? Madel snapped. Although Mater did not know what happened to the master, he knew that the master was a person in the spirit hall before, and then the master left the spirit hall. Obviously these people did not have good intentions. If you let the master go with them, I am afraid in the end, there will be more and more ill luck. You Xiao Gang, my master wants to see you, so if you are acquainted, let's go with us obediently, don't involve other people, you should know the temper of my master, the female soul master said again. Yu Xiao Gang stood up and replied sternly, I have left the spirit hall, why are you still aggressive? Then ask my master, we don't know, we only know that it's our task to catch you back, said the female soul master. Since you don't want to, then we have to act hard. The female soul master said, her eyes hinting at the 2 soul masters next to her. In an instant, 2 spirit masters released their spirits. One spirit was a weapon spirit cage, and the control system was a spirit, and the other was a spirit leopard and a beast spirit. Immediately, 6 spirit rings were released from the feet of both of them. 6 spirit rings, they are the Soul Emperor. The master didn't expect that the Wuhan Palace would be so worthy of him, so he sent 3 Soul Emperors to arrest him. Soul Emperor Void Prisoner, Soul Emperor Phantom Cheetah, then you must be Wanpo-Dhara. The master said while looking at the 3 mysterious people. It deserves to be the master who has studied martial arts the deepest. He does have vision. We are more than 20 years ago. We have been hidden for many years. I didn't expect you to recognize us. Wanpo-Dhara said in surprise. Of course I remember, because of your special martial arts back then, I was too impressed, but I didn't expect you to join the martial arts hall. The master slowly said. Now we are the shadow guards of the Spirit Hall, specializing in carrying out the secret mission of the Spirit Hall, so we must take you away today. The female soul master Wanpo-Dhara's expression was a little surprised and calmed down. When Wanpo-Dhara finished talking www.readaloud.com, she immediately gave a wink. And the shadow cheetah and the prisoner of the void beside her immediately moved and ran towards the master. At this time, Mater was standing in front of the master, and saw his hands crossed, and his spirit power was released from his body. Wild King Kong possession. Suddenly a huge King Kong phantom appeared behind Mater, and Mater's thin body also became taller. The 6 spirit rings under his feet lit up, and he was a 68th level Spirit Emperor. Madal patted his chest, staring fiercely at the 2 people who came forward. Wild King Kong, can you still move when you are so old? I advise you to go home and rest. The void prisoner smiled lightly. Mater looked at the 3 coldly and said, although the old man is old, it is not a problem to beat the 3 of you. Chapter 59, Wanpo-Dhara. The shadow cheetah and the prisoner of the void rushed towards Mater, the dean of Notting College. At this time, Mater, who was in his 70s, possessed his King Kong spirit. The shadow cheetah suddenly disappeared into the air, and appeared in front of Mater in the blink of an eye. His speed was too fast, and Mater's spirit was very slow, so he couldn't react at all. Be careful! The master hurriedly shouted. The master knows that the shadow cheetah is very fast. The shadow cheetah is a speed-type soul war master, and he can move more than 10 times faster than ordinary people. And Mater's Wild King Kong is a power-type war spirit master, relying on brute force to attack, so it is simply a shadow cheetah Tianqi. Fortunately, the attack power of the shadow cheetah is not high, and Mater's defense power is amazing, and the shadow cheetah cannot cause fatal damage to Mater. Hey! The shadow cheetah came to Madal. Soul skill Shadow Assault. Suddenly, the shadow cheetah rushed down towards Mater, and Mater quickly raised his hands to resist. I saw a figure impact on him. Mater stepped back a few meters. Prisoner, it's your turn. The shadow cheetah immediately disappeared in front of Madal after attacking. At this time, the void prisoner was ready. Soul skills Cage Binding. Suddenly a few iron rods fell down and inserted into Madal's side, only to see him waving maliciously slowly. Immediately the iron rods joined together to form a huge cage, which contained Mater. The cooperation between the 2 is perfect, and Mater has been suppressed. Master, I think you should catch it with your hands, Mater can't keep you. Wanpo-Dhara said lightly, standing behind. The master looked at Luo Sanpao and subconsciously said, Sanpao, go. Fart like thunder, blast the sky and the earth 3 shots. Suddenly, Luo Sanpao flew up, releasing a purple smoke from his ass. The master was the think tank of the Golden Triangle, and he is also an extremely powerful figure. Although his soul power is low, he has a lot of means. Such a person can play his true role in team battles, but now only Mater cooperates with him. Hurry up, the master yelled. At this time, Madal's power burst out and directly opened the cage. The master knew Mater's strength and also knew that the cage could not hold Mater, so he released his spirit ability to buy time for Mater to delay. Just as the purple smoke was about to disappear, the master didn't stop, and directly let Luo Sanbao release his soul skills. Fart like thunder, blast the sky and the earth 3 shots. Knowing that the master's skills can only be released 3 times, they are a little confused about why the master releases the skills so frequently. At this moment, they finally understood. Soul skills Eye of King Kong. Soul skills break through the mountains and rivers. I saw Mater directly release the spirit ability Diamond Eye, and his eyes immediately turned golden. After he released the Diamond Eye, he could clearly see the enemy's location even in the purple mist of the master. He didn't give his opponent a chance, and directly used his strongest spirit ability stepping through the mountains and rivers and hitting the void prisoner. Mater and the master knew very well that the prisoner of the void was a control-type spirit master and had the greatest effect in team battles. Only if he was defeated first could they have a chance to fight back. Madel shocked and came to the void prisoner, and he was released instantly after breaking through the mountain and river. The billowing spirit power continued to rage out, and Madel hit the prisoner of the void with a kick. Boom! With a loud noise, the body of the prisoner of the void was directly blasted away. Prisoner of the void fell to the ground and couldn't afford it. At this time, the purple smoke of the master also dispersed. You guys! The shadow cheetah was obviously very angry, because he didn't expect the master to play tricks. His figure changed again, this time he went directly to the master. At this time, the master immediately ran forward. The shadow cheetah was stunned, he came to catch the master. Shouldn't the master run backwards? Why suddenly ran forward? As a master of tactics, how could the master be caught so easily, even if the opponent is the sole emperor? 3 shots, the last blow. Luo Sanbao flew up to the top of Wanda Dhara's head. Fart like thunder, blast the sky and the earth 3 shots. Suddenly, Luo Sanbao let out the last fart. At this time, the shadow cheetah cried out secretly. Because he knew it, from the very beginning, the target of Master and Mater was not him, but Wanda Dhara. The shadow cheetah ran backwards frantically, but it was too late. At this time, Mater's huge body rushed towards the Mandura, and said loudly, "As long as we solve you, we will win." Speaking of his whole body, he went down towards Wanda Dhara. He knew the power of Wanda Dhara, so his spirit power was fully activated, and he didn't keep his hands at all. The billowing spirit power was suppressed towards Wanda Dhara. Everything is over. At this moment, he suddenly saw a subtle arc on Wanda Dhara's face. In this case, she actually laughed. "Do you just use this method?" Wanda Dhara said. Suddenly Wanda Dhara's figure disappeared in place, and Mater hit nothing. At this time, in the purple smoke, the figure of Wanda Dhara appeared again. "Your tactics are perfect, you just missed one thing. That is the fart of Luo Sanbao is useless to me, because my name is Wanda Dhara." At this time, she opened her mouth and continuously inhaled the purple smoke into her body. She was Wanda Dhara, who was originally non-invasive. Not only that, but the poison was a nourishment for her. She slowly absorbed the smoke, and then said lightly, "It tastes good." Then slowly stretched out her hands dyed with purple nails, and suddenly a poisonous spider flew over Madel's body. Mater's body was very hard, but at this time, the poisonous spider actually took a bite on Mater's body. Suddenly, Mater's body turned purple, his whole body's spirit power was lost, and the martial spirit and spirit ring gradually dissipated, unable to play out. He has been poisoned. And the poisoning is very deep. "Mater," the master hurriedly shouted, "You reading www.yuyuganshu.com," but it was useless. Now the 3 shots of the master Luo Sanbao have been released, and Mater has also been poisoned and fell to the ground. He now has no means to resist. I saw Wanda Dhara lightly looking at the master and said lightly, "Yu Xiao Gang, don't waste time, now I give you 2 choices, either go with us, I will detoxify your friend, or you can just watch you. My friend died of poison, and I will take you away again." The master glanced at Mater. He knew that he had to make a choice. He could not harm Mater. "Take care of Xiao San and Xiao Ju for me." The master finished speaking and walked forward. "He won't go with you, he won't go anywhere." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the master and stopped him. When everyone saw it, a small figure stood in front of the master. Xiao Ju. Douluos Ultimate of War. Chapter 60, Two Choices. At this time, Wandadhara saw a child standing in front of him. The child's eyes were cold, and he felt an indescribable feeling. However, seeing that Xiao Ju was a child, Wandadhara didn't care about him at all. "Little po boy, this is not a place where you can come and play casually, hurry home, right?" Wandadhara said lightly. But Xiao Ju's eyes were gloomy, and he didn't even mean to leave. Seeing that Xiao Ju did not speak, Wandadhara continued, "If you don't leave, believe it or not, I will kill you." Xiao Ju raised her eyes coldly, and looked at Wandadhara with a fierce look. "It's okay to ask me to go, provided that you let the master and Ardeen." "Ha ha ha ha." Having said this, Wandadhara ha ha laughed. "What did you say? You say it again." Wandadhara said disdainfully. Xiao Yu said coldly, "Since you gave my teacher two choices, then I also give you two choices. 1. Detoxify Ardeen, let us leave here, and will not be allowed to chase my teacher in the future. 2. I will kill you, and then take the teacher and leave here." Xiao Yu responded indifferently. At this time, the prisoner of the void and the shadow cheetah also slowly came to Wandadhara. Although the prisoner of the void was injured, he was still able to fight. In addition, he had rested for a long time and his spirit power had recovered a lot, so he could continue fighting. They walked to Wandadhara's side and felt very funny after hearing Xiao Ju's words. "Little brother, you said you would kill us? Ha ha ha, it's not too small to be petty? Do you know what level we are? All three of us are soul emperors. Why do you kill us?" Prisoner of the void laughed. "Boy, I advise you to leave it alone, or you may die young." Shadow Cheetah said coldly. At this time, the master's hand rested on Xiao Ju's shoulder. Xiao Ju looked back and saw a complicated look on the face of the master. He looked at Xiao Ju and said, "Xiao Ju, I shouldn't involve you too, you go, you are not their opponent." "What about you?" Xiao Yu asked, looking at the master's eyes. "I am your teacher, and I have an obligation to protect you," the master replied. Xiao Ju looked at the master and said, "So in order to protect me, you have to choose to sacrifice yourself, right?" The master's expression became more complicated. Since Xiao Ju was his disciple, he had the obligation to protect Xiao Ju. Even if you sacrifice yourself, you must protect them. At this moment, Xiao Yu stepped forward and said as he walked, "I won't go, I said I will take you out of here, and I won't let anyone sacrifice for me." "Enough!" Xiao Yu said, walking towards Wandadhara and the others without looking back. The master knows Xiao Ju's temperament, and he also knows that Xiao Ju is very strong, but with a 6-year-old child, can he beat 3 soul emperors? Yo yo yo, the master disciple loves deeply. By the way, I remembered that you were the 6-year-old great soul master who went to the Wuhan Hall to evaluate the spirit that day. The void prisoner said lightly. She was in the martial soul palace that day, and she was surprised after seeing Xiao Ju's martial soul and spirit power. The 6-year-old child became a great soul master, and his future was limitless, but it was a pity that if he had to stay forcibly, he would die soon. Boy, I know you have excellent talents, but we can't deal with you as a great spirit master. I advise you to leave early. Wandadhara continued to persuade. This time, she was a little serious, because she felt that Xiao Ju was a rare genius. It would be a pity if she died like this. So she wanted to give Xiao Ju one last chance. But Xiao Ju didn't cherish this opportunity at all. He came to Wandadhara and said indifferently, is your soul emperor's only means of talking? You have been talking nonsense. Have you not given an answer to the choice I gave? Being ridiculed by Xiaoju, the three of them were instantly stunned. They didn't expect Xiaoju to be so fierce, dare to taunt them, and give him a chance to think they were long-winded. Good boy, you are not afraid of death, are you? Then Lao Tzu will fulfill you, said the void prisoner, and grabbed Xiaoju with a single claw. He didn't think of Xiaoju at all. Although he was in an injured state, he didn't believe that a soul emperor could not deal with a 6-year-old great soul master. I saw the prisoner of the void grabbing directly towards his neck. At this moment, Xiao Yu faintly stretched out his small right hand, and in an instant he grasped the hand of prisoner void. Prisoner of the void was extremely surprised, because although he did not exhaust all his strength in this blow, he could definitely kill a child, but at this time he was easily blocked by a child. Xiao Yu grabbed his hand and said lightly, "Since you don't believe that I can beat you, let you see it." As he said, his little hand hardened, and his spirit power instantly increased. Only a loud click was heard. What? Suddenly the wailing of the prisoner of the void came out instantly. At this time, the other two soul emperors were all dumbfounded, because they saw Xiaoju abruptly breaking the right hand of the void prisoner. Prisoner of the void also felt the crisis in an instant, and suddenly his spirit power exploded, and he broke free from Xiao Yu's hand, and distanced himself from Xiao Yu. He quickly pointed to Xiaoju and said, This kid is not a human being. He is the devil." He quickly held his hand and said. Xiaoju looked at the three soul emperors coldly and said, "You have no choice yet? Did you leave by yourself, or let me kill you?" At this moment, the eyes of the three soul emperors gradually became solemn. Because they knew that they looked down on this kid too much, his strength was dozens of times, no, even 100 times higher than they thought before. "Ready to fight?" Wanda Dhara immediately said seriously. At this time, the three soul emperors released their martial arts instantly, and began to face Xiaoju seriously. Xiaoju had spent too much spirit power with the death kill before. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com chased him all the way and didn't stay there. Although his spirit power was strong, it has only recovered to a normal level now. Now he can't use meteorite at all. But now there is no one else here, he can explode his true strength. Xiaoju stretched out his right hand, and suddenly, his ultimate book of martial soul emerged, 2 spirit rings rising from the solace of his feet, one red and one black. At this moment, everyone was surprised. 100,000 years and 10,000 years. They looked at Xiaoju in disbelief. How is it possible that you, a child, have 100,000 years and one 10,000 years spirit ring? Wanda Dhara asked incredulously. Nothing is impossible in this world. It seems that you chose the latter. If so, then go to death. Xiao Yu said, rushing towards the three soul emperors. The ultimate god of war.